Yo, what's up, everyone? We're here, we're live. It is the Summit of Champions Winter Invitational. I hope you can hear me all right. It's been a while since something went on this channel, and I'm excited to be joined by Lou. How are you doing this morning?
I am beyond excited, Marcus. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this incredible invitational. It's a great way to kick off the new year, and we've got some phenomenal matches, I'm sure, coming right up.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. I mean, we have some of the best players in the world, and while I'm still trying to fix some audio levels, maybe in the chat, let's just tell us if you can hear us all right and if everything is fine in that regard. But yeah, you're saying it. It's a great way to start off the year and in a unique setting that we haven't really had before. So that's something that I'm especially excited about. I've had the idea for this a couple months ago, and then bringing it all together was a little bit of work. So I'm really excited to showcase that now to all of you and to bring you some really high level VGC gameplay.
And I think it's great as well being able to see in this regulation that we're going to be able to see coming up in the next couple of months as well, some of the top trainers and showcasing their abilities. It's hopefully going to inspire veterans of the game, newcomers to the game alike. And I think it's just going to be a great thing to be able to watch and see pan out in a very unique tournament kind of style that you've got going on here, Marcus. It's going to be really good.
Yeah, and talking about veteran players, I mean, we really have the creme de la creme in VGC joining us today. We have four champions. I mean, all of them have won internationals before. We will go into their acolyte. It's a little bit one after another, but yeah, when looking at a lineup like this, Lou, like what are you thinking as a VGC fan?
I mean, it's hard to know who to root for, right? There's so many incredible players there. Like you say, there's a lot of history behind them, a lot of championship titles behind them. We're not just talking the plethora of top cut finishes that these trainers have been able to amass over the years, but the fact that they've been able to come out on top as champions in a multitude of different tournaments, you know, regionals, internationals, world championships as well in the form of Wolfe. I just think looking at them, there's no big front runner, you know, in terms of seeding. It's very difficult to place those, I think, at this point in time, because at different points or time in different generations, these players have been the greatest of the game at different points. And it's really interesting to see them come together now in 2026. Again, all with very fresh accomplishments over the past couple of seasons, being able to pit themselves against each other. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, and I think we do have this mixture that you're mentioning there between kind of players that have been around for quite a while, that have had their accomplishments many years ago, but all of them are still very relevant today as well. And if we have a closer look at Marco's accomplishments, for example, I mean, he is very recently has become a regional champion once more in Lille, but also all the way back in 2019 and 2020, he was also winning big championships. And of course, being one of the very few players that has won not one, not two, but 3 international championships. He's going to be a favorite in any tournament that he's entering, right?
Oh, 100%. And I mean, we remember seeing Marco in the senior division winning regional championships and things like that. And sometimes it is hard for these trainers to take the jump from seniors into masters division, but Marco just seemed to take to it like a duck to water and has done incredibly well. Still, as you've mentioned, getting multiple championship titles, 3 internationals is just absolutely wonderful to be able to say that you've done. Like, you haven't just won 1, you've won 3, and 2 of those were back to back. So he's someone definitely to watch out for on this kind of high caliber tournament play. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I think we'll hear those those words quite often when going through the accomplishments, because all of them are awesome. In fact, if we have a look at Alex joining us here, representing Spain, and who is also going to be representing Koi here, Marco, of course, representing Novo Esports. And Alex, some players might be forgetting, but also he is really a veteran of the game, coming in with multiple top cuts at Worlds already in the seniors division. And then, I remember casting this one back in the day, 10 years ago, UK Nationals 2016. But he didn't stop there, did he?
No, he just kept going on. And I think taking a look again at the international titles here, we've got second place at EUIC, then top 4 at EUIC. You know, these are incredible accomplishments by themselves, but Alex is the kind of trainer who wants to go for gold. And then in 2023, obviously was able to get that at the North American International Championships. And that's, I think, because it's the tournament that's the very last one before the World Championships, that always puts yourself on a pedestal to be able to be a hot contender going into that next World Championship itself. So he was someone who's established himself, as you've identified, over a decade of competition. And I know at some points he's, maybe considered, is it a time to step back from the game? But I think everybody knows that you never really retire from VGC. And he's definitely testament to that, because he's able to come back and not only come back and play, but come back and win. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do on this online platform today.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have said it any better. And also the fact that, I don't think we talked about it yet, but the Champions Cup top 4, of course, one of our more grassroots tournaments. Remember when the world had shut down and we were all on our homes at home playing some Pokemon. He was able to go all the way into the top 4, so that's also an accomplishment that we don't get to talk about too often. But he was also able to do really, really well in some online tournaments there.
That was a massive tournament as well, right?
It was a massive tournament, and it was one where also this player who's coming up next had a fantastic showing, but one that, I guess people don't really talk about that much, because I remember he finished his group undefeated. He went like 9-0 on the first day. That was a great event, but then he got knocked out in the top 32, I think. So didn't quite make the list of accomplishments here for Kinugawa, but he is representing Team Umbra from Japan, and well, I guess about a year ago, if we had talked about this player, then he would be someone where it's like, like the people who are really into VGC, they would have heard of him. But maybe he would not have been as popular, I guess, overseas. But he, has taken the world by storm, so to say. If you have a look at this past season, really one of the best, I guess, seasons anyone has ever had. 2025, he finished top 8 at NAIC, and then just a couple weeks later, I guess it was the next weekend at Japan Nationals, he won it all, winning the crown there, representing Japan as their national champion at the World Championships. And well, it didn't maybe go as well for him there to his standards, but then the new season started, and already he's qualified for Worlds once more, as this time the LAIC champion, winning our last internationals just a couple weeks ago.
I think sometimes, though, having a disappointment tournament can actually fuel the fire behind your next victory or your next great run, and that's exactly what we see here with Kinugawa's LAIC champion title. When you're playing at the World Championships, it's a very different player pool to, say, Japan Nationals. You're going against different international competitors of such a high level. So maybe took some experience from the World Championships and then put that towards LAIC, and clearly it paid off, becoming the champion to dethrone Marco Silva, who had held that title for 2 years in a row. It was an astonishing match.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make there, Lou, because we in fact have the LAIC champions for the last, 3 years, just in this one tournament, which is quite incredible. And also, though, in the online era, Kinugawa was a very, very strong player as well, winning actually the kind of unofficial Japan Nationals in 2020 when tournaments were canceled back then. He has been around for quite a while, and he is very excited to kind of go up against some of the best in the world in this tournament.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to achieve, particularly against some other incredible veterans of the game. One to watch for sure.
Yeah, and then of course, when I was kind of putting together these graphics and the info, I mean, we have a lot of very, very decorated players in this tournament, but then of course there's one that kind of has the best I guess accomplishments of anyone in the world. Of course, debatable. 3 world championships versus 1, but he has not 1, not 2. He has 10 regional championships, 2 national championships. He's a Players Cup winner, a 2-time international champion, and also world second place, of course. None other than Wolfe Glick, also coming in here during a time where he's maybe taking a little bit of a break from offline events. Now, though, we'll jump right into this online event, and we'll try to add another championships to his achievements for sure.
I mean, Wolf is one of these trainers I always love to talk about because he has my kind of fun fact, as it were. You've mentioned all of these different titles that he's able to win, and he's one of the trainers who's been able to win literally every type of title there is in the competitive VGC format, you know, Worlds, Internationals, Regionals, Nationals. He's been able to take the Players' Cup online tournament as well. So there's literally nothing, I think, that this man cannot do when it comes to competitive Pokemon. So I think this particular tournament as well is just going to be next on his checklist. It's definitely one he's going to want to tick off as becoming champion.
Yeah, so true. I mean, he is always saying, well, I'm the player that has won every type of tournament. Well, you have not conquered the summit yet, so maybe
Not yet.
maybe it's time though to do this in the very first event that we're having. Of course, we're hoping to maybe take this a step further and bring more events like this in the future. But well, let's see what happens today, and then make a decision after that. But yeah, with that, our 4 players are here, and now it is time to maybe explain just a little bit about what the tournament format is going to be like. Yeah, because with 4 players, well, what are you doing? There are a couple of ways how we could have done things, but we decided to go with this double elimination kind of tournament. So maybe, Lou, can you explain us just a little bit what that is about?
Yeah, double elimination, the name's kind of in the title a bit. You get to play in this tournament, and essentially you stay in as long as you do not take 2 losses. So you can take a look at our opening bracket here. We're going to have the battle of the LAIC champions with Kinugawa versus marcofiero, and then match 2 is going to be Wolfey versus PokeAlex. And now both these trainers will be able to battle out against each other. The winners of each pairing will then go on to the next round of the bracket to be able to battle off against each other, while the 2 losers, still in the competition, but get knocked down to what we call the losers bracket, the lower half of this graphic. They get to battle it out in the second round. And then the winner of either of these pairings, so the winners of the winners and the winner of the losers, will then go forward to the elimination match. The loser of that second round, unfortunately, because that would be their second loss, would be eliminated. And so then we go through to this elimination match where the loser of the winner's bracket and the winner of the loser's bracket will battle it out in order to try and get into the grand finals, where the winner of that second round is already waiting in the wings to battle the contender coming up from the loser's bracket. And one thing that's going to be very interesting about this one is sometimes in double elimination, you might have heard of, bracket resets. We are not going to have that today. Once you get into grand finals, that's just one more match ahead of you becoming champion.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lou. I mean, it's a little bit of a new tournament format that we are not really used to seeing. We've had it before, for example, at Japan Nationals. If you remember, Kinugawa actually winning the title there in a bracket reset grand finals. That's not what we will have today. So we will have 6 matches guaranteed today, and yeah, the pairings are already set, and as far as I know, also the players are getting ready to get started. So yeah, this is a little bit of a more complicated tournament format, but I'm very sure we will all get used to it, and we will see the beauty of this playing out, because it means that we will have a grand final for sure. Yeah, so now we know what the pairings are going to be. Kinugawa against marcofiero is going to be the first match of the day. You named it already, our LAIC champions fighting in the upper side of the bracket, while the NAIC champions will fight in the lower side, or in the lower side of the bracket. And Kinugawa against Marco, that is going to be the first match that we will get to feature. So let's have a quick look at what that will look like.
I think that's the beauty of this tournament style, though, as well. We get to showcase every single match from this tournament, so you literally do not miss a second of any of the action. Our first match, as you said, Marcus, is going to be between these 2 incredible trainers, and being able to have a little look at the team straight away. This is actually my first time being able to look at them. I'm not seeing too many rogue Pokemon choices, but maybe if we dive a little deeper into them later, some of the more technical mastery will be showcased.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the Pokemon, I mean, I guess the Iron Bundle coming out from Kinugawa, as well as that Thundurus, are 2 picks that have had success before in VGC at the highest level, but not really that popular here in this Regulation F format. A team, however, that seems to be very, very popular and that we want to have a closer look at, that is Marco's team, because, yeah, he is going to bring what we like to call the bolt balance with a Calm Mind Raging Bolt. But also some interesting tricks up his sleeve has Marco, if we have a closer look at his team sheet right here.
Oh, I mean, yes, that Calm Mind Raging Bolt, very clean to see. And again, some familiar faces with the Chien-Pao, being able to bring that Sword of Ruin onto the field to help out the physical attackers such as Urshifu, Rillaboom, and Incineroar. But that Flutter Mane is incredibly interesting. Yes, you got some classic moves on there, like Moonblast and things like that, but Pain Split? I haven't seen that in a hot minute.
Yeah, Pain Split is a great way to get around Thunderclap from Raging Bolt, and between Taunt and Pain Split, as well as Thunder Wave, this Flutter Mane can really shut down opposing Calm Mind Raging Bolts, because, yeah, well, Flutter Mane is a Fairy type already, so then it is immune to Dragon Pulse from this Raging Bolt, and then while it's throwing out status moves, then, well, Raging Bolt can't really do anything about that with Thunderclap. So it's quite new tech coming out here from Marco. I don't think we've really seen it to a lot of success at very high-level games, but I'm sure Marco is ready to showcase us what this Pain Split Flutter Mane can do.
Yes, exactly. Looking forward to seeing if that's going to be able to come out into fruition onto the field. As well, you know, we've got some classic moves on here throughout the rest of the team. The Rillaboom running that Assault Vest is going to be able to give itself a little bit of a special defensive wall, as well as being able to hit hard in that grassy terrain with the wood hammers and provide that fake up pressure as needed. No surprises again seeing kind of rapid strike Urshifu. It does complete that Firewater Grass course so beautifully with Rillaboom and Incineroar. I think it's a very tried and tested trio combination, and I think it's something that no matter what tournament style in this regulation you're coming into, you have to prepare to face these three.
Absolutely. One more last shout out I want to give is Ice Shard on Chien-Pao. This is a move that has picked up in popularity a little bit over Sucker Punch, because of course Sucker Punch, just like Thunderclap, is a little bit more inconsistent, and if you have both Chien-Pao and Raging Bolt on the team, you don't want to be stuck on the field against Pokemon like, for example, this Flutter Mane that just like to throw out status moves. So having Ice Shard as a really, just like Aqua Jet and Grassy Glide, a lot of priority coming out here from Marco.
Yeah, then something Kinugawa is going to have to think about. And yeah, let's take a look at the opposing team and see if there is going to be any contention to deal with here. Again, we've got that kind of classic Firewater Grass trio, but as you've mentioned, the Iron Bundle, a Pokemon that's been used before to a lot of great success. It's incredibly fast. It can hit really hard on the special attacking side of things. And actually, when I kind of take a look throughout the team here as well, there's a lot that can hit particularly hard. But the Iron Bundle, particularly if that booster energy is going to boost up its speed, it's something that Marco is going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, and just like Marco, also Kinugawa bringing in a Thunder Wave kind of expert. It's not the Flutter Mane, but Thunder is coming out here for our Japanese player. And yeah, I think players have talked about this. The reminiscence of this Thunder Wave Flutter Mane really reminding us of some of the old days when we had to deal with Thundurus and Landorus throwing out Thunder Wave and Rock Slide. This Landorus is a little bit different, of course, being a special variant. But yeah, bringing back Thundurus, really interesting choice. And then also bringing in Iron Bundle for some Encore shenanigans, of course. This team has quite a few ways of shutting down Raging Bolt. And yeah, that is going to be really interesting to see whether Marco will go with that route, whether Marco will decide to kind of set up the Raging Bolt and go with that, or if he will rely on his other heavy hitters like Urshifu and Chien-Pao to deal the damage.
Yes, and as well, there's a few great utility moves on here as well. Thundurus running that Eerie Impulse, not something I've seen in a very long time, but I believe it lowers the special attack by 2 stages of the target Pokemon, so that's something that on Marco's side, you know, Pokemon like the Raging Bolt or Flutter Mane can't really take that, isn't going to want to have their special attack lowered in any way, shape, or form, so something that Raging Bolt maybe has to contend with if it does want to go into that Fairy type as well.
Absolutely. And then, yeah, last shout out, U-Turn on this Urshifu. No close combat, of course. Also very, very unique set coming out by Kinugawa. But yeah, there we have it. Kinugawa against marcofiero to kick off this tournament. And yeah, I'm beyond excited. It's tough to make some calls already about like what we're going to see. But yeah, I think the one thing that we can definitely talk about is the fact that, yeah, this Raging Bolt might not have the best time against this team of Kinugawa.
Yeah, it definitely has to contend with that Landorus. If it's going to hit really hard with the Sandsteel Storm, that's something that the Raging Bolt doesn't want to contend with. It doesn't want to contend with the Freeze Dry either. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it maybe go for that Terra Fairy Terrestrialization in order to try and find a way around a lot of these Pokemon move types, but then it still has to watch out for Landorus as kind of a double threat, because if it doesn't want to hit with the ground type attacks, it can turn into that Terra Poison, boost up Sludge Bomb, and then it can hit with the poison type attacks.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Always something to watch out for there with terrestrialization as well. But yeah, think the players are ready. We are ready. So let's jump into this marcofiero against Kinugawa, Game 1 of the Winter Invitational.
Yes, let's get it started in style. The Winter Invitational is going to be kicked off with a Incineroar and an Urshifu joining the field, as well as a Urshifu and a Rillaboom out on the field from Marco.
Very, very classic, of course. Classic VGC board there. Having both the Urshifu on the field as well as fake-out companions. Now, usually Rillaboom, and we also saw this in the activation of the abilities, Rillaboom should be the fastest here. So could go ahead and go for something like a fake out and Surging Strikes play right away. So this is definitely something that Kinugawa has to watch out for.
Yeah, has to contend with where the fake out is actually going to come through from this Rillaboom, and at the same time, these Urshifus want to make sure that they're going to stay as healthy as possible on the field. There's no focus ashes that have to be broken here, so at least they don't have to worry about that. But particularly the Urshifu on Marco's side would be able to do a huge amount of damage into that opposing Incineroar, which I think is wise for it to get in on out of here.
Yeah, and it's going to be that Iron Bundle joining the field. Now, my Italian is not the best, but we can expect that this is a speed boost. And making use of U-turn right away is Kinugawa, showing maybe one of the reasons why he has this move over close combat. Hitting the Rillaboom hard and now has the chance to swap something in.
It does give a lot of switch flexibility on the field for Kinugawa, and I think that's a really nice utility here, completely shaking up the ball position from the leads. You've got the Iron Bundle on the field, and now the U-turn navigates you to be able to bring in even that Incineroar again to be able to imply and intimidate down against both of these physical attackers, and still then have the fake-out potential going into the next turn. But it looks like he's really taking his time to think it through.
Yeah, and it's going to be Incineroar joining the field once again. Of course, Intimidate on Rillaboom will be helpful. On the Urshifu, maybe not so much, of course, with Surging Strikes, and this is exactly what we're seeing. But Iron Bundle, having a naturally really high defense stat, can take that hit like a champ.
Yes, of course, those guaranteed critical hits going to be able to bypass the Intimidate drops, and Iron Bundle, as you mentioned, able to take that so incredibly well, and now does apply a lot of pressure going into this next turn. Rillaboom as well fails to find a good mark with that Wood Hammer, such a devastating attack with such minimal damage into a Pokemon like Incineroar.
Yeah, and it already shows that Marco is really ready to go for the damage this turn, kind of using his advantage that he had in terms of having the faster fake-out pressure, but he wasn't trying to use this for some repositioning, but instead just going for raw damage. On the other side, though, Kinugawa, thanks to that U-turn, was able to do both. Reposition into this Incineroar and Iron Bundle board, while also dealing a lot of damage to the Rillaboom with U-turn. So really, yeah, kind of unique setup there by Kinugawa, but now it is Kinugawa who has the fake-out advantage. And Marco, yeah, looking at this Iron Bundle, probably needs to, yeah, come up with a plan, because really don't want your Urshifu just to be knocked out by Freeze Strike, for example.
Yeah, Freeze Strike threatening both of the Pokemon on Marco's side, as well as having to contend with a potential Encore if you were to go into a defensive option, for example. So you don't want to go for that move either in the face of that Iron Bundle. Another adaptation, though, Urshifu's going to rejoin the field for Kinugawa as the Icy Wind is able to come through. So not going for the damage, instead trying to go and lower the speed on Marco's side of the field.
Yeah, going for some speed advantage is going to be helpful, but Marco will use that time to go for some more damage. Of course, Surging Strikes, yeah, once again, doesn't care about the Intimidates, but Kinugawa now with the two water types, there aren't that many resistances really to Surging Strikes, but he has two on the field that can take this, but Wood Hammer, that is not a move that this Iron Bundle likes to take, so a little bit of an over-prediction there by Kinugawa, and Marco just going on the offense, really showcasing that he's not afraid of this positioning, and yeah, comes out on top of this turn, I would say.
Yeah, I feel like the Incineroar, it's so sneaky. It keeps jumping out of the way of all these Surging Strikes. That's twice now in this game already. But the Rillaboom, at least, was able to find its mark down, as you said, onto that Iron Bundle. Huge amount of damage. I think the critical thing, though, is you've got to remember those speed decreases are still in play. So whatever comes in on Kinugawa's side is going to have that speed advantage potentially, and will be able to capitalize on it if Kinugawa is able to put the Pokemon on the field that can take advantage of it.
Yeah, the speed drop is certainly something to keep in mind here, and Landorus is a fantastic Pokemon to kind of utilize that. And now with Urshifu on the field also for Kinugawa, that is a Pokemon that of course will be able to attack through Protect. However, due to the lack of close combat here, I think one play that Marco can consider is just going for Protect or Detect on his own Urshifu, just to maybe let the Rillaboom go down, maybe throw out some last-ditch Grassy Glide, but yeah, usually you don't want to protect against Urshifu, but yeah, if it cannot really punish it because it doesn't have close combat, maybe this is the time to go for that.
Yeah, well, it looks like the Urshifu on Kinugawa's side has decided to go for the Detect, and there it is, exactly matched on Marco's side. So 2 defensive plays from both of these powerhouses as the Rillaboom looks like was going for that Grassy Glide just to try and get the damage down, but instead it's going to find itself a target from this Landorus. Looks like the Landorus on this occasion was going for the Earth Power, but it actually went into the Protect there, didn't it? It didn't connect into the Rillaboom.
Yep. Yeah, it did. So a little bit of a kind of stalemate positioning, no advancements for either side. But yeah, this is pretty huge actually, because now Marco has used this option to try and sacrifice the Rillaboom. But yeah, Kinugawa sees through this play this time, and even though nothing really happened, I think this definitely favored Kinugawa, because now he can really use the speed advantage this upcoming turn, maybe go for a double up even into this Urshifu if it's, say, Earth Power and Surging Strikes. Something will probably go down. And then, yeah, Wood Hammer is a threat from Marco, but let's not forget that Kinugawa's Urshifu could just Terrestrialize into the Steel typing as well. And yeah, with the reduced attack set that Rillaboom still has from those Intimidates from earlier, yeah, that could be a big turn here for Kinugawa.
Well, the speed working in favor of Kinugawa here, able to go for the double target down into the Urshifu and get the KO. The Earth Power finding its mark, just followed up by one of the Surging Strikes that was needed. And of course, now Rillaboom is open to be able to pick its target. It can go for that powerful Wood Hammer and finally get the knockout onto that opposing Urshifu. So both of our trainers able to take down a Pokemon apiece and can now bring in something from the back to replace them. Yeah,
Great read kind of there, I guess, by Marco, going for Wood Hammer, even though there was the threat of this Terrestrialization coming out from Urshifu. But Marco's saying, well, yeah, maybe you are going to overpredict here, and instead I'm just going for the Wood Hammer. And so, yeah, they're trading Incineroar, or sorry, they're trading Urshifu one apiece. But yeah, the question, of course, is with trades like this, who is it favoring more? I mean, Marco still has Pokemon like Rillaboom and now Raging Bolt, so maybe cared a little bit more about this Landorus, or would have liked to knock out Landorus instead of Urshifu.
Yeah, the Raging Bolt, you know, it's still so healthy, it's in a great position, except for the fact that you've got that Landorus on the opposing side, particularly as the Incineroar is able to join and apply some fake out pressure going into this turn as well. If you are that Raging Bolt, you might potentially want to try and go for the Protect, just not to get hit with the fake out. You have to contend again with the fact that this Landorus, we were talking about it earlier, has the potential to hit you whether you're in or out of Terrestrialization. So Marco needs to find a way to get rid of that Landorus, and fast.
Yeah, Landorus definitely a big problem here for Marco, and Incineroar now on Kinugawa's side has a little bit more room to breathe kind of now that Urshifu is down. And yeah, Marco already feeling the pressure with Raging Bolt, going for a Protect right away. But this will give Kinugawa maybe the chance to, yeah, do something about this. It seems like, no, we saw a fake out going into the Protect. Curious play there, but once more, maybe wanting to lock this Rillaboom in place, and was hoping to fish for a Protect on Raging Bolt, which is exactly what we saw. Rillaboom, unfortunately for Marco, he really would have liked Rillaboom to go down there, yeah. I think, just for the free switch in. But now, yeah, once again, Raging Bolt is under a lot of pressure from Earth Power of Kinugawa's Landorus, and yeah, maybe now is the time to finally Terrestrialize for our players here.
I think you call that perfectly, though. The Rillaboom was completely pinned in there. If you don't target down into it, if you are Marco, you're almost hoping that the recoil from the Wood Hammer is going to be enough to get that knockout and the free switch in, because something like a Chi and Power in the back is going to be in a much better position to target down against that opposing Landorus, for example, and free up a bit of wiggle room for that Raging Bolt. But now you have to go through another turn. For me, this Raging Bolt is so exposed right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just going for a Thunderclap to do a little bit of damage, but it's going to be the Sandsear Storm connecting with both, and double knockout for Kinugawa.
So much damage on the board. Sandsear Storm sometimes can be one of those dice rolls that you need, and this is exactly what the Landorus was able to do here. Gets the connect, brings down both Pokemon, and in just one turn, I think Kinugawa has really swung momentum in his favor. You're now forcing Marco to bring out the final Pokemon in the back. It does have full HP, and it does have a Focus Sash, however, so that's at least something that you have to contend with and work around. You're going to have to hit it twice to be able to KO it.
Yeah, you will have to do that, but it seems like Kinugawa, with, of course, Pokemon like Incineroar still around, and also with this Landorus, of course, Terrestrialization still around, so now is a great time. Really, Kinugawa saving it until the very, very last second. Didn't use it on the Urshifu before, but now here on Landorus, just to ensure that it can take one attack at least, but instead it's going to be the Sacred Sword, knocking out Incineroar. This could still come down to the very last turn, I guess.
Yep, Chien-Pao nice and speedy on the field. They're able to get the knockout ahead of the Incineroar doing any damage to it, but the Sludge Bomb, a huge chunk into the Chien-Pao, taking it right down to the Focus Sash. If it's able to get any... Oh, it won't be able to, of course, because of Sheer Force ability, so you don't even have the chance to be able to take it down in that one turn. So
but
now Chien-Pao does have the utility to try and get damage, but it doesn't get the knockout, Marcus.
And no flinch, of course. This is what Marco was hoping for there. Instead, Landorus gets to move, gets to go for this final Sludge Bomb here, and Kinugawa will take our game 1.
And took it in tremendous fashion as well. That Landorus was so incredibly impressive, being able to have a lot of flexibility on the field, applying pressure to the Raging Bolt, being able to apply pressure then at the end with just the huge amount of damage it's capable of dealing into that Chien-Pao. Really great positioning as well from Kinugawa the whole way through that match. Lots of changes of ball positioning for him.
Yeah, and really, I think it really came down to also the fact that he was saving his Terrestrialization until the very, very last second. For example, if Landorus could not have gone for this Terra, then of course Icicle Crash would have been enough. But at the same time, you also really have to give some credits to Marco here, who was able, despite this Landorus coming in at the right time, getting a couple of turns right where Marco was trying to really get rid of his own Rillaboom, but it just wouldn't be knocked out. So really great use there by Kinugawa, using his offensive pressure that he had to kind of pin in Marco's Pokemon. But then finding this out with the Chien-Pao, letting 2 Pokemon go down and then still having a chance in the 1v2 was definitely very, very impressive. And yeah, can't wait to see what game 2 will have for us in store.
Yeah, it did come right down to the end there with that Chien-Pao play. And I think game 2, one thing I definitely want to see is some Terrestrialization come through from Marco, because correct me if I'm wrong, we didn't even see it in game 1.
Yeah, well, he didn't really need it. I mean, Kinugawa was playing around it very, very nicely as well there, something we didn't really mention, but the Chien-Pao had the chance to go for a Terra Grass. So yeah, Kinugawa didn't want to go for the Earth Power there, maybe. But I mean, yeah, Marco knew at that point that there wasn't really anything that he could have done about Landorus just hitting and KOing Chien-Pao, unless, of course, it was for the flinch, which didn't come. But it means that now, yeah, Kinugawa will be leading 1-0, but yeah, Marco, of course, has another chance in this second game.
Yep, jumping straight into game 2, we're going to be able to see if Marco is going to be able to even out the score here in this set. A change of pace for our trainers, though. We're going to see the Urshifu and the Rillaboom coming out for Marco, and it's going to be Rillaboom and the Thunderous this time for Kinugawa.
Yeah, Rillaboom a piece. Now, this time, once again, we have a couple of fake-out monkeys on the field. Now, yeah, marcofiero, interestingly enough, deciding to go with the same lead, but yeah, we get a little bit of a sneak peek of what's waiting here in the back for Marco. So he did decide to leave behind this Raging Bolt. I'm very curious as to why Kinugawa decided to go with this Thunderous, but maybe it was feeling that Iron Bundle didn't really do all that much, and having another Pokemon that yeah, can deal some damage is good, but I actually like the prospect of having Iron Bundle in this previous game.
Yeah, Iron Bundle only really had the speed control utility in that previous game. I guess Thunderous can do the exact same thing with something like a Thunder Wave, but we'll have to see if it's able to get up to any other tricks going forward. Incineroar is going to be an adaptation here for marcofiero, so once again we're going to see the classic duo of Rillaboom and Incineroar paired up. As the Rillaboom on Kinugawa's side goes first, targets down into the that was into the Incineroar that just switched in?
Yeah, I think probably a Thunder Wave coming in.
Yeah, I think that was coming through, and obviously being that Dark type, it doesn't take any Prankster move, so a fantastic switch there, I think, for Marco.
Yeah, really nice repositioning there by Marco, now also showcasing that, yeah, he did switch some things up, seeing as in the first game it was Chien-Pao and that Raging Bolt waiting in the back for Marco. Now, though, with Rillaboom and Incineroar, this is usually a spot that you want to try and avoid, maybe, because, yeah, there's not that much damage potential. You really, Incineroar especially really shines when it's in the back. However, against this Rillaboom and Thundurus in particular, I think it would be fine to just... would be fine to just go for Parting Shot, but it seems like we had a forfeit coming in. Now, I don't know exactly what that was about, but we will surely find out about what was going on there in a second.
Yeah, that's why we have our fantastic tournament organizers on standby to be able to help and get us those answers to the questions we're asking right now. But I mean, always interesting to be able to see, you know, just the leads coming out, seeing adaptations, because I feel like a lot of the time in these best of 3 situations, and you as a veteran player yourself, Marcus, will be well aware of this, that sometimes when you're up a game, that extra confidence can really change the way that you want to play out that next game. Do you then go for the tried and tested combination that won you your previous game, or do you completely shake things up, go for a different lead because you can afford to?
Yeah, it seems like there was some item issue on one of our players, so we are getting that fixed in the background. Of course, yeah, this is, I guess, the luxury of having a little bit more freedom in how we are running a tournament like this. There's no hundreds of players in the round waiting now for what's going on, but no, instead we just have one game going on. So while we're handling that, yeah, I think... Going back to your question, you were asking about
the leads and how we saw Kinugawa really shake up the leads there, bringing the Thundurus. We had a couple of questions about it, and I was kind of saying it's always interesting how when a veteran player has so much flexibility within their team, once you're a game up, does that give you the confidence to try out something a little bit different, a little bit more rogue in your leads, do you think?
Yeah, I think Thundurus is not really, I guess, a Pokemon that has too much offensive pressure, so it really just shows that Kinugawa is fine going for a little bit of a kind of defensive game, kind of playing around, just maybe spreading a couple of Thunder Waves and then going from there. And I think this also, I guess, at the highest level, like sometimes there's games where the pressure is so high from the very beginning, like offensively, that you have to make a call like from the very, very beginning because there's just so much damage potential. I think this game didn't look like that at all. Instead, having Pokemon like Rillaboom, Thundurus, and also Incineroar, they're really mainly there for the support, to kind of prepare the board, maybe spread some Thunder Waves, maybe get some damage reductions with Parting Shot and Intimidate, and only then later on you will have to go for a lot of damage from there. So yeah, it seemed like it was a game that was going to be a little bit more slower than maybe the first game, where we really had this explosive Landorus, at least after the speed control was established by Iron Bundle. But yeah, that didn't really come to effect in Game 2. And then we had this team sheet error, so here we are. It seems like players are currently discussing a replay of the first turn. Well, not that much happened. But
should be easy to track.
Yeah, should be easy to track, but of course, yeah, we will get to see what the final decision is going to be with that.
I think that was a good comparison you made though, Marcus, because game 1, it was a lot more fast-paced. We had both Urshifus on the field, for example, and we know Urshifu's main job is to do damage, particularly thanks to its abilities and unique moves with critical hits and things. And then coming straight out of the blocks in game 2, it was a lot more slow and steady, a lot more setting up maybe an end game win condition that these trainers needed, or at least to stack the cards in their favor a little bit more. You know, like you say, some Thunder Waves here, maybe some Intimidates elsewhere, so the damage isn't going to be as impactful. And maybe that's something that is going to set the tone for the way this game 2 is going to play out, particularly if they are recreating it as such. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, could be one of those slower paced games. And then also you have the grassy terrain, of course, for recovery, which is always nice. But true. we already saw that Marco wasn't bringing the Raging Bolt, at least, which is another Pokemon that really, yeah, kind of tends to extend battles. But yeah, it seems like the players have entered the regame and they will be recreating this very first turn. So let's jump into the game once again. Sorry for that. And then here we have the same leads once again. Now I believe Rillaboom over on Kinugawa's side will have the Assault Vest as the correct item. And we will see the same turn, I think, play out again with the Fake Out trade and then the Thunder Wave going into this Incineroar that was switching in.
I mean, our trainers just wanted to build up a little bit more anticipation in this incredible Summit of Champions tournament. We're going to see, as you mentioned, the adaptation here. Incineroar's rejoining the field. It's going to have that Intimidate going down, I think obviously critically into only the opposing Rillaboom. And then it's going to be able to use its Dark typing to not take any of these Prankster attacks from the opposing Thundurus.
All right, so yeah, now we are joining into this second game once again, and now it's time to make a decision. Are you trying to maybe call out your opponent? Because I guess both of them at this point, they want to reposition somehow. Because, yeah, they don't really have a lot of damage potential on the board right away. But we will... yeah, I think Marco locked in very quickly and was going after this Thundurus, if I saw correctly. Of course, Thundurus cannot really do too much in this position. Maybe you can go for a Thunder Wave into Rillaboom, but yeah, does that really get you anywhere? I mean... yeah, it seems like Fake Out coming out will stop Thundurus right away, and then Rillaboom will follow things up and just trading some resisted Wood Hammers. Maybe sometimes that's the best thing that Rillaboom can do.
Yeah, every little bit of damage can help in the end. We're going to see the more sizable damage coming through from marcofiero's side into that opposing Thundurus. Of course, the grassy terrain going to help out all those grounded Pokemon as well, regain a little bit of HP, but Thundurus being up in the air is not going to be able to reap the benefits from that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we cannot forget how powerful of a move Wood Hammer is, especially when boosted in grassy terrain. But yeah, it didn't really change too much about the positioning that we were seeing. I mean, at the end of the day, both of them still are kind of, yeah, just sitting there, maybe waiting for something to happen. And, well, it seems like something else has happened. Well, it is quite late in Japan, so maybe that is part of the reason of what's going on there. But, yeah, we see another forfeit, and
we got another turn, though.
We did get another turn. We did get another turn. But maybe, yeah, something is going on. Well, it seems like maybe he swapped it, but now swapped into the wrong Rillaboom, which had a different move. Well, I guess.
I mean, it was a Pokemon we were talking about, right? And I think it's giving us lots to talk about.
Maybe it's giving us also a little bit to talk about the fact that Kinugawa is actually notoriously known for doing like small things like this. If we remember, at the beginning of the show, we were talking about one of his accomplishments in 2020 when he became the unofficial Japan champion. There's actually a very, very famous clip of him realizing after the tournament that like 2 of his Pokemon had the wrong nature in that tournament.
Oh, no.
So yeah, well, sometimes I guess if you make little mistakes like that, then you would get to just like live with them. I guess with an online tournament like this, yeah, I guess he just wants to get this fixed now. Well, let's see what our tournament operator will decide and how we will continue with this. But yeah, it's not the first time this has happened to him.
That's incredible, though, to be able to become a champion and have had some, I guess, imperfect building on your team necessarily. I think that really does speak volumes to how skilled a trainer Kinugawa is. To be able to have a suboptimal team and still be able to go all the way is just incredible.
Yeah, it is incredible, but once again, this time, I guess, at the courtesy of Marco, I think they have decided to once again just replay and just, yeah, it's gonna be the third time.
Oh, yeah, we're back.
3 times the charm. I mean, we already know how this is going to play out. We see the Fake Out, the Thunder Wave into Incineroar. Okay, yup. And now, I guess we'll see a couple of Wood Hammer trades. Of course, in this particular position, of course, U-turn actually would have been a nice way for Kinugawa to get out of there. But yeah, the players recognize that, yeah, it's not how it's supposed to be. Of course, when in an open team sheet format, yeah, you know which moves your opponent has and then also plan your strategy around. And so now finally, well, hopefully, I hope he didn't change much other than the Rillaboom. But now we will have the same position that we had before, now with the correct moves everywhere, and now the battle should pick up right here.
Yes, and hopefully we're going to get more than one turn and start finishing out this match, because the anticipation has built up more and more with every single turn. I wonder now if, you know, the Thundurus is in a position where it can maybe start trying to either slow down with a Thunder Wave that opposing Rillaboom. I think predominantly maybe just trying to get a couple of flinches, paralysis is in play, let's say, so that it's just going to be unable to move. Or it could always try just getting damage on the board with a Wild Bolt Storm, but I just don't think that's going to be monumental against both these Pokemon on Marco's side. I mean, neither of them are going to take huge damage from that.
Yeah, not really there for the damage as you call out, and now Kinugawa's Rillaboom chooses another way out, no U-turn for it, but instead also bringing in Incineroar, lowering the damage output of both the Fake Out Bros on the other side there for Marco. And yep, Thundurus does what it does best, just goes for the Thunder Wave, trying to kind of lock out Rillaboom off the game a little bit.
Yes, Incineroar just going as well here for the knockoff, removing the safety goggles there from the Thundurus. So that's an interesting item choice on there as well to be able to see in play, and now can't benefit from that. I don't think that really has too much validity in this particular match, but just something to note for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Amungo is not really that high up, but we saw some Hisuian Lilligans in some tournaments recently. But now, I mean, Rillaboom is already paralyzed, so no real targets now for this Thundurus, so it could just swap out and go back into Rillaboom once more, but it's really showing that, yeah, Kinugawa this battle, already I think the Incineroar was a great pick here for Marco, because, yeah, Kinugawa doesn't really have a great way of removing it right away, and is probably already losing his Thundurus for just one paralysis on Rillaboom. That doesn't really seem like a very good trade to me.
Yeah, it does make things a little bit more difficult, but that's one way to be able to get some revenge. Breaks through the paralysis, goes for that priority Grassy Glide, and is able to fell the Thundurus from the skies, getting a Pokemon advantage here on Marco's side. Looks like the Incineroar on Kinugawa's side just decides to get out of there as well, shifting up ball position with that parting shot, going to be reducing the attack stat even further on Marco's Incineroar there, as well as now having the potential to, with that KO of that Thundurus, come back onto the field at the end of this turn too.
Yeah, and it's going to be Rillaboom joining the field, and just likewise, Incineroar over on Marco's side will also get out of there with Parting Shot, reducing Rillaboom's attack stat, of course, in the process. We've seen this so many times and times again. One of the reasons why actually Clear Amulet is picking up a little bit on Rillaboom. But yeah, both of them having the Assault Vest, and now Urshifu can kind of join the field. Of course, it's not the best Pokemon that you want to bring in here against a Rillaboom. But as we can assume that it could be Incineroar switching in for Kinugawa right away, yeah, Marco decides to bring in the Urshifu rather than the Qianpao, which also could have been an option.
Yep, Urshifu may be in a position to try and get some damage down on the board against this opposing Landorus. Something like a Surging Strikes, particularly as it's holding that Mystic Water, going to give the extra boost to the Water-type moves. It's going to be able to hit really hard, and that can maybe make things a little bit easier for Rillaboom. It doesn't have to worry about Sludge Bomb coming through, but I think Rillaboom's having a bit of a rough time at the minute. Urshifu maybe just wants to get the damage out for its own validation to be able to get a knockout. Yeah, as
Fake Out is active for Kinugawa, now would be a great time to go for a Fake Out into Urshifu, for example, and then go for a Sludge Bomb onto Rillaboom over on the other side. But I think Kinugawa, once again, is making a little bit of a read, is saying, okay, you know what, your Urshifu is going to detect this turn, so I will bring in another Pokemon with Fake Out so I can punish this the following turn. Now let's see if this is how it will play out, though, as we're also seeing Terrestrialization, maybe just to ensure that Landorus isn't going down this turn, even if Marco decides to attack with his Urshifu.
Oh, I really like this play by Kinugawa here. Like you said, bringing in the little bit of a read play on the right-hand side, and then going for the defensive Terrestrialization on the left there with the Landorus. And it was indeed going to be that Detect on that Urshifu, wanting to try and bypass that potential Fake Out on the Rillaboom, but now has to contend with Fake Out on the following turn. Rillaboom not taking too much damage from the Sandstone Storm either, and you don't have... you do have to worry about the paralysis coming through, and that's exactly what has come through here for Rillaboom. It is not going to be able to move in this turn.
Yeah, and now that Grassy Terrain is over, really feels like this battle has been going on forever, but now Grassy Terrain over, Rillaboom also cannot go for this Grassy Glide, kind of last-ditch effort just to do a little bit of chip damage. And now there's a huge threat coming out from Kinugawa to go for Fake Out into Urshifu and another Sandsear Storm. And if this double connects, this could be really, really bad.
Yeah, that's going to be able to do a huge chunk of damage into the Incineroar that has now just switched in. The Intimidate not going to be any help against a special attacker in the form of that Landorus on the opposing side. Yes, it can help you against that Incineroar a little bit later on, but Incineroar's actually getting out there, so it's going to reset all of those drops and can come back to Intimidate and Fake Out later on in this match. The adaptation is going to be Rillaboom once again.
Yeah, so once again, kind of expecting being one step ahead, I guess. Expecting that this Urshifu will swap out, so you don't even need to go for the Fake Out, but doing so much damage here with that Sensor Storm, landing a critical hit on Rillaboom, knocking out Incineroar. But also, I guess the grassy terrain was reset. Now let's see. It's going to be high horsepower. Yeah, super effective, but with the reduced attack stat, yeah, doesn't really scratch that Landorus all too much. And just like in the first game, it seems like this Landorus is really kind of a big thorn here for Marco. Really great asset for Kinugawa, supported by the double Fake Out. And yeah, it seems like Kinugawa doesn't even need to go for the Fake Out, but instead Marco was already flinching in this particular turn.
Yeah, I mean, even the threat of the Fake Out can be formidable in its own right. You have to then play those mind games around Detect, whether you're switching and things like that. And I feel like Rillaboom's having a really hard time right now. It's paralyzed, it's been intimidated, it's not doing a huge amount on the field at the moment. Almost, if you're Marco, you kind of want it to go down in a position where you can have that free switch, bring in something like the Urshifu to bypass any protects and things like that. But Kinugawa, you've said it, has played so well with this kind of rotating Fake Out, constantly supporting that Landorus. 1 minute it's Rillaboom, the next minute it's Incineroar.
Yeah, it's just yeah, swapping in and out at all times, and that is just the beauty of having it on your team as a core. But now I think he maybe has found a break there, swapping in that Qianpao, and this time it is actually the Fake Out coming out, so I guess Marco got this call correctly this time. But let's see, Landorus following it up, and I think this was just the... Oh no, it was the Sensor Storm, but it is a miss on Qianpao. This is exactly what Marco needed here, being behind in this battle. Now calling out the Fake Out this turn. Once again, Kinugawa had the chance to also just cycle back into Incineroar. That would have been really bad for Marco. But it worked out this time with the Detect on Urshifu and then avoiding this Sensor Storm. Now, all of a sudden, yeah, kind of swings the momentum a lot back in Marco's favor, who now has Qianpao and Urshifu both at full HP, staring down this Landorus and Rillaboom. And even though Landorus has committed the Terra Poison, yeah, with a double target from Qianpao and Urshifu, this should be enough to get the knockout.
And we've seen the speed that the Qianpao was able to have in that game one as well. So no wonder that the Landorus is running right into the back here. Wants to try and find a way to get through these Pokemon first of all, so Landorus can maybe clean up in the endgame. And intimidating Incineroar is definitely one way to do it, particularly against the Qianpao. But obviously we know that the critical hits of Surging Strikes are going to be able to bypass that. However, it's not to be. Incineroar doesn't have to worry about taking them on the switch in here, because it's going to be joined by Rillaboom instead.
Yeah, Rillaboom... Instead, it's gonna be Incineroar that has to take this Icicle Crash there. Nice play, but, well, a miss coming out. It was just the high horsepower, though, which, once again, could have knocked out Rillaboom. Maybe this is what Marco would have liked to see, but once again, this Rillaboom just sticking around for a little bit longer, I guess, on both sides. These Rillabooms really making it very far into these games, but even though the position looked like Marco had a lot of damage on the board, not really a lot of damage was dealt that turn. And now, with Incineroar coming in for Kinugawa at a great time, in a great spot, now I guess, once again, it's Kinugawa who has a little bit of a positioning advantage. And due to the fact that Marco has already lost Incineroar, Marco, of course, cannot swap out as freely, and is a little bit stuck now, only having this Qianpao on the field and Urshifu in the back. So yeah, I think now Kinugawa still in the lead in this second game.
Yes, and Landorus has rejoined the fray as well. The Fake Out comes through, that's critical to not allow Qianpao to move, but also to critically break that focus sash, so it's going to be a little bit more vulnerable to a KO in the following turn. And Rillaboom is paralyzed as well, so is not able to get any damage off on the field in this particular turn. So Landorus gets him completely free.
Yeah, definitely not what Marco would have liked to see. Both of his Pokemon cannot move here for different reasons, though, between the Fake Out and the full paralysis. So now, actually, yeah, the grassy terrain is about to run out for a second time, so pretty long and drawn-out game that we're having here in this second game. between both of these Latin America international champions. But yeah, once again, now Landorus has joined the field. The Qianpao already has had one stack of Intimidate on it, so yeah, Icicle Crash not that powerful, but it seems like Kinugawa doesn't want to risk any flinches here, and a great play there, calling out the Icicle Crash, and now this allows Incineroar to move freely.
Taking the crown jewel out there on the field as the parting shot is able to come through from the Incineroar. Now this is once again going to add insult to injury to this Rillaboom. It's just going to be really unthreatening on the field completely, and particularly as we know that Incineroar can come back in later and intimidate as well. It's just going to be a difficult time for Rillaboom. The adaptation is that you can bring in your own Rillaboom, apply Fake Out again in this particular next turn, and Rillaboom again on Marco's side is unable to move. I think it's desperate to be KO'd at this point.
Yeah, really, Rillaboom wanted to be out for a while, but well, with the Thunder Wave, I guess players really recently kind of reinventing Thunder Wave as a move. I mean, I was around at a time where every game started with like Thunderous clicking Thunder Wave against each other. Well, times are different now for sure, but even after a couple of nerfs throughout the generations, Thunder Wave is just still doing Thunder Wave things. And yeah, even though Rillaboom's move probably would not have been too impactful, the fact that the grassy terrain just ran out is actually really annoying for Marco as well, because Qianpao just a couple of HP, 6 in fact, away from restoring its Focus Sash. But without the grassy terrain recovery, it might not get there this battle, and of course, that would be great for Kinugawa. Let's see if he called it again. It's going to be a Fake Out and Earth Power, and I think this was the perfect move, because once again, Rillaboom is stuck on the field, cannot move for one reason or another, and yeah, I guess what Marco really wanted here was, once again, he was hoping for Rillaboom to go down, but I think this is a big takeaway from this series. Yeah, sometimes it's just better to not go for the knockout, and we've seen this here in this game once more. Now Qianpao, without the Focus Sash, is at the mercy of this Landorus.
And it's not like you can even freely switch out that Rillaboom to bring it in to reset the terrain, because you don't want your Urshifu in the back to take any unnecessary damage, because it's really going to be the key alongside Qianpao to getting the knockouts and trying to even out the score here on Marco's side. The Rillaboom's really not doing anything. Qianpao looks like it misses the Icicle Crash though, so that's devastating for Marco. It's going to have to take that Earth Power and Retaliation and get knocked out for its troubles. What a devastating turn for Marco and Qianpao.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Terra Grass was an option there, but Marco, yeah, decided not to go for it and was hoping that maybe it was going to be a Sludge Bomb. Instead, though, Icicle Crash missing. Of course, if you miss, then you cannot get the flinch that you really needed to get this turn. And now with that, now finally Rillaboom was being knocked out, but it was at the wrong time now for Marco. And with this double knockout, Kinugawa very close to just taking home the second game and the series.
Yeah, looks a little bit too late for that Rillaboom, you know, going down towards this end game now, leaving the Urshifu completely on its own against some Pokemon in Kinugawa's side that have just been so beautifully showcased throughout this set. Definitely that Landorus in the #1 spot for me, being able to get this Earth Power as well. Not enough to be able to finish up the job, however, so it's going to have to rely on Rillaboom that is going to be able to move here. We see the Urshifu targeting down the Landorus, just maybe trying to get a little bit of redemption for its fallen partners, but still isn't even able to do that.
Not quite enough. Needed the Sword of Ruin there, but this Woodhammer is going to be plenty, knocking out Urshifu, and will get Kinugawa the win in this first series after a little bit of problems setting up the match. But once it was set up properly, Kinugawa, yeah, taking home the win there, and yeah, will advance to our winners finals.
But I think it's important as well that the team building is accurate in this case, because you could see the tools and the utilities that Kinugawa has put into this team building so beautifully showcased in this particular match. You know, picking these Pokemon, that Landorus in particular gave Marco so much difficulty, and in terms of the matchup, it was something he constantly had to adapt around. So it was great to be able to see that idea of the Landorus being this kind of offensive threat, drawing in attacks, being able to deal the knockouts as well, being done so beautifully to kick off this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, a lot to learn, I guess, from that set. I think what really stands out to me was really this Rillaboom there on the field. Marco was really hoping for it to be knocked out, but Kinugawa just perfectly kept reading turns between Fake Out and Protect. I think that was quite instructive. And then the second part, yeah, that just keeping Rillaboom around for long enough so that it started to become a problem for Marco when he really wanted it to be knocked out. And with that, Kinugawa takes home our first set of the day. And yeah, 2-0. Who would have thought that? Definitely, yeah, I think a great start to the tournament for him. And then, yeah, well, the action is going to come in at this point. So we won't take too much time analyzing this one because we'll have Wolfey against PokeAlex coming up next.
I think that's one of the beautiful things about this tournament. We've already just had one incredible match, a showcase of Titans, and then we've got another one literally lined up, ready, waiting in the wings. We don't have to wait for a tournament floor to finish before we can start the next round. The trainers are going to be ready, and I'm so looking forward to seeing who's going to come out on top between a battle between two NAIC champions.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, but as we are getting ready to set everything up, make sure to, yeah, stick around. We'll go into a very short break. And then after that, we will be back with Wolfe against Alex. All right, and here we are back again with the Summit of Champions Winter Invitational. Now, we've already seen the first round, which was quite exciting, having two LAIC champions going up against each other. And in the end, it was Kinugawa who was coming out on top there. But yeah, we have more action coming up now. It's going to be Wolfe against PokeAlex as our second game of the day.
I think one of the beauties of this type of tournament, I mean, I'm going to probably keep saying it throughout the whole day, it's just that it's back-to-back bangers of matches because the caliber and competitive level is just so high that you're going to be able to see so many different things showcased. Like even in that last game, you got to see the classic showcasing of why Incineroar and Rillaboom are such a good supportive pair, constantly switching in, constantly supporting whoever the partner Pokemon is. In this case, it was Landorus. And then at the same time, you're also able to see the more niche kind of moves coming through, things like the Thunder Wave coming through, things like Icy Wind being able to be utilized in a way to set up board states for later in the game, not just thinking one turn, but thinking multiple turns ahead. So there's just so much to learn, Marcus.
Absolutely. And I mean, for some of our players and also viewers, it's going to be early in the morning. Also for one of our commentators. Now, I hope he can hear us.
Hello.
Hey,
hello.
What's up, Aaron?
Hey,
How are you
Aaron.
doing?
How are you guys? It's been a minute.
It absolutely has been. Yeah, I don't know if you were able to catch the first set. It was quite amazing already. But now we have Wolfe against Alex.
I saw Thunderous and I walked away. That's what happened with me.
Oh no! Well,
it was very entertaining.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so now, yeah, I'll leave the two of you to it. And while you can, start introducing the players and I'll be on production. But yeah, it's going to be Alex against Wolfe. I mean, that is going to be another highlight, right?
Yeah, like beyond excited for this one. And I'm very excited to be able to cast this one with Aaron as well. Aaron, it's been a hot minute since we've been able to work together. And I mean, what a match to be able to get back on the desk together.
Absolutely, yeah. Super fun to be a part of this event. So thanks to Marcus for organizing, to all the players for participating. Of course, to Marcus and Billo for producing as well. And I think it's just really cool to get like such high-level gameplay, you know, between so many incredible players. Part of the thing I was always curious about is also like, what kind of teams do these players want to bring to an event like this? Because I think you definitely want to take it seriously. You know, the stakes aren't exactly necessarily the highest, but the bragging rights are pretty insane if you do manage to beat all three players in it, right? And so, yeah, I think really exciting to see what the players have brought in. And so far, no major, like, crazy surprises, but it is very cool to see Thunderous return.
Yeah, and I think it's that saying, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And this is literally the best of the best that we've got battling it out together. So it's going to be, as you say, like the type of thing that is an accolade that has that bragging rights and has that prestige in a very different way to traditional tournaments in a way. But I mean, taking a look at Wolfey and Alex's teams here, again, a lot of really familiar faces, but then some really interesting choices on here. The Glamora, that's a really interesting choice from Wolfe. I'm looking forward to seeing what that can do.
Totally, yeah. It feels like, you know, early on in this format, there's been a lot of different team compositions around Tornadus. And Glamora plus Tornadus, this kind of hyper offense combo, is certainly one of them. I think one of the biggest strengths of Glamora, of course, is being able to get that +1 Meteor Beam. And with Incineroar being as common as it is, having a way to just get a one-hit knockout on Incineroar in this format's a really big deal. I think you often see Chi-Yu on these compositions paired with the Flutter main. There's actually no Chi-Yu, which is pretty interesting. And then once again, feels like we're going back to 2013. We saw Thunderous on the previous team, and now we've got Landorus Therian here instead of course, the common Landorus Incarnate, which dominates this format. So physical, ground type attacker rather than the special one.
Yeah, all the genies seem to have been unleashed for this particular tournament, and it's nice to be able to showcase all their different sides. I really like the pairing, like you mentioned, of Tornadus and Glimmora, being able to set up something like that Tailwind to boost a Pokemon like Glimmora that has just such offensive special attack damage potential. Then if you throw it into the Tailwind as well, it can be such a formidable threat to deal with. And that's nicely balanced out by some of the physical attackers you've got as well, like Urshifu. With the Choice Band, that's going to hit incredibly hard, that single strike variant.
Absolutely, yeah. And now taking a look, of course, at Alex's team, it feels like we've actually come back to Reg H a little bit. He is rocking Dragonite and Golden Go. This actually is the Skill Shot Dragonite. So Dragonite, of course, one of the most common Pokemon in the previous format we were playing, paired with Golden Go often. But it's actually quite surprising to see the combination of them on this composition.
Yeah, definitely. And it's nice to be able to see some, familiar face from the past as well. Dragonite running that loaded dice to be able to help out with Scale Shot can give you a lot of flexibility out there on the field, as well as having the utility of that extreme speed priority to maybe get you out of a difficult spot, as well as having the priority with Rillaboom and Incineroar Fake Out. You also have that Grassy Glide, and that can easily give Alex a speed advantage and the opportunity to get a quick KO if, a Pokemon's dwindled on HP and start swinging a bit of momentum in the match.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I'm really interested in this matchup is Glimmora. Wolf's Glimmora has so much damage pressure, right? You've got that Meteor Beam into the Dragonite and into the Incineroar. One of the biggest things about using Glimmora, though, of course, is can you get that Meteor Beam at the right time, right? If Alex switches out a Pokemon, for example, goes into his Golden Go or goes for that Steel Terra with Dragonite, those are ways to circumvent getting one-shot by Meteor Beam. So it'll be important if Wolfe brings the Glimmora to time that Meteor Beam, but it, of course, can get a lot of value here. And, of course, other thing to call out about Alex's team is he is running the Flutter main set, which feels like it has completely taken over this format. It's going to be the super bulky Flutter main with Taunt, Icy Wind, and Thunder Wave, and so super, super disruptive. We saw what Thunder Wave did in that previous game, and it certainly can be a big threat here. But Wolfe, of course, has a ton of speed control here, and actually he has Tailwind, whereas Alex doesn't, and so he can get off to a fast start likely in this matchup.
Yeah, Fluttermane's a Pokemon that I think's gone through a lot of different phases in terms of team building. We used to see it being really hyper offense with maybe, choice specs, for example, and just a plethora of different moves. But now, as you kind of said, there are these options to go for some more supportive options with Thunder Wave, Taunt, Icy Wind. But what I love about Fluttermane is even if you do take that track for team building, the Moonblast is still going to hit incredibly hard. So it does just leave itself as such a formidable Pokemon that you always have to watch out for.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think this battle was actually really funny to me because on one hand you have like the super offensive Choice Specs Fluttermane, which we've kind of been used to seeing, and then on the other hand you have this like new Fluttermane that's taking over the format with like super super bulky, and so there's like two different flavors that you can approach the matchup with. But yeah, I think from Wolf's end, he's just got so much offense across the board, whereas I think from Alex's end, the damage index is a little bit more heavily on a couple of Pokemon, right? If you can get that nasty plot off with Golden Go, which is actually led here immediately, then the Make It Rain becomes really powerful. And this actually looks like a really favorable lead so far for Alex, I would say. You pressure with Fake Out plus either a nasty plot or Make It Rain. You are up against Choice Specs Fluttermane here, and so one of the things you have to worry about, of course, is just eating up a Shadow Ball turn one.
Yep, this is our second match of the tournament as well, and the first for both of these players, so this is kind of their warm-up into the tournament. And as you've said, Alex in a really great position, having that Fake Out utility. You can even try and break something like the Focus Sash on Wolf's Tornadus. We're not seeing the Covert Cloak there that I think we're used to maybe seeing on Tornadus to bypass that potential flinch, so that is something that Tornadus has to contend with.
And you can see, Wolf's debating, do I protect to get around the Fake Out, Make It Rain combo? Do I Bleak Wind plus Shadow Ball, right? I think the key tension right now is whether or not Golden Go decides to go for a Terra. If you're able to bait out that Terra, then your Fluttermane can just threaten it with Moonblast later on. So you can see Wolfe thinking about potentially switching Fluttermane out, but looks like happy to just go for the Shadow Ball here. Tornadus is going to start us off with the Protect, and we're going to have to see if Golden Go decides to Protect here as well as it does. So great turn, I think, for Alex.
Almost every second running down the clock there as well for Wolfe. Fluttermane going for that Shadow Ball, but it is just going to find that Protect on that Golden Go. And as you said, really nice play by Alex here, maybe scouting out exactly what this Choice Specs Fluttermane wants to lock into. Incineroar, however, is going to take off that Choice Spec, so it now is no longer locked.
Yeah, I think that was a safe play by Alex, and he ends up getting so much out of it, right? Ends up not getting baited into the fake out, make it rain combination, removes the choice specs from Fluttermane, which in itself is already a big deal. And that did so much damage. Like, to do 75% to one of the key carries of Wolf's team is such a big deal. And so I think there was not much risk for Alex that turn, other than potentially eating up either a Moonblast Bleak win or switching Fluttermane out into, say, one of the strong attackers in the back. And you saw Wolfe was considering it, but I think Wolfe tried to bait out a Terra. Alex just goes for the safe protect and gets so much out of the turn. And so now the key question once again is, what do you do with the Golden Ghost slot this turn, right? Do you decide to go for the Terra? Do you decide to actually switch it out? We talked about Nasty Plot coming into this game, but you might not necessarily need to, because it's still quite powerful, right? You've got that Life Orb, and it's actually going to be a Terra commit here.
Yep, and the Terra is going to go down onto that Golden Ghost, so it is going to take to the skies, become a flying type, and this is going to give it a little bit of defensive capabilities against that potential Shadow Ball. It's no longer going to be able to hit for super effective damage, and does keep it in play. Fluttermane has indeed locked that in. It goes across the board into that Golden Ghost thanks to the Trestalization. It stays in play. The special defense drop though, Aaron, that's unfortunate.
Oh, but it just miss on Incineroar, connects on Golden Ghost, and Golden Ghost survives with just a sliver, but it's going to faint from its own Life Orb now as Make It Rain comes out, knocks out the Fluttermane. I think Alex is at least probably relieved that he got an attack off with that Golden Ghost. It was so close to fainting from that double up after that special defense drop. So the Life Orb now, of course, going to activate. Golden Ghost going to faint. But I would say that it did quite well in this game, right? It was able to get a knockout onto the Fluttermane, which is such a powerful attacker here. Fluttermane, of course, one of the big threats to the Dragonite in the back. And U-turn does not actually knock out Tornadus, but sometimes that could actually be favorable, because now like Wolfe doesn't get 2 free switch-ins into the Pokemon that he has in the back. And so we'll see what Alex decides to bring out there. He could have potentially taken a knockout with Incineroar there, but decides to want to pivot the Incineroar, save its Fake Out, save its Intimidate, which can be really valuable into the Landorus, the Ogerpon, even the Urshifu.
Yeah, so many variables in that particular turn as well. And I think you're right. You know, Alex was lucky to be able to get the Golden Go to get damage out on the board, let alone to be able to get a KO against one of the big Pokemon on Wolf's side. And now you have the utility to go for this U-turn. You can now bring this Fluttermane in. The Photosynthesis boost is activated. So it's going to be a speedy Fluttermane out there on the field.
So it's interesting, yeah. I was talking about maybe it's a good thing that the Tornadus didn't end up fainting, but Wolfe now can potentially set up a Tailwind with it, right? Like Alex, of course, if he has Rillaboom in the back, can Bread and Fake Out and Grassy Glide, but you can just protect around that. And so Landorus is going to be the Pokemon to come in. It is going to be Incineroar coming back out as well. And so I think this Fluttermane is actually looking really scary right now. It's a defensive Fluttermane, but it does get access to that Icy Wind, and Icy Wind into a Landorus is quite scary. And so I'm thinking, yeah, there's the potential to Terra either Tornadus to get around a Fake Out, so you get that Tailwind up. You could always protect, of course, and then go for Tailwind the next turn. Landorus here might consider a defensive Terra as well to get around the Icy Wind.
It is always a bold use of your Terra, though, because it doesn't have a lot of longevity on the field. Sure, it gives you that Ghost typing to bypass the Fake Out, like you said, and you can get that Tailwind in. But with the low HP remaining on Tornadus, I don't think it's long for this particular tournament. And then you have lost your potential Terra to be able to utilize for more offensive means. But sometimes that is the key that you need in order to keep in the game. And that's something Tornadus can utilize, try and get the Tailwind up to deal with this opposing Fluttermane.
So let's see. Yeah, this is the main thing, right? If you're able to get this Tailwind up, I actually think, yeah, without Tailwind, Wolfe might have been in a really tough spot, because the Fluttermane, it just like naturally outpaces everything. Instant here going for the classic. I'm threatening Fake Out. You have to respect it. So I'm actually going to switch out and bring out my other Fake Out user. It's part of the reason why, the Fake Out brothers in this format are so powerful, and the top players are able to leverage it so effectively. So now, you are able to potentially bait out a Terra. And had Wolfe gone for Protect with both Pokemon, then you just threaten with Fake Out the subsequent turn. But Wolfe is going to commit the Terra to the low HP Tornadus, saying, look, if I do this, then I at least guarantee that I get my Tailwind up. But is that going to be worth it for him? No ability to Terra anything else now. And with Landorus protecting you means you are vulnerable to a Fake Out plus an attack the next turn.
I do, in a way, still feel like it was necessary. You need to be able to get this Tailwind up in order to work around this opposing Fluttermane in some way, shape, or form, particularly as it's going for that Icy Wind. I like the Protect on that Landorus. You're able to then not take the speed drop. You can then reap the benefits of the Tailwind in play, as well as not take full-time super effective damage. And yes, you lose your Tornadus, but now Wolfe has the opportunity to bring in a Pokemon from the back that can benefit from this Tailwind a little bit more.
Yeah, but this is what's awkward now, right? Like, no Terra commit, and it's Choice Band Urshifu coming out, so you can't protect in front of this fake out. It's part of the brilliance of Alex cycling the fake outs here. And so the Rillaboom now, of course, can choose to fake out either slot. Lander's just protected. Neither of these can Terra, and so I think Alex actually, by pivoting in the Rillaboom just at the right time, baits out the Terra from Wolfe's end, and it's looking really, really scary. Even though Wolfe has the speed advantage, I think this turn is so free for Alex.
True as well, and we know that the Fluttermane on Alex's side has that Moonblast. That's something that the Urshifu really doesn't want to have to take as well, particularly as it is that single strike variant. It's going to be able to deal a huge amount of damage, so much in fact to be able to get the knockout, and now it's just Landorus left on Wolfey's side to try and keep him in this game one, but I think it's too much of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, the key turn, I think, really was switching out that Incineroar so that you had Rillaboom out once Tailwind was set up, right? And so now it is... Oh, actually, it's just going to be stopping. This might get the knockout here, as it does, but Landorus probably has a little bit too much to do, as it has to go up against, both Rillaboom as well as the Incineroar. And so the Woodhammer here in itself going to come out, and that is just going to get the knockout. So I think, yeah, the way that Alex approached this was really nice. I think Golden Go plus the Instant was just a phenomenal lead, right? Because it put on so much offensive pressure right away. It felt like Alex got what he wanted out of that Golden Go. It was a little bit scary, of course, with that special defense drop, but crucially got to make it rain off. And then the way he cycled between Incineroar and Rillaboom was so masterfully done. Wolfe felt the pressure, felt like he needed to go for the Terra, right? But had he maybe not Terra the Tornadus, he would have had the ability to Terra the Urshifu, which could have then gotten around potentially Moonblast knocking out. These Fluttermanes normally are like not very offensive. I've even seen Fluttermanes with like max HP, max defense, and so by getting rid of the fighting typing, like maybe if Urshifu's bulky enough, it could survive a Moonblast. But either way, yeah.
I think you call it really perfectly there, where it's like Alex had the pressure the whole way through that particular game and was constantly forcing Wolfe to have to make adjustments, whether or not it was that protect on the Golden Go right at the beginning, where it was like, hey, I'm still in the game, you can't Shadow Ball me again, and then going for the Terrestrialization, or as you say at the end, going for that switch with that Rillaboom. Constantly Alex was just commanding the Pokemon in play and just forcing Wolfe to have to make the adaptations.
Totally, yeah. I think a couple of things that Wolfe can do differently. The first thing is, if you think it's going to be Incineroar Golden Go lead again, I think like Landorus is the natural adaptation, right? Because like you can protect potentially around the turn one fake out play, and then you pressure with Earthquake or Stomping Tantrum in the subsequent turn. Alex, of course, could get around that by going for a nasty plot, so it's not just like a guaranteed safe play. But I think the key thing is like Golden Go got so much off in that last game, and part of the reason it was able to thrive was because Wolfe didn't really have switch-ins, right? It was Tornadus, Fluttermane, Landorus, Urshifu. If you look at his team, the fifth Pokemon is Glimmora. That can't really switch in to make it rain well either. And then so Ogerpon is another adjustment where if you're thinking, hey, Alex is going to play towards Golden Go, you can try to bait out, you like ideally want to bait out the Terra and then you get your Golden Go out. But either way, yeah, I think like Wolfe definitely has a couple of different approaches he can take. I thought Glimmora was a Pokemon that was really interesting coming into this, and we didn't see it. And so potential adaptation from his end as well with that Pokemon.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking of the Glimmora as well, but then you were talking about the Golden Go, and I'm like, what can Glimmora really do to challenge it? I mean, it's got the Earth Power, sure, but then Sludge Bomb not going to be doing anything. The Meteor Beam just going to be eaten up by the Golden Go, and unless I guess you were able to force that Terrestrialization out somehow and then catch it with the balloons in the sky.
Let's see if it's the same leads from both ends. It is going to be Incineroar and Golden Go as a run back once again. And Tornadus Fluttermane. Okay, so yeah, it's actually the exact same combo. So I think that, main lead advantage once again goes to Alex. You can say, oh, Wolfe playing really aggressively here, just going for Shadow Ball plus the Bleakwind Storm. Alex, of course, could go for just fake out into the Tornadus, Terra his Golden Go, and make it rain here. He could also just protect Golden Go once again, because he doesn't actually lose that much from it. Like, the main thing that you lose from going for it is if you think Wolfe's going to make a read and switch in, say, his Landorus or his Ogerpon or his Urshifu, which all of those would actually then threaten Incineroar and Golden Go pretty substantially. And so, Wolfe locking in really quickly here. I'm excited to see if Alex makes a change this time around.
Yeah, sometimes you've got to be bold and brave in order to get that momentum swing, and that looks like what Wolfe has kind of opted in for here, but it is going to be a Terrestrialization straight away from that Golden Go. I think maybe thinking, hey, if the Shadow Ball does come my way again, particularly as the Choice Specs will be firmly locked on the Fluttermane in this turn, that's something that the Golden Go has to contend with, but the Fake Out did go down into that Tornadus, so we're not going to see anything from it, but that Choice Specs Shadow Ball is still not going to be able to get the knockout onto that Golden Go, but does do a significant amount of damage. And speaking of damage, Aaron, that's how it's done. Golden Go gets a double knockout.
Yeah, I would say if you're Alex, like that was exactly the perfect play to make to counter what Wolfe did, right? Like, I think having the lead advantage means that you already have the momentum, and Alex was like, I'm not just going to go for the same play again. You might have predict me to just go for protect and switch in your attackers. It's going to be Landorus Glamora in the back, but what's scary is Wolfe did not get that Tailwind up, right? And so with no Tailwind available, you now lose the speed control war, which means that if Fluttermane once again is in the back, it can get an Icy Wind off, ensuring that Rillaboom or even Golden Go can outpace things here. And so that was, I would say, the perfect turn one for Alex there. Calls out exactly what he thinks Wolfe might do and gets a huge lead here.
I mean, in game one, we saw the Incineroar kind of feint the fake out. You know, it didn't go for it, switched in the Rillaboom, but then here I think Wolfe was hoping it was going to pull the same kind of trick, and instead it backfired a little bit. And now, you know, you're down 2 Pokemon after turn 1. Glamora is not in the environment that it really wants to be in. Although that said, you have the Incineroar in play. You could always try and go for something like that Meteor Beam, get some big damage out, and get the special attack boost to boot.
Absolutely. I think like this is a key turn for Wolfe, because even though you're down 2-4, you have the speed advantage with both of your Pokemon, right? And so for Alex's end, it's like, do you want to actually switch in your Fluttermane or potentially your 4th Pokemon if it's Rillaboom once again, right? Because if you do, you are at risk of it getting knocked out immediately. And so Alex actually is going to take the time to pivot here. Of course, it leaves him vulnerable to potentially whatever's coming and getting knocked out, but it is also going to be a new pick here in the Dragonite here. So a little bit of an adaptation from Alex's end. Dragonite, of course, would be immune to any of the ground type damage here from Landorus, but not that Terra Blast.
Yep, Landorus is going to be going to the skies even higher, let's say, in order to drop its ground typing. It now is just a pure flying type. So that does give it a little bit of flexibility, but critically is boosting this Terra Blast into the flying type. And that's going to be enough to get the knockout onto the opposing flying terrestrialized Pokemon in the form of that Golden Go. So it is able to secure a knockout here. And that's something that I think Wolfe really needed.
Yeah, I think this is actually a huge turn, right? Because the Golden Go, had it been able to get another Make It Rain off, would be so scary. And Wolfe does manage to get the Meteor Beam off into the Dragonite. Let's switches in here, right? And so I think Wolfe having the perfect turn to get himself back into this one, it's going to be a ton of damage. I'm curious if it's able to actually knock out the Dragonite here. Let's see. Does it get the one-hit knockout? It does not. So close.
Oh, the multi-scale on that Dragonite really being in prime position. Dragonite able to sit so pretty on the field at 1 HP. It's just able to hang on. That would have been so great for Wolfe to really even out the Pokemon count. But I still think it gives you a huge bout of momentum. You've got that special attack boost coming up as well. And now you're forcing Alex to have to bring in a Pokemon from the back. But you mentioned before the Fluttermane. That's still something you have to watch out for.
Yeah, the Fluttermane's something you have to watch out for, but then the question I have is, how do you deal enough damage if you are Alex, right? Like, I was a little bit surprised to see Golden Go get sacrificed there, because I was thinking, and then maybe, yeah, the answer is there's just no Fluttermane in the back, right? Because if there were Fluttermane, I think one approach you could take is you, like, protect, you switch out into a Fluttermane, get an Icy Wind off, and then after an Icy Wind, Make It Rain is just so powerful. And so I think the momentum actually swings very heavily back into Wolfe's favor, where now you have a ton of offensive pressure. The Dragonite, of course, being able to survive, though, means it can potentially just get a scale shot off, which is really powerful. Incineroar right now does have the ability to just go for a protect, and so it's like the classic, do you think I'm going to protect, and does Alex once again go for a switch out into Rillaboom? So my main question right now is, what did Alex bring as his final Pokemon?
Yeah, that could definitely swing the option for Glamora here, because, Incineroar, you want to Earth Power, Rillaboom, you want to Sludge Bomb, but you don't necessarily want to hit the wrong target with those moves. It's going to be underwhelming. And in this particular match, with a lot of the powerhouses that are out there at the moment, you want to make sure that every single turn is counting. Landorus, however, just decides to go straight for the Protect here, just playing nice and defensively in the form of this Fake Out coming through. And Dragonite is going to match that across the field as well, maybe trying to see exactly what Wolfe is going to play out with this particular turn. Glamora goes for the Sludge Bomb, however, it does get the poison. That's going to start tacking up a little bit, but obviously isn't going to be as monumental as the Earth Power would have been.
Oh, and the Flare Blitz, yeah, just into Incineroar. Like, I think Alex on that one turn just gave up so much damage on both of what are his like key damage dealers in this game, right? Like, yeah, it was cool Dragonite hung on, but it's actually slower than the Landorus here, and so now it's actually really safe for Wolfe to just attack with both, right? And so that one turn was huge. Like, committing Meteor Beam into the Incineroar and then Dragonite eating it up was, I think, a disaster for Alex, because otherwise, like, if the Meteor Beam is committed on the Glamora, you actually don't have very good damage into Dragonite. Like, you would need to double up into it, and so I think that turn just completely swung the game back into Wolfe's favor, despite a very favorable turn one. So it's going to be extreme speed. You can see Alex was trying to put the Landorus in Flare Blitz KO range, and so that's the idea behind, baiting out the Protect. Could have been Scale Shot potentially onto the Glamora, but ends up not being the case, and now Dragonite just feints. And so after turn one, it looked really, really tough, but now I'd say Wolfe is in full control of this one.
Hey, that's why these guys are the best in this game. They're able to come back from any setback. Incineroar is not going to be able to see if it could get the double up into the Landorus, because Glamora is going to fell it here and now with that Earth Power. It does find its mark, and Wolfe's Pokemon celebrating, having really sprung the momentum right back into its trainer's favor here. It looks like it's the Rillaboom in the back here, not the Fluttermane.
Yeah, and that explains, I think, to me why Alex, didn't try to conserve that golden go. And I think this just shows, like, even just Glamora and Landers' natural speed make a big difference here, right? Had Alex brought Fluttermane once again, like that previous game, I think it would have been able to threaten Icy Wind, and you have this end game where you have Icy Wind plus Golden Go getting another Make It Rain off. But because Landers and Glamora are just naturally faster than basically the rest of Alex's team, Wolf is able to come back from down 2-4. And I think once again the key turn is getting that Meteor Beam off, managing to snipe Dragonite as it's switched in there. I think Alex there potentially had the ability to maybe go for like a U-turn to pivot out, saying, look, if you Meteor Beam, maybe you knock me out, but then you've committed it, which means no Meteor Beam afterwards. But it makes sense for him to want to conserve the Intimidate. The main thing is that Rillaboom is awful here in this end game, right? Like, it does not do well into a Flying Terra Landers at all. And so I think, Alex had an amazing turn one. He's probably thinking it might be a Pokemon adjustment going into the next one.
Yeah, Glamora and Wolf just playing defensively here around this particular fake out, and I think this is nice for our trainers as well. They're given the opportunity as we advance towards what's looking very likely to be this game 3, obviously. They're using a little bit of extra time to think maybe possibly about what's going to be the adaptations, how things are going to play, and Wolf now just in a prime position to start cleaning things up. I think coming through into that Game 3 situation, you have to start thinking about whether there is a Pokemon on the other side that needs to be an adaptation. Wolf obviously switched in Glamora for this Game 2, and it worked out so beautifully.
Absolutely, yeah. I think, I don't know, I was surprised to see Wolf go with the same lead once again, but I think the Landorus Glamora in the back made a ton of sense as a way to try to sweep through. This game, in my opinion, showed like how both of these combined are such a big offensive threat, right? And so I think from Alex's end, you can't let them just deal so much damage across the board. And so you can consider, like Fluttermane was the key adjustment I was thinking would be really good. To me, like Golden Go still actually feels like the best Pokemon on Alex's end, where it just is able to get so much damage with Make It Rain. So I think Alex might be thinking, well, I want to set up my Golden Go for success. To me, though, I'm like, if Wolf is able to just like get a safe Tailwind up, it honestly seems quite tricky. I feel like Wolf was like taking some risks on turn 1 of both games that it didn't necessarily work out. And so I actually kind of like his matchup a little bit more. So I'm curious if this time around, I mean, you could always just like lead Tornadus with another Pokemon that can protect on turn 1, protect with both, then try to set up your Tailwind afterwards. But yeah, it was like really happy to see both the Landorus and Glamora, because I felt like the offensive potential both of those are so good.
I mean, as you said, it's kind of hard to set that Tailwind up, particularly around a lot of the fake up Pokemon on the opposing side, but it was amazing to see that even in that game too, with no Tailwind, there were Pokemon that were able to benefit from just their natural speed in play anyway. That, the Glamora and the Landorus were still in a prime position to quite literally bring Wolf back into that match. So possibly from that Tornadus side, you don't even need that Tailwind in order to be able to position your Pokemon up for success.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, we saw Alex lean into some new Pokemon there, namely the Dragonite, but Dragonite being slower than the Landorus, I don't think did it any favors. And I think also obviously eating up a Meteor Beam and almost getting one shot also wasn't great. And so I could, understand the reasoning behind Dragonite. Like, it can be quite good into some of Wolf's Pokemon. But it's like, I think tough because you basically need to knock out Fluttermane first to get it out. And even with Fluttermane having gotten knocked out, like, I think Alex, just was willing to take a risk that turn and say, look, if you end up Meteor Beaming into the other slot, or if you don't click Meteor Beam, my Dragonite gets to come out for free. But I think maybe a return to the Fluttermane would make some sense. I mean, Urshifu on his end can put on a lot of offensive pressure as well as like a late game sweeper. But yeah, the main thing here is I think if you're Wolf, you probably want to prioritize setting up your Tailwind a little bit more at some point. So let's see if it's a run back once again with Incineroar and Golden Go.
Yep, looks like we are seeing Incineroar on Golden Go, but there is a slight change on Wolfie's side. We have got the Tornadus with the Fluttermane. This is kind of obviously back to game 1 and game 1 and 2. I'm seeing a lot here, Aaron.
All right, here we go. You can see it's once again the protect hover into the potential Shadow Ball. We saw how this played out last time, which was just in game 1, protect and knock off into the Fluttermane. And so I once again would say I favor Alex's position here. It is going to be the Ogerpon adjustment this time from Wolf's end, and I think that makes a lot of sense as a way to potentially switch into this Make It Rain. So is it going to be a turn 1 switch? It is, yeah. And I like this a lot because I think, like I was saying earlier, you only have one resistance to the Make It Rain. It is the Ogerpon. And so I think this is really, really smart, because if Alex goes for either, the knockoff protect or the fake out Make It Rain, you actually cover for both of those with Ogerpon.
Yeah, and you also then keep your Fluttermane nice and safe in the back. You don't have to lock into anything at this turn. you just can avoid that make it rain entirely. Tornadus as well, I think learning from game 2 and going for the protect here, doesn't want to contend with that fake out, slowing it down and breaking its focus dash. But it looks like Golden Go on the opposing side says, like, I see you, and I kind of want a piece of this too. So this really only needs Incineroar on the field that goes for that Flare Blitz, catches the Ogerpon on the switch and does 50% damage and gets the burn. Incineroar, wow, you're not messing around.
I like the adjustment by both players here. That burn, I think, is actually super unfortunate because it means just Ogerpon's damage is so reduced. But I love the adjustment from both ends. Like, Wolfe's play covered for both of Alex's plays in game 1 and game 2. And Alex is even one step ahead. And it's like, hey, Flare Blitz is also a good option here. If your Flutter Mane switches in, I just do a ton of damage to you. I think it's likely this time you have made the adjustment and to bring in that Ogerpon. I mean, that Flare Blitz, even without the burn, just did so much damage, right? But I think the burn is so big here. Because it means now, like, a Golden Go is just not really threatened by offense whatsoever. And so the main question here is, you know, if you're Alex, if you think you're, you know, Incineroar's going to survive an Ivy Cudgel plus a Bleak Windstorm, like, you could U-turn out, you could, like, potentially just threaten a knockout onto both Pokemon right now. And so, yeah, I think the burn just taking away the option of Ivy Cudgel potentially getting a knockout onto either Pokemon.
And I wonder about the Make It Rain potential coming through here. The Bleak Wind Storm is going to connect first of all, just do a little bit of damage to both the opposing Pokemon and critically just lower the speed on that Golden Go. U-turn from the Incineroar, though, is going to be able to get the knockout. So really, Ogerpon, it was nice to see her, but it's been short-lived as the Incineroar is able to now switch out, give Alex a little bit of a shake-up in the board position and adjustment as we wait to see what this Golden Go is able to do.
Yeah, moving before the Golden Go as well, which I think is one of the trends we've actually seen in the format recently is like people running a ton of speed investment on the Incineroar. And, you know, Golden Go being bulky would not be super surprising, but I think now Golden Go is able to just get a huge either Make It Rain, which would bring Tornadus down to its sash, or it could even Nasty Plot. I think Make It Rain makes more sense here because you just, like, want to go all in on offense. And, yeah, Tornadus now brought down to 1 HP. I think Alex in a phenomenal position once again. It would have been really interesting to see how this game would have played out without the burn, I think, because, like, Ogerpon still took so much damage and was threatening, but it would have been able to threaten, right, like a Water Terra Ivy Cudgel. But in the current game state, I think Rillaboom is looking really scary. You pressure Grassy Glider, Fake Out into Tornadus. You could also just, like, protect Golden Go, Wood Hammer into Flutter Mane if that comes out. And so you can see Wolf debating who to bring out. I think Landorus makes more sense here. You get the Intimidate off into the Rillaboom, and then can threaten with Flying Terra Blast. But I think this has been such a treat to watch because we've seen the same leads all 3 times, but it's been a completely different, like, turn 1 all 3 times as well. And you can see how both players are trying to, like, get into each other's heads.
Yeah, definitely. The mind games are really prevalent, particularly when you come through into a game 3 situation, and you've seen adaptations throughout the match as well. You know, are you going to go with what won you your game, or are you going to throw complete caution to the winds? And Wolf constantly making these adaptations time and time again. Flutter Mane is now able to join in, but Alex has done the thing that we're seeing all the time from Incineroar and Rillaboom, constantly switching in. There's now fake up pressure on the board again, thanks to Rillaboom here, and Golden Go in prime position to get a knockout on the Tornadus and a significant amount of damage into the Flutter Mane with another Make It Rain. Even though it's dwindled in offensive capabilities, it's still going to be able to hit hard.
This is a huge turn, I think, right? Like, Wolf is playing pretty significantly from behind, and he chose to bring out Flutter Mane over Landorus, which means, like, he is, you know, you can see he's, like, thinking hard, right? Like, do I want to Moonblast the Golden Go? Do I want to switch into Landorus? Kind of the classic bait and switch. So the question is, yeah, do we see a potential Terra from the Golden Go? Alex could always just protect the Golden Go, Wood Hammer until a Flutter Mane. If that happens, I think Alex probably just wins the game. And so this in itself is a really big turn. If you're Alex, the other thing you might be scared of is eating up Bleak Wind Storm plus, you know, Fairy Terra Moonblast onto a Rillaboom. So yeah, Wolf's taking a pretty big risk here, going for Moonblast onto Golden Go. First of all, does Golden Go protect? And does Rillaboom Wood Hammer into the Flutter Mane?
Oh, well, Rillaboom goes for the Grassy Glide instead, so no Wood Hammer today. Instead, just getting a significant chunk onto the Landorus. Golden Go not going to be taking too much from the Moonblast there, but can retaliate with that Make It Rain. Flutter Mane able to hang on, though, thanks to the drops that it took from Make It Rain in the previous turn as well. That's something Golden Go does have detrimental to that incredibly powerful move.
Yeah, crucially there, Alex did not go for a Terra with Golden Go, and so Wolf was trying to predict the Terra. The Terra didn't come out, and I think now Alex should be in prime position to win this game because everything is one Grassy Glide away from getting knocked out. I think Landorus eating up so much that damage there is a disaster because it was kind of the primary win condition here in the end game, right? Like, if you get it out, it can Flying Terra and Terra Blast Rillaboom, but now it, like, Alex could always just Grassy Glide into that slot, right? And so this gives Alex such a huge advantage, and I love the decision to just attack here. No protects. Grassy Glide here knocks out the Flutter Mane, crits, but that definitely would have gotten it either way. So it means Landorus should get an attack off here, but with no Flying Terra Blast onto Rillaboom, yeah, I think it's just too hard to get around Rillaboom plus all the Pokemon in the back.
It'll take itself down as well, I think, right? With the Life Orb.
Oh, let's see. How low is it? It is, yeah.
Yeah, it's gone. Oh, poor Landorus, just having a difficult time out here. And I mean, Rillaboom is able to celebrate, and I think quite wisely done, because now the only Pokemon that's coming back in is this Tornadus on 1 HP, and as you've identified, Aaron, there's so much priority out there. You've got to contend with both this full HP Flutter Mane that we know also has good special defenses. It's just too much for the Tornadus, I believe.
And you can see Alex does reveal his final Pokemon, which is that Flutter Mane. And so I think he was prepared if we were in a similar situation to Game 2, right? Where I like the decision to go back to it over Dragonite. But this was a really, really fun set because it felt like both players, you could see the adjustments that they were trying to make. And in my head, I felt like Alex had the lead advantage all 3 games with Incineroar Golden Go. And it felt like Wolfe was kind of playing from behind and then like had to make the right play. But then Alex kind of just like made the perfect play, turn 1 all 3 games.
Yeah, I think particularly with this composition of the Tornadus, because I think in the past when it was like the Covert Cloak Tornadus that was running around everywhere, you didn't have that same fear going down into like a fake out Pokemon, for example. But at the same time, if you're running Covert Cloak, you're not running Focus Sash, the Make It Rain is going to be able to hit really hard and potentially put yourself into KO range. So it's kind of it's a difficult balance game to be able to come into here. And Alex was just able to adjust according to what Wolfe brought to this match so beautifully.
Yeah, I think one thing that was really tricky is if you are Wolfe, like, you could obviously just protect in front of the Golden Go, right, and see what it wants to do. But then there's always the threat of it like going for a nasty plot. And I think if Golden Go gets a +2, then it has the ability to just literally one-shot almost anything on Wolfe's team. Like, not having the resistances to make it rain, make it really scary. And the fact that Alex had double fake out pressure with Incineroar plus Rillaboom plus the Intimidate, there's a reason why Incineroar, Rillaboom, Golden Go were so good in previous VGC formats, right? And I think, like, I thought Alex's play was honestly just quite phenomenal, where, like, him getting turn 1 right all 3 games was super impressive. I think game 2, he had a huge lead, but it was like a combo of not having Flutter Mane in the back and then also switching in Dragonite on the Meteor Beam. So it shows that, like, with a team like that, your damage index is really heavily on a couple Pokemon, namely the Golden Go and, like, the Rillaboom. Dragonite could have been that damage dealer, but then, of course, wasn't able to actually do anything in that second game other than the extreme speed.
Yeah, and what I kind of liked as well is how the Incineroar made a mockery of that opposing Ogerpon as well, was able to do so much damage, get the burn, and then the KO with that U-turn. But in case you're just tuning in, our previous match was a best of 3 thriller. We had Alex versus Wolfey, and Alex was able to come out on top. So our next match will be able to be set up. This is between the two losers of their previous game. So it's a double elimination tournament, so you're not knocked out until you've taken your second loss. So Marco and Wolfey will now be battling out to stay in the tournament.
I feel like out of all modern day VGC players, like, this feels like a classic rivalry, specifically because, of course, like, the Wolfey Perish meme that Marco coined and then meeting in the regionals of Toronto, the finals of Toronto regionals, which was just about a year ago. But of course, like, truly like 2 of the biggest titans in the game, and always, a pleasure to see them go up against each other. And I think in VGC, it feels like there aren't really that many rivalries because there's just, like, so many players. But I think the combination of both of these players being, like, so elite and having fought against each other multiple times, including like a regionals finals, just makes it all the more exciting.
Yeah, it almost feels wild that we're watching Marco versus Wolfey without any Perish. It feels like the story hasn't quite got the update, but I know the trainers are getting ready, so we'll give them a little bit of time to set up and kick it to a really short break and come back with this match in 5 minutes.
Like you've said, is so well synergized with Wolfe, very well known for being a Perish trap user. However, taking a look at this matchup, I feel like it's a little bit risky to bring that combination in.
I am good. I woke up actually slightly feeling under the weather, so I've been hydrating up in between, but I feel like commentating good Pokemon is getting my energy right back up, and it's always great to see you.
Yeah, that's great. I think it was great to see me. It was also great for you to hear me. Now I think also the audience can hear me. Sorry about that. But yeah, I was just saying we're back with the Summit of Champions Winter Invitational, of course. And we could hear a little bit of foreshadowing there in the break music. Now having, Wolfe against Marco, a matchup that we are used to seeing from like regionals finals. We saw it at like EUIC very, very late in the tournament. It's a little bit different this time around because now this is already a match for elimination. And only one of them can stay alive in this tournament as both of them have lost their first round. So what does that tell us about the quality of this tournament?
It's so scary, yeah. I think, these like super small tournaments are really interesting, right? Because you get the chance to see just such high quality matches, but every match really does matter because you're only playing, I think 3-4 games total maybe. And so I'm particularly excited for this one because I think, Marco is using kind of like the classic balance that's really running around right now in this format. These Pokemon were very common with each other in the previous time we had this regulation as well. Often you would see like Landorus on the composition, but it's very, very good. We've got Marco using this like new super annoying Thunderous-esque Flutter Mane. And Wolfe is running kind of this Tornadus Tailwind hyper offense team. And I think it's actually has some Pokemon that match up really well into Marco's team, specifically like Glamora, as well as Landorus Therian. Both like are used in this format, but not like I think super high in terms of overall usage rates. And but I think like they're actually very well placed in the meta right now, given the prevalence of these balanced teams.
Yeah, I mean, you already mentioned it, so let's have a quick look at our players and their teams. It seemed like Glamora might have a good matchup into what Alex was bringing, but of course Golden Go was really, I think, one of the key annoying Pokemon there for Wolfe, who I think couldn't really execute his main strategy in that set against Alex. Now, though, looking at Marco's team, do you expect the Glamora to kind of make an even bigger impact than it did in the set against Alex?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because if you're Marco, your team indexes mainly on either like getting Fake Out plus a really good attack off. I mean, the Flutter Mane is actually really fascinating, especially because it's running Pain Split. That's like this new tech that feels like it's popped up. I didn't see it until like people mentioned it, I think either a week or 2 weeks ago. It's like, hey, some of these high level players on Showdown Ladder are using Pain Split Flutter Mane, but it's Taunt, T-Wave, Pain Split, and Moonblast, right? So it's like super bulky. And so normally like Flutter Mane just goes down very easily, but I wouldn't be surprised if it can survive an attack from most of the Pokemon from Wolfe's end. And so if you're able to survive even with just a slurp of HP and then get the Pain Split off, it can be really annoying to deal with. But Wolfe, of course, does have a ton of offense from his end. And of course, once again, the Glamora and Landorus, I think, are two key Pokemon to pay attention to in this matchup specifically.
Yeah, I think they really got to show that in the second game against Alex, where once Wolfe was able to position them next to each other due to their kind of unique offensive typing and the coverage that they have against these more balancy type Pokemon. It was just very, very strong, and Alex lost that game even though he was up, 4-2? I think this could be the goal also, again, for Wolfe to set up these offensive powerhouses, preferably in under Tailwind, though. Tornadus, on the other hand, I think is also a Pokemon that can do really well against balance. At least it kind of forces their hand, because if we have a look over on Marco's team, we will see that there are actually quite a lot of Pokemon that don't like going up against Tornadus, but equally there are a couple of Pokemon that do like going up against it. So I think Marco will probably be forced to maybe lead off with a Chien-Pao, maybe bring in the Raging Bolt just so that he has some tools against this Tornadus.
Yeah, definitely. I was thinking Raging Bolt was one of the main Pokemon to look out to if you're on Marco's end. Part of the reason for it is because, like, if it is able to get a Calm Mind off, that combination of Calm Mind plus Fairy Terra means that you actually can't do a ton of damage from Wolfe's end other than the Landorus, right? It's, of course, a +1 Sludge Bomb from a Glamora would also be able to deal decent damage, but Calm Mind plus the leftovers Raging Bolt was like the default set on Raging Bolt the previous time we played this format. I feel like recently, and Marcus, I'm curious if like this matches what you've seen. Like I've seen a lot of people actually move away from Calm Mind and use Assault Vest, but there's a reason why Calm Mind was so good when we had this format the first time around.
Yeah, I actually used the Calm Mind variant in the last Victory Road tour, and was like, it was the first time that I think I brought it to a tournament, and I was like really just surprised, like by how good it was, even when your opponent had a plan. And I think like every one of my matches, it felt like, okay, my opponent was ready to take on this team, but the team is just so strong that even if your opponent has a plan, like you can still, play for a win, like out of most positions. I think Assault West, maybe against Wolf's team in particular, maybe Assault West would match up a little bit better into it actually, because Wolf's team is built in a way that it doesn't really give you the time to set up a couple of call mines. We talked about the Qian Pao. I think the Fluttermane, though, over on Marco's side, maybe that's the one Pokemon where I would be like surprised if it was like the focus of his game plan.
All right, we're going to get started here, and it's going to be Chien-Pao Urshifu from Marco's end against the Landorus plus the Water Ogerpon. So, of course, getting an Intimidate off to start the game, always quite nice. Having your Water Ogerpon out against Urshifu, also quite nice because it just threatens redirecting the Surging Strikes away. Marco getting an Intimidate off, I think, also quite a big deal onto the Chien-Pao because it means that you don't have to be as worried, of course, of its Ice-type attacks. I think the key thing here is that Ogerpon is quite nicely positioned, right? Like, usually Wolf considering switching out and then just going for damage here onto Chien-Pao, saying, I've intimidated both of you. The best you could do to damage Ogerpon would be like a close combat plus an Ice Cold Crash, but with Intimidate, not sure that even gets the knockout. And so Marco recognizing, hey, you already intimidated me. Chien-Pao's not doing too much here because you can redirect me away. Let me bring out my own Intimidate.
Yeah, what is quite interesting about the setup from Wolf is the fact that there is no Tornadus after all. I mean, I talked quite a bit about it in team preview, but it's one of those Pokemon that is really forcing out your opponent to kind of react to it in certain ways just because of how much impact it can have on the battle, both with Tailwind but then also with Bleak Wind Storms. Marco kind of feeling forced, I guess, to lead off with his Chien-Pao, but both players managing to kind of reposition from there. But I really like the switch in from Wolf because Fluttermane is a perfect Pokemon to have now on the field against this Urshifu and Incineroar.
Yeah, and I think the main thing here is that Marco is just generally at a speed disadvantage throughout the course of this set, and Water Ogerpon is like awesome both as a redirector as well as a potential damage dealer. And so, like you said, Fluttermane so well positioned right now, right? There's not much that can help get around the just power of its Moonblast here. And so Glimmora now switching in as well. Marco recycling, trying to, pivot out Incineroar immediately. Doesn't want to eat up an attack from Landorus. Ends up being Rillaboom switching in here. But feels like Wolf is just constantly applying offensive pressure, and like Marco's trying to react to it.
Yeah, now the question is, of course, did Marco kind of call the bluff here? And is he going to attack, even though there was a threat of a follow me coming in from this Ogerpon? Wolf decided to not go for it, but instead try to advance his positioning further by switching in Glimmora. Instead, it's just going to be Moonblast, but perfect Terrestrialization into Steel.
Oh my gosh. That was, an insanely risky turn from Marco's end, like you said, because just the threat from Wolf's end. But the Steel Terra also showing like why you want to consider using Steel Terra in this format, right? Being able to survive that Moonblast comfortably. Of course, people sometimes like use a more offensive Terra like Water or Stellar, which would not really help against like a potential Fairy Terra specs Moonblast there. But it is the perfect turn for Marco there, as now you've also pivoted Rillaboom, so you have Fake Out Pressure once more. But great call there. And to get the knockout onto Fluttermane, I think is a huge deal here.
Yeah, amazing call there by Marco, and at the highest level, it will come down to calls like that, going for Surging Strikes, even though you're facing down a Ogerpon Wellspring. And, I mean, it isn't over. Now that Urshifu has Terrestrialized into Steel, of course, it will be weak to Earth Power coming out from Glimmora, but yeah, definitely a huge win there for Marco in this previous turn, and yeah, Wolf already has to kind of scramble a little bit, because Fluttermane, it was in such a dominant position, but now Wolf didn't capitalize at all, lost Fluttermane for almost nothing, and yeah, Urshifu, supported by Fake Out, can go for just another hit now.
And it's just Fake Out, no Terra here. Surging Strikes into the Glimmora, outspeeding Glimmora as well. I mean, it's an amazing turn for Marco, right? Like, you're able to just get a knockout here. I think you can see Wolfe was considering going for the Dragon Terra with Glimmora. The problem there is if you end up Dragon Terraing, you become weak to the Chen Pao in the back, right? And then so Chen Pao being able to Icicle Crush a Dragon Terra Glimmora as well as a Landorus is so threatening. But Marco's Urshifu has been insane this game, right? It's gotten basically a one-hit knockout, right? 2/3-hit knockout technically onto both the Flutter Mane and the Glimmora. And it feels like Marco is just in such good control of this game right now.
Yeah, and I mean, at the same time, like, this kind of game shows why, like, Urshifu is still so dominant despite Pokemon like Ogerpon Wellspring being around. Just because of, like, positioning Fake Out next to it, using the kind of the pressure, understanding where the pressure lies, and then going for some reads like Marco did, really showing that, Urshifu can come out on top over Pokemon like Ogerpon Wellspring. And at the same time, it kind of also shows that you have to use Pokemon like Ogerpon Wellspring because of how strong Urshifu is. Now, with the Toxic Debris, I mean, one small win for Wolfe, there are Toxic Spikes up, so...
Ooh.
There's a little bit of damage coming into this Incineroar for sure, but what a play there now coming out from Wolfe.
Yeah, I was going to say, I reacted that way because we saw the Ivy Cudgel stomping lock-in into the, what was the Rillaboom slot, so perfectly predicting this turn specifically, right? And so Marco gets the Intimidate off, but, Incineroar does manage to hang on with just a sliver. A knockout there would have been huge. Like, now you have to deal with either Fake Out or Incineroar even cycling out and back in for another Intimidate. Yeah,
and maybe it's one of those kind of turns where even like the worst case scenario, which is kind of what we saw here for Marco, getting hard red with Ivy Cudgel and Stomping, like even then, it's like still okay because you can go for Fake Out and another Surging Strikes the following turn.
So the flinch comes out. Stomping, outspeeding Urshifu. Does this get the knockout with the Intimidate? It does not. So like you said then, Marcus, I think it was actually, super safe play given that you were going to survive that as long as you guarantee that Intimidate. This Urshifu has literally knocked out every single Pokemon so far on Wolfe's end.
Well, it's going to be tough to knock out the Ogerpon, but I guess, well, it could still happen. Really fantastic game.
If you told me coming into this game that Ogerpon would be out on the field or it would be brought into a battle, but Urshifu was still going to get a knockout onto everything with Surging Strikes, I would have been like, that's crazy, but somehow Marco had pulled it off.
Yeah, somehow here we are, and now, now can switch into Rillaboom probably, go for some more attacks with Fake Out and Close Combat, and then, the game is going to be over, and wow, just like that, Marco turning the game around. We were saying, mainly I was saying, with the Flutter Mane and Ogerpon, a really, really powerful spot there for Wolfe, but Marco with the Terra Steel read, and it's going to be the same Urshifu that has inflicted so much damage on Wolfe that will go on with another Close Combat, and just one more turn, and this battle should be over.
I think it goes to show why Fake Out's so good next to Urshifu, right? It's like, hey, I get to flinch your Ogerpon guaranteed, which means then you can't follow me, and then you can't protect in front of Urshifu. So then as long as I make sure Ogerpon doesn't get the follow me off, then I can just Surging Strikes whatever is next to it, right? And so I think Wolfe has some potential counterplay in the defensive Terra, in like Glimmora, for example, with Dragon. So I think that could have been a key Terra in this game because we didn't end up really seeing a Terra come out. Ivy Cudgel ends up getting, knocking out the Urshifu, but Urshifu's really done its damage. And to me, the key turn was when the Flutter Mane just went down to a Surging Strikes immediately. Because I also think like Chen Pao is a pretty good late game win con from Marco's end. Flutter Mane at least like threatens it for damage. But with Flutter Mane going down, the Chen Pao then just like outpaces everything on Wolfe's end for sure. And which I think is really scary, especially with no Tailwind support from Tornadus.
Yeah, and just like that, Marco takes home game one. Now, of course, the question we love to ask after a game like this, after game one, is, of course, what can Wolfey do? Maybe the Tornadus, could that be the kind of approach? Or is it just about maybe making, just landing the calls a little bit better against the Urshifu? What do you think?
Feels like a mix of both. Like I feel like the Ogerpon should make it like you have pretty good protection into the Urshifu. But yeah, I think like Marco just made one really incredible play and then just like gained so much momentum from it. I also was thinking like, Terra wasn't super relevant for Wolfe from that previous game, so good defensive Terra could play a big role. If you're able to bait out the Steel Terra from Urshifu, then of course it is weak to some attacks like Landorus's ground type attacks, as well as the Urshifu from Wolfe's end as well, and even Earth Power from Glimmora. And so, I think it's like you got to just have Ogerpon out on the field at the right time, and then maybe just leading into playing safe with it a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. But yeah, playing safe is of course so much easier said than done, especially against a player like Marco, who has shown us now that he is willing to go for those hard reads. And yeah, even though Wolfe kind of could answer or could reply with a hard read of himself, going for that double target there, getting that correct, but then not getting the KO, that must really feel bad for Wolfe in that second game. And I'm sure that he'll do anything he can to come back into the series in that second game.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things is the lack of Flutter Mane and Raging Bolt. Like, we had talked about both of those a good bit before the game, but in the end, it's the classic instant Rilla Ursh +1, the one, of course, being the Chien-Pao. And so I think, like, fundamentally, if you go with those four, it's, first of all physical attackers, right? And second of all, like, you do have to face the threat of Ogerpon. And so, like, for Urshifu to have done as much as it did, honestly, was really impressive in that previous one. And I'm also curious, if you're Marco, like, do you think you can get away with this once again, right? Because, like, Wolfe's probably like, I'm not going to let you just sweep me with your Urshifu once again. And I was thinking, like, Raging Bolt could be a decent bring into this one. One of the questions I have is, if you're Wolfe, do you consider bringing your Urshifu to threaten close combat onto a Steel Terra Water Urshifu from Marco's end?
Yeah, I mean, it is really a very, very old tale as well in VGC at the highest level. Well, are you going to kind of go for the adaptation to kind of beat what your opponent has just shown you, or are you going to kind of expect and adapt and kind of make a read as to what your opponent could bring and then counter that? And I think, like, bringing out the Raging Bolt would definitely feel like that a little bit, just because of you don't want to bring Raging Bolt into like a Landorus, into Flutter Mane. Even Glimmora, of course, with the toxic debris can be a little bit painful for Raging Bolt. So yeah, it would be a really, really hard commit, and I'm not sure if Marco would have to go for something like that, just based on how well the game one kind of went for him. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the same kind of Chien-Pao and Urshifu-centric game plan with a double fake out from Marco.
Yeah, definitely. I think the other question then I have is, can you get around fake out and surging strikes, right? I think part of the problem for Wolfe in that previous game was that everything was getting one shot by surging strikes, and that feels really tough, right? Because it means that you just don't have a safe play around fake out plus surging. It's kind of tough because, like, looking at the Terras that Wolfe has on his team, it's Fairy Terra Flutter Mane, so you're still falling to surging there. Flying Terra Landorus allows you to survive, as does Dragon Terra on Glimmora, right? So
yeah,
to me, it's like, if you have Water Ogerpon plus either Glimmora or Landorus out, then the combination of those means even if one of them is getting, or the Ogerpon's getting hit by fake out, you can at least, like, Dragon Terra Glimmora or Flying Terra Landorus, and then be able to survive the surging strikes and retaliate back. The question then is that trade-off worth it, right? Because if you commit Terra to those, it means that the Chien-Pao is really happy, because it's like, hey, you've either committed Terra to Glimmora, and now it's weak to ice, or Landorus is always going to be weak to ice regardless, so it means you can't defensively Terra anything else, right? And so to me, it's like, it felt like Wolfe was trying to figure out when to Terra in that previous game, never really had a good opportunity to, and part of it is probably the fear of, hey, if I go for a Terra now, it doesn't work out this turn, I might actually lose a lot to Chien-Pao in the late game.
Yeah, but now it is time. Wolfe, they're fighting his elimination of the tournament, has to win this game and the next to stay alive in the Winter Invitational, and will bring out the same lead once more. The Ogerpon and the Landorus, maybe kind of expecting another Chien-Pao lead, because I think the lead was actually quite fine for Wolfe. But it's Marco who makes an adaptation here and brings in Incineroar right away, and I like this quite a lot for Marco already.
Yeah, it's interesting because you can see what Wolfe's opting for. He's going to switch out. He's going to go for Flying Terra. He's going to Terra Blast Urshifu. If you are Marco, like, you could, of course, go for fake out onto either slot. You could fake out into the Ogerpon, Steel Terra your Urshifu, get a Surging Strikes off into Landorus. I think if you're Wolfe, you're actually probably okay with that overall, but it's actually going to be Incineroar pivoting out here. So does Urshifu just go for a Protect this time around? Rillaboom able to pivot in. Now pressures with fake out once again. The subsequent turn, we already know it's going to be Terra Blast into Urshifu. So does Urshifu end up going for a Terra or a Protect?
Yeah, Marco, they're also going for the same kind of high-level play, switching out the active Fake Out into another active Fake Out, so he has it active for the next turn. But this, of course, gives Wolfe a great opportunity to go on the offensive with this Terra Blast. However, it seems like that is going to be blocked once more by the Terra Steel over on Marco's side.
So I think overall, this is a great turn for Marco, right? You end up baiting out the Terra from Landorus. And this is what I was saying, right? Like, at least this allows you to survive for a turn. But now now, like, the combination of Chien-Pao plus Urshifu, I think, is looking really, really scary here. That Terra Blast barely dents Urshifu there, even with the Life Orb. And now it's just a Surging Strikes in return. And I'm honestly curious, like, this might just put Landorus in, like, a Fake-Out KO range the subsequent turn. And if so, you just threaten Fake-Out plus Surging Strikes. And, 1 HP.
Yeah, the 1 HP is gonna help. But yeah, as you said, there's a couple of priority on the board right now for Marco as well. The Aqua Jet, which would go through a Protect, and then also, of course, Grassy Glide to hit anything that could come in. And yeah, this is looking pretty tough once more. I mean, this time the read, or I guess it's a similar read like in the first game, going for this Terra Steel on the Urshifu, and it's just exploiting this weakness over on Wolfey's team that, yeah, Urshifu paired up with Fake Out is just really, really problematic if you only have this one resistance to, or immunity even, to water type attacks, but everything else on your team cannot take Surging Strikes.
And it's actually just the Aqua Jet there, so I think Wolfe was hoping for, hey, you want to Surging Strikes into my Glimmora, and so ends up bringing out the Ogerpon trying to soak up that Surging Strikes, but Marco calls it, guarantees the knockout there onto the Landers, and ends up just being a Wood Hammer here as well. That's so much damage into the Ogerpon, almost just gets the one-hit knockout. It feels like Marco is just really taking full command of this game, and some really, really great calls, not getting baited into the potential Ogerpon switch in there.
Yeah, that was a big play there, and just like that, it's gonna be, I mean, it's gonna be tough here to come up with a way to even bring this back from this range, just because yeah, Ogerpon now being under threat of a Grassy Glide potentially. Urshifu, I mean, you could opt into these potential speed tie, and I guess seeing that there's a Mystic Water over on Marco's side, you can maybe expect your Urshifu to be faster.
Yeah.
So maybe that's kind of the way to go then.
So let's see, I was going to say, this is a big turn because Wolfe did bring the Urshifu, does manage to move first with it, so you do get a big knockout with that close combat. The question is it enough, right? Like, I think if you're Wolfe, you kind of have to go for the follow me close combat play. Marco can respond here, get a knockout onto the Ogerpon, and suddenly Wolfe is stuck with an Urshifu that can't Terra in the remainder of this game, and it's also dropped its defense, right? And so Ogerpon ends up fainting here. And this is what I was saying earlier coming into this game, where it's like, who do you end up terroring? Because by Kevin committed the Flying Terra to Landorus, now it's like there's no defensive Terras really available.
Yep.
Chien-Pao is looking really scary to me, right? Because it just kind of guarantees knockouts here. Granted, it has the Connect, and I think we actually saw some misses with it earlier, but it does also have Sacred Sword, so it's a way to hit with accuracy. And it indeed is going to be Chien-Pao coming out here. And now I think it's just such a big offensive threat since this is Choice Band Urshifu, can't commit to Sucker Punch. Chien-Pao, yeah, just, you know, you can probably just like Grassy Glide, Sacred Sword, double up onto the Urshifu if you, and get that knockout.
Yeah, great call, and that is, I think, exactly what we will see. It just goes to show really how Wolfe's team is kind of designed to just really operate under Tailwind. And yeah, if you cannot get that Tailwind up, again, Tornado is not being brought to this battle at all. And then, yeah, you just lack the speed against this team from Marco that just forgoes speed control entirely because of how many great ways you have with priority moves. With Fake Out, of course, also buying you extra turns, but then, as we just saw, the Grassy Glide taking a couple of crucial KOs here. And yeah, just like that, it seems like Marco will knock out Wolfe and eliminate our first player from this tournament.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, Glimmora at least manages to go for the Protect, right? And so with the Spiky Shield, you actually do end up eating recoil damage with both. It does break the Chien-Pao's Focus Sash. You can see Marco just going for Sacred Sword there. I mean, if Glimmora gets a double here, is there any chance?
Nah.
I
mean, I mean, you can, like, what is more likely? Your opponent messing up or Icicle Crash just missing? I mean, of course, yeah, we shouldn't call that it's over until it is actually over. So, yeah, maybe there still is a way for Wolfe to come back into this.
It is, of course, very tricky, though, with 3 Pokemon still on Marco's end. But
yeah,
going for the Spiky Shield the previous turn, I think, yeah, definitely the right call. And Marco actually ends up going for Sacred Sword.
Yep.
Not wanting to miss. Glimmora does manage to tank that decently well. It's not going to be a 2-hit knockout onto it. And it is going to get the knockout onto the Rillaboom. Okay.
Yeah, I think the toxic spikes just being set up just a little bit too late. Now, there are some teams that really try to use Glimmora to set up toxic spikes, which also, I mean, if you look at Marco's team, like, there's nothing on his team that can absorb them. And, yeah, it's just, yeah, really, really painful for a balanced player to have these toxic spikes on your field. However, in this particular team that Wolfe is bringing, the Glimmora is actually more used, I would say, for the special damage and just for the unique coverage that it adds to this team. So yeah, it's a little late for the toxic spikes to show up on the battlefield. But hey, I mean, if you get however many protects you need now for this Incineroar to be knocked out from the poison, then maybe you can win the 1v1.
Yeah, the tough thing here is, like, yeah, Marco can just go for Fake Out Sacred Sword, and the Glimmora can only knock out one of the two Pokemon, so you can either knock out the Chien-Pao, which you kind of have to, because if you don't knock it out, two Sacred Swords will KO you. If you target the Incineroar, well, then the Chien-Pao will be able to Sacred Sword you. But, I mean, the chip damage is slowly starting to add up with Spiky Shield, so, like, I just, like, still is probably not enough here because the Pokemon are relatively healthy.
Yeah, I'm saying...
This next turn, right, Glimmora gets to threaten 1 KO.
No, I'm saying you keep clicking Protect until Incineroar is knocked out by Poison, and then it's a 1v1. Yeah.
Yes, agreed. I think that's, like, the only approach, it feels like. Like, if you attack here, you just lose, right?
Yeah. Unless Marco can be kind of baited into clicking Icicle Crash, and that's like the kind of the thing.
Yes.
Like, what is more likely? Getting however many protects, and I guess, yeah, that's what Wolfe was going for, hoping for like a, I don't know, protect misplay, and is going for the Meteor Beam. However, yeah, Chien-Pao attacked, and so this plan fails, unfortunately, for Wolfe, and Incineroar will get the knockout here. And yeah, that should be the game, unless Marco decided to go for a parting shot. Let's see.
That would actually allow him to, yeah, just instantly, of course, lose the game, but it is knockoff going into Glimmora. I think if you're Marco, it's very safe to play the end game the way he did. He's like, look, like, I don't need to risk missing, and even though Sacred Sword is a 3-hit knockout into Glimmora, like, Glimmora is not going to be able to deal with all of my Pokemon. If it were faster than Chien-Pao, maybe it could have been a little bit more interesting, but of course it's not going to be. And so, yeah, really, really great play by Marco here. And it felt like the Steel Terra Urshifu was like the key defining factor in this, just being able to soak up what should be super effective attacks and then retaliate back with such huge surging strikes. Like, even if it wasn't getting the knockout onto Landorus, it was still doing so much damage.
Yeah, so much damage indeed. And I think just really, really exploiting this weakness on Wolfe's team, who I think after this definitely is going back to the drawing board a little bit with this team, and yeah, has to come up with, I think, a better way to handle especially this bulky Terra Steel Urshifu when paired up with dual Fake Out, because yeah, that was just so difficult for him to deal with. And then also, of course, Marco just showing how perfectly he was able to exploit this weakness and navigating this to knock out Wolfe from the tournament, and Marco will stay alive here.
Yeah, once again, I felt like the call with the Urshifu with the surging strikes in that first game, just knocking off Fluttermane, was like the defining turn of the set for me. Just really, really impressively done. And it just goes to show how powerful this Mystic Water Urshifu is, right? I think we're sometimes used to seeing Choice Scarf Urshifu, or also, of course, like a Water Terra Urshifu. But Mystic Water plus the double Fake Out plus the Steel Terra is nice, because in my head, like, this Urshifu is probably a little bit bulkier. Be really curious on like what its EV spread is, but being able to be bulky means that you don't have to invest as much in attack and speed, right? And so like the Urshifu, even without something like a Water Terror, with Mystic Water alone, is like strong enough to get the knockouts with surging strikes. And then with the double Fake Out, like just one bad turn into Urshifu means it can get a one-hit knockout potentially onto something. And so, I mean, like you talked about, Marcus, like there's a reason why Urshifu has been such a good Pokemon, and Marco made it look amazing in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little bit sad that we didn't get to see the Terra Dragon to come into more effect, because that, I think, could have been a cool way. But yeah, with the Chien-Pao, just the perfect partner for Urshifu all around. And like that, Marco will advance over Wolfe and yeah, will make it into the next round. Next up, we have PokeAlex against Kinugawa in the winners finals. So yeah, we will once again kick it to a 5-minute break, but then we will be back with some more VGC action. All right, and once more, we're back. It is the Summit of Champions Winter Invitational, and I think we're at the halfway mark. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. We've got 3 more matches coming up. We've already had 3, so yeah, your maths is mathin', Marcus.
Thank you, Lou. And yeah, I mean, we can say this, I guess, about every encounter, but yeah, the quality that we've seen already from our players has been superb, and it is just going to continue from here on out. Of course, with Kinugawa and Alex both winning our first round 1 matches, and now they will go up against each other for a spot in the grand final.
Yeah, it's the type of tournament where every single match is almost one that I wish we could replay and kind of go frame by frame and really analyze, you know, who had the best advantage in this turn and then who manipulated a position that gained momentum in the next turn. And I'm sure that's what we're going to continue to see from such veterans of the competition. But our next matches of our 2 undefeated trainers so far, both of them in our kind of winners side of the bracket, as it were. And one of them is going to, you know, continue that undefeated reign and go into our grand finals. And one's going to have to drop down and face against Marco in order to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, we have seen both these players already, and we have seen their teams already. Of course, if you want to have a closer look again on their team sheets, maybe also while the games are going on, then hop over on our bracket on Limitless. The link will be in the Twitch chat, and there you can see all 4 teams of our players. Maybe if you want to try them out again after the tournament. But then also, just as a quick reminder, let's have a quick look again on Yuma, Kinugawa's team. It is this Iron Bundle and Thunderous combination that we have seen to good success in the first set, I would say, against Marco. Anything else jumping out to you there, Lou?
Well, for me, it was the Thunderous, as you kind of said, you know, going for that Thunder Wave onto the Rillaboom of Marco that was just so detrimental to his position, was a really nice play by Kinugawa. Again, the Landorus was in a phenomenal position, constantly supported by Incineroar and Rillaboom that just rotated into support with Fake Out time and time again. And I think that's something that you have to watch out for if you're Alex, because Alex, again, a trainer who's also well-versed in switching Incineroar and Rillabooms in and rotating them through, you're going to have to come up against an expert in Kinugawa's strategy here. And Iron Bundle, Marcus, I want to see it. I really, really want to see it, and I do think it has some utility in this matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I think with Freeze Dry, if we have a look over on Alex's team, I mean, there are a couple of great targets for that move, right? I mean, we have the Dragonite for the 4-time super effective, of course, a little bit lowered by the multi-scalability, but then also you get to hit Rillaboom, which, does have that clear amulet, so no Assault Vest over on Rillaboom to kind of boost itself up against those freeze dries, and then, of course, also Urshifu Rapid Strike could be another great target.
Yeah, I think so. Like, you've got a lot of Pokemon you can hit for great damage with that Freeze Dry. Icy Wind, to be able to have a little bit of speed control, I think could be really beneficial. But Alex has a lot of phenomenal cards here as well. You know, the Urshifu, as long as it can avoid taking that damage from the Iron Bundle we've mentioned, the fact that it's got that Choice Band, the Surging Strikes can hit really hard into, you know, the Landorus, the Incineroar on the opposing side, as well as, you know, just having that close combat to deal with Iron Bundle. Incineroar, there's just so many options it's got the utility to deal with. And I want to be able to see damage coming through on the board, whether it's also from the Golden Go with that Life Orb, being able to hit both opposing Pokemon with a devastating Make It Rain would be incredible to see. I really want to see like full offense coming out in this match.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say it another other way. I am excited to see who of our players will make it to the grand finals. I don't know if both of them have played against each other before. I think that's also, one of the beautiful things that we get to do with these tournaments, just to see, how things will play out if we match them up against each other. But with that, I think we are ready. Let's see if our players are ready, and I think they are jumping into team preview right now, so that gives us a couple more seconds to dissect this matchup further if we want to.
Yeah, but I think as well, like you kind of said, these trainers don't necessarily get to battle against each other, but now they have the opportunity to do. And these are 4 trainers that you don't want on your team sheet. Like, sorry, like your, what's it called? When you get paired up, you don't want to see them on the pairing.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the match slip, that's it. And now these trainers, you know, whoever comes victorious in this Winter Invitational is going to be kind of the next level up. One trainer that you definitely don't want to see because, oh, they were able to beat this trainer and this trainer and this trainer. And these are the teams that they're opting to bring. And again, these teams, there's nothing too wild out there. A lot of these Pokemon we're very familiar with, particularly in this regulation, whether they're being brought back from previous kind of versions of the format or, you know, there's a few tweaks here and there with a few moves, but there's a lot I think that people can learn from by looking at these teams.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, I think also quite a few unique Pokemon that only made it on one of our trainers' teams, like that Dragonite, like Iron Bundle or Thundurus. And yeah, I think there's quite a bit to take away. I think one thing to take away could also be the fact that this combination of Urshifu, Incineroar, and Rillaboom is just very, very strong. Once again, both players will be using that. It is just, one of the strongest trios we've ever seen in competitive play. I think these matchups in particular, they usually tend to not revolve around this core. And instead, some of the other Pokemon, might come in to kind of steal the show just because of, how good Rillaboom matches up into Urshifu. And also Urshifu against Urshifu is a little bit awkward. I think we might see Pokemon like this Iron Bundle from Kinugawa shine in this matchup.
Well, we're jumping into the match, so let's kick it off. Urshifu, a piece, it looks like, for both Kinugawa and Alex, but we've got a Rillaboom sent out and a Thundurus. So Thundurus could be trying to get, you know, that Thunder Wave down onto the Rillaboom once again.
Yeah, I mean, that has worked so well in the match against Marco. Why not just go for a similar plan this time around? Let's see if this time, once again, with all the fake out pressure that both of these teams can exert, the first couple of turns are going to be really just crucial to seeing who can utilize that pressure best. Seems like Kinugawa already making a nice switch in there, bringing in Rillaboom to soak up this fake out and Surging Strikes combination. And we know from the team preview, but we also know from the first match that this Urshifu of Kinugawa actually has U-turn. So, wow, this Choice Band Surging Strikes does a ton of damage, but now with the U-turn, also Kinugawa is able to inflict quite a bit of damage to Rillaboom and reposition his board a bit.
Yeah, both trainers, you know, getting sizable amounts of damage off there. The Rillaboom, yes, it was able to come in and eat up those attacks, but it still took a huge amount of damage for its troubles. It's definitely a lot more vulnerable now than when it came in. But critically, this pivot with the U-turn gets significant damage onto the Rillaboom, but now allows you the opportunity to maybe you could bring that Thundurus back in, you could bring in something like the Iron Bundle, but you have to contend with the fact that the fake out is now back on the field for Alex.
Fake out is active now for Kinugawa.
Kinugawa,
he switched in the Rillaboom.
Too many Rillabooms, Marcus. Too many Rillabooms.
Yeah, no worries. But I'm afraid. I think what Alex was able to accomplish with his fake out might just be a little bit stronger than what Kinugawa can do now. Because Thundurus joins the field, and even though it could go for like a Wild Bolt Storm, for example, or just a Thunder Wave. I mean, just like a Protect from Alex's Urshifu and then a switching in Rillaboom into Incineroar, that would kind of like soak up all the attacks that Kinugawa can throw out here. So, I think this defensive play by Alex looks pretty appealing, as long as Incineroar is waiting in the back there for him. But maybe Kinugawa once more, as he's shown previously, will try to also make a read on a turn like this to get something going, because right now he doesn't really have a lot of offensive pressure on this field.
Well, one way to get offensive pressure, we love that Golden Go in play. The fake out from one Rillaboom went down into the opposing one there, so not going to be able to utilize too much damage coming out on the board for Alex's side. It was really about repositioning up that Golden Go, and now you get that little bit of residual recovery as well. That's one thing Grassy Terrain's been so dominant in, I think, throughout this entire Invitational, is not only boosting up those grass type attacks, but giving that Pokemon a little bit more longevity in the game.
Yeah, I think we might have seen a double Wild Bolt Stormus there, by the way. That is really unfortunate then for Kinugawa. Because not hitting the Golden Go on the switch in, that would have been nice, and then also just dealing a little bit of chip damage to the Rillaboom definitely would have helped, but that is not great. And now with this Golden Go being revealed for Alex, I think, yeah, it's another Pokemon that has ways around Thundurus, which now goes for the Thunder Wave, but thanks to Godo's Gold, of course, cannot go after the Golden Go, instead hitting Rillaboom.
Yeah, back to the drawing board, I think, for this Thundurus. Goes for what it knows it can connect with that Thunder Wave here. Godo's Gold, Golden Go is going to be able to go for that Make It Rain. It does get the knockout on that Rillaboom. It has finally been felled and does get a significant amount into that Thundurus. It can celebrate a little bit here, but obviously it has to still watch out for the fact that special attack is being dropped. Maybe if you're Alex, you want to find a way to pivot it out, reset that coming back into the match.
Yeah, and now we get to see Kinugawa's team. There are no more fake outers active for him. Rillaboom is knocked out. Incineroar was not brought to the battle, but we see that Iron Bundle that you were hoping for.
Yes.
Now, what is the best way to approach this Golden Go, since, yeah, still has Terra Flying as an option. But, yeah, going for a Wild Bolt Storm and Surging Strikes combo could be enough for the knockout on Golden Go, certainly. You would have to worry about this Rillaboom, though. But yeah, it's another one of those positions, these Rillabooms these days, without U-turn. Sometimes they're just stuck on the field, and you just don't want to switch them out. You just want them to go down. Yeah, let's see if Kinugawa will do Alex this favor and knock out Rillaboom. Or, yeah, if he will just let it be on the field, which I think might be the smart choice here in this positioning.
Yeah, I would leave the Rillaboom on the field because you want that Iron Bundle to come in nice and safe from the Golden Go. It doesn't want to have to take a Make It Rain, for example, so trying to find a way maybe to break through that Golden Go will allow Iron Bundle to shine a little bit more later on. And as you mentioned, Rillaboom isn't doing too much damage, particularly if you're going to throw a Terrestrialization out there on that Urshifu. It can drop its water typing. It doesn't have to worry about a potential priority Grassy Glide coming through either. This time, however, the Wild Bolt Storm does connect, Marcus. We're able to see that whole animation in its full glory, but not able to get any knockouts here. The Shadow Ball just chipping away. It's had a special attack dwindle by that Make It Rain. It is going to be affecting that Thundurus, that Golden Go's potential into that Thundurus, and the critical hits come through. This is what I wanted to see. Iron Bundle is going to be happier. Golden Go has gone down. I think this is a really great opportunity here for Kinugawa.
Yeah, going for that Wild Bolt Storm and going for that trade here, I think, makes a lot of sense there. But now, I guess the question would be, okay, as, yeah, the Rillaboom gets to move and gets to knock out Thundurus here, yeah, we're approaching the end game of this battle, and Kinugawa now has committed the Terra Steel. Though Alex kind of saw right through that, not going after Urshifu at all, and making use of that paralyzed Rillaboom even when at low HP, because, yeah, once again, Woodhammer is just so powerful when boosted up by the grassy terrain and when there's no Incineroar around, like in this game for Kinugawa.
Yeah, you can't count it out, definitely, particularly as it's got the high horsepower still as well. That's something that can be threatening into that Urshifu now that it's got the steel typing. So there's definitely a few options Rillaboom has. It just has to find a way to continually break through that paralysis, and it is on limited HP at the moment, so the fact that it's going to be nice and slow with the paralysis is going to put it into a vulnerable spot. And now with the Iron Bundle being forced out into the field, Iron Bundle's kind of got a pick of choices here. It can go for either target and deal super effective damage.
Yeah, Freeze Dry is a great offensive move, and would certainly knock out Rillaboom here in this spot. But yeah, with this Terra Steel, Urshifu over on Kinugawa's side is weak now to close combat, of course, and also no longer resists the Surging Strikes. However, I guess at this point, Urshifu over on Alex's side with the Choice Band probably is content to just go for the close combat, since, yeah, that would hit both Urshifu and Iron Bundle for super effective damage. And yeah, I think Icy Wind is still in the picture, but then if you go for, let's say, Icy Wind and an attack into Urshifu, you don't have close combat, so it has to be Surging Strikes. We already know that will likely, not KO, but it seems like this read is paying off. Kinugawa expecting this Terra Ghost so that Urshifu can avoid being hit by super effective hits from the Freeze Dry. But no, Kinugawa has different plans. Let's see if this Icy Wind and Surging Strikes combination can knock out Urshifu.
Yeah, Iron Bundle doing me proud right now. Is able to take that Grassy Glide, gets the Icy Wind off, that enables the Urshifu next to it to guarantee that speed advantage into the opposing Urshifu. It's going not for... Oh, it doesn't get it. It doesn't get it, Marcus. It goes for those Surging Strikes, does get all 3 critical hits, of course, but is not able to get the KO. And the close combat in retaliation... Oh, that's so unfortunate for Kinugawa.
Yeah, absolutely brutal there. Had the right play, but I guess then at the end of the day, if Alex knew this calculation, then you can also always say, well, it's always a safe play for Alex. If he knows that he can take this Icy Wind plus Surging Strikes, then this is always the correct play for Alex. But yeah, had Surging Strikes just done a little bit more damage, or the Icy Wind, then this game could have completely flipped. But now we'll see Alex just swap out the Rillaboom to reset Grassy Terrain later for Grassy Glide, and then also bring in Flutter Mane. This just confirms that, yep, this is what Alex needs to close out this battle against the lone Iron Bundle, which will get the knockout on Urshifu here, but yeah, in this 2v1, yeah, will not have enough to knock out both Flutter Mane and Rillaboom.
Yeah, that's the thing. Rillaboom coming back in, as you've said, setting that terrain to enable the priority to come back to Grassy Glide. Of course, it is still paralyzed, so possibly isn't going to be able to get that attack off. And if you are the Iron Bundle, you have at least connected the Icy Wind onto the opposing Flutter Mane, so it is going to be a little bit slower, but I don't think, knowing the special defensive bulk potential that Flutter Mane can have, that it's going to drop to a freeze dry.
Okay, so you gotta, I mean, you can't protect this turn, but I guess you need a paralysis anyway. Okay, there it is. And now you need a freeze-dry freeze on the Flutter Mane. Let's see if we can get it.
Freeze. Well, it doesn't do much damage, and no freeze. No freeze today. Moonblast will be able to KO the Iron Bundle in return, but I forgot about the freeze chance there for a moment, Marcus. That could have been a very interesting endgame to this game 1, but Alex takes it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not something that comes up too often, and I guess also even with the freeze, there was still Grassy Terrain up, so Flutter Mane could have recovered some health over the next couple of turns. But I mean, yeah, never count out. If there's a way, then there is a way, I guess. And but it didn't turn out like that. Instead, Alex will take this first game. And yeah, Kinugawa maybe has to come up with a way to kind of adjust here. I think Incineroar maybe could have been a good Pokemon to bring into Alex's team.
Yeah.
But I guess, yeah, maybe with a clear Amulet on the Rillaboom and also just the Pokemon that he anticipated, just going for the Rillaboom. Yeah, but I guess we kind of saw how the lack of control kind of let him down then there later on in the game. But yeah, it also really showed how strong this Choice Band Urshifu is and how it can really kind of shut down certain board states. Because, yeah, there's just not a lot that can switch in. I mean, we saw Rillaboom tried on that turn 1. It tried to switch in, but it was just too much damage for it to take.
But the switch-in made a lot of sense, right? Like, how many times have we seen Rillaboom switch into a Surging Strikes and just eat up all of that damage? But when you have the Choice Band on it, then it's really not as safe as you're used to playing with. And I think Kinugawa really suffered, as you kind of said, from not having that control, maybe not having the Incineroar and Rillaboom being able to rotate through each other. And I think the issue is on Alex's side, there's just too much that the Fake Out is not really going to be working into, in the sense you've got the Golden Go, you have the potential Ghost Terrestrialization on the Urshifu, there's, as you mentioned, the Intimidate isn't going to be paying off against the Rillaboom because it's Clear Amulet. So there's a lot of different things that just make Incineroar not the number 1 pedestal Pokemon that it usually is in this particular matchup.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And we're jumping into game 2 between Kinugawa and Alex. One of them will advance into the grand final, while the other has to fight their way through the lower bracket. And it is, yeah, back to 2013. We have the double genies. It is Landorus and Thundurus for Kinugawa.
Yeah, the genies are unleashed once again, and this is really, like you say, a throwback to be able to see what they're going to be able to get up to here. The Landorus being the more offensive of the two, can apply some good damage with something like a Sludge Bomb into that opposing Rillaboom. You can even go for a Sandsteel Storm and just get some damage across from both Pokemon. Thundurus really is going to be the key to whether you're going to start setting up some disruption with either a Thunder Wave here, for example, or you could just try and get damage off with Wild Ball Storm, but I think Thunder Waves would be my choice.
Yeah, I think at the same time, of course, you have to really worry that there is just a Fake Out and Surging Strikes coming out from Alex, and yeah, I wonder if Kinugawa is just saying, well, you know what, I'm fine just going for a read here. I just want to hope that I can get this right in this turn 1. But if I get it right, then I can take the game from there. Just a very, very risky approach there, I feel like, from Kinugawa. But let's see where the Fake Out and the Surging Strikes are going.
Well, the Fake Out went down into the Thundurus, so it's going to be unable to move in this turn. Looks like the Landorus as well.
Oh, that's going to be so close. Okay.
Oh, it's just so
it
close.
Should live.
Urshifu the faster. Can it? Able to hang on 12 hit points remaining. So Landorus still in the game, is going to be able to get some damage off in this particular turn. But thanks to that... it does it. It does it. It gets the knockout onto that Rillaboom. A big, big one-hit KO there, Marcus.
Yeah, absolutely big there. I mean, the Terra here really used for defensive purposes. Not needed, I guess, against this clear Amulet Rillaboom, but yeah, it helps to add some more damage modifier to the Sludge Bomb. And now, I guess, with one Fake Out of the picture, the question is, did Alex bring the second one? Because if he did, then it could be just an Incineroar switch in, and there it is. You go for Fake Out and more Surging Strikes. I mean, what can I tell you, Lou?
It's the same old story time and time again, but then if it is such a successful tail, then why would you not just run it back?
Yeah, I mean... but at the end of the day, I mean, it's Kinugawa has two answers waiting there in the back with Urshifu and the Iron Bundle. But yeah, it's just so risky because if you get this wrong, let's say this is if you swap out one and the Fake Out lands on the one Pokemon that you leave in battle, then it's just so bad for you. But yeah, Kinugawa has to make a read, I guess. Will try to get the paralysis on Urshifu later on, potentially. So, yes, saving Thundurus or predicting that Fake Out will go into Landorus, I think, is what you want to do here.
Yeah, and the Thundurus is going to leave the field. We're going to be replaced by the Iron Bundle that can obviously, as you said, do some really good damage into the Urshifu with something like a Freeze Dry coming through, as well as having that utility to try and encore the Incineroar into a potential Fake Out, and that would then just completely neutralize what the Incineroar is able to do. Both Genies actually have left the field. It's going to be a completely double swap for Kinugawa here, as the Fake Out does connect down into that Iron Bundle, leaving it a little vulnerable into the next turn. And if a Pokemon was ever destined with its typing to be able to take a Surging Strikes, it was going to be Iron Bundle.
Yeah, that was the one way for Kinugawa to kind of guarantee that he will make it through this turn without losing a Pokemon. Just going for the double switch here, but yeah, Iron Bundle taking so much damage from this Choice Band Urshifu. I mean, yeah, Mystic Water, I guess Iron Bundle is fine about that. Focus Sash, well, no problem at all. But this Choice Band Urshifu from Alex really kind of shredding through this Iron Bundle here. Would only need one more hit. So now, once again, we're in a spot where, yeah, the Terra Ghost on Alex's side could be a good idea here. And also, I mean, Grass Glide might just threaten the KO on Iron Bundle. So, yeah, there could be... sorry, it's the Incineroar. It's the Incineroar. No Grassy Glide this time around. Of course, Rillaboom went down already. But still... Like, we saw in the previous game that Icy Wind and Surging Strikes won't be enough to knock out this Urshifu. So, yeah... There seems to be no reason not to go for that, but it seems like Alex has different plans. Maybe just going, one step further in this prediction game.
Well, the Freeze Dry is actually what comes through into that Urshifu. Not going to be seeing the Icy Wind in this particular set, and isn't able to get the knockout, of course. So the Surging Strikes will come through. I think the third one is just going to be able to get. Able to hang on. 2 hit point remaining on this Iron Bundle. So it's still going to be in the game unless Incineroar wants to try and follow it up with something. I like the defensive play on Incineroar's side. You know, going for that Grass Terrestrialization to stop any potential Surging Strikes KOing it. Instead, it's gone into that partner of the Urshifu. And to be honest, I really like this double up because even if the Freeze Dry had managed to take down the opposing Urshifu, then that would have redirected nicely into that Incineroar. And Incineroar has indeed doubled up into that Iron Bundle, so you now no longer have to contend with the potential Icy Wind or even the Freeze Dry. And this is actually nice for Incineroar. It has just turned into a Grass type. It's left itself vulnerable to those Ice type moves, so it was really nice it got the knockout on this turn.
Yeah, well, I wasn't familiar with Iron Bundle's game. I was saying that another Searching Strikes should be enough, but nope. In the end, with just 2 HP, it was able to make it through. I also like the Freeze Strike call there over Icy Wind because, yeah, with the damage calls or the damage roll that we saw from the first game, yeah, Icy Wind plus Searching Strikes wasn't even enough if that Urshifu terrestrialized. So going for the Freeze Dry ensures that even if there's a Terra, you will get the knockout there. And then also it makes sense, I guess, for Alex to just go for the Terra on Incineroar just to ensure that Incineroar makes it through the turn, gets the KO on Iron Bundle, and now you can set up into this Incineroar and Flutter Mane board. Yeah, Urshifu over on Kinugawa's side has to watch out now, of course, for some yeah, Moonblasts that could be coming out, but yeah, this is a Thunder Wave Flutter Mane as well, so yeah, if it wanted, it could try and give some of Kinugawa's own medicine to him. However, I don't think the position right now really calls for that. So yeah, protecting Urshifu, I guess, is the name of the game now for Kinugawa, until you can find a point to go for the Thunder Wave, but instead, no protect whatsoever. Moonblast coming out, but Urshifu makes it through the turn.
Yep, is able to hang on despite the amount of damage that Moonblast was able to throw its way, and can retaliate into that Flutter Mane. This is, I believe, going to be able to get the knockout with that third hit into Flutter Mane, so we'll be able to fell that Pokemon on Alex's side. But I think you made a good point with the Flutter Mane, with that Moonblast. It still had so much potential going down into that fighting type Urshifu, and it left itself so vulnerable. Terrestrialization has obviously already been used on the Landorus, so being able to remove that Flutter Mane now just puts Kinugawa in such a fantastic position to close out this game and even the set.
Yeah, I guess Kinugawa could be very kind of confident in this damage calculation. We already knew that with the Mystic Water on Urshifu, it's probably going to be a little bit more on the bulkier side. But yeah, taking this Moonblast and then getting the KO in return, that must feel so great for Urshifu. I mean, that's just really skewing up the damage or the type chart a little bit. But now still has to go through that Terra Grass Incineroar, going for the Thunder Wave and Protect just to ensure to get a little bit yeah, more odds there in his favor. And now we've seen it before, but this Urshifu actually can go for U-turn to hit this Incineroar now super effectively. A very unique interaction, but still, there's still a couple more hits you need to land, a couple more attacks you need to land, because yeah, you see how little damage Thunderous gets to do to this Incineroar. So let's see. Actually, it's the Searching Strikes, I guess. With a Mystic Water, yeah, you need to be really on top of your damage calculations to know that that does a little bit more than, I guess, the Intimidated U-turn. But let's see if Incin gets the KO on Urshifu. But it is paralyzed. Wow.
Oh, it's paralyzed. It's not going to be able to move in this turn. So now Kinugawa has a fantastic opportunity to just do the exact same thing again. Just double down into this opposing Incineroar, and the Surging Strikes were still stacking up. The Wild Bolt Storm, yes, it doesn't do a huge amount, but it still just chips away. I mean, it's doing no more than what one of the Surging Strikes did anyway. And the fact that you can bypass the Dark typing now thanks to the Terrestrialization and hit that Thunder Wave has just, I think, put him in such a phenomenal position to close out this game. It's just made things so detrimental to what this Incineroar normally wants to be able to do.
Yeah, Alex, I think a player known for taking his time, even when writing's on the wall, because he knows, well, there's gonna be a game 3, even if I lose this game now. And yeah, with the paralysis, I guess now there is really no way back for him into this. But Incineroar will get to maybe go for one more move, and I guess, well, Thunderous doesn't have the most accurate attacks, so yeah, if you can get the knockout on Urshifu this turn. But nope, knockoff, not enough for the knockout. And like that, we will be going into a game 3 now after Kinugawa gets this final knockout on Incineroar.
Yeah, exactly. We're going into a game 3, and this is one thing I always love to see, Marcus. It not only means you get more Pokemon action, but the intensity rises a little bit more as well, because it's literally one game between deciding in this particular match who's going to continue on undefeated, who's going to jump straight into that grand final, and who's going to have to drop down to face Marco in order to try and get into that final for a second time.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have written it better. It's the winner's final. It's 1-1. Game 3 between these two fantastic players. Kinugawa or Alex, only one of them, can make it into the grand final out of this set. Of course, the loser will then face Marco, who is already waiting in the lower bracket for them. Yeah, going into this game 3, I think we kind of saw that the Marco is kind of, Alex is kind of content just going for this Urshifu plus fake out game plan. It has worked well in the first game, and also in the second game, I feel like it looked quite good for him, at least in the opening turns. But then Kinugawa just found a way to, go about this. What do you think? Do you think Kinugawa should maybe switch things up and lean a little bit more into his own kind of fake out between the Incin and the Rillaboom, like we were talking about before the second game, or do you think Kinugawa kind of found the right approach now in this game too?
I think when we spoke about why Incineroar maybe didn't come to the match is because it was neutralized in a lot of ways, and opting to not bring it into game 2 and instead really kind of leading dominantly with the Genies and having, again, offensive powerhouses in the back on both the kind of physical and special side in a way was really nice to see on Kinugawa's side. Whereas Alex kind of suffered the same fate as what his opponent did in game 1, where he didn't have the Incineroar. So then game 2, Alex lost his Rillaboom in turn 1, and straight away he now no longer had that pivoting in Pokemon, and that was so detrimental. So I think both these trainers, if they're bringing those Pokemon, in a way have to prioritize them to support the partner Pokemon on the field, if that makes any sense.
No, certainly it certainly does, and I think we're seeing a little bit of that here also. In the leads once more. Alex going for this choice band Urshifu plus Incineroar lead, and once more, Thundurus and Rillaboom just trying to take things slow, but we have seen that, Alex is not wanting to take things slow with his team. There's going to be a powerful Surging Strikes coming in, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we said at the very beginning of the set. We want to see damage coming out on the board, and Alex has the tools to utilize that. Choice Band Urshifu, we've seen how devastating those Surging Strikes can be in, not very effective hits. If we can try and get some more damage on the board, maybe remove those Thundurus from play even, then you're going to avoid that disruption. But Urshifu actually saying, Lou, Marcus, not right now, give me a minute. It pops into the back, and Dragonite, a really interesting adaptation, comes out front and center instead.
Wow, I mean, there was a chance to just go for the Surging Strikes, but it seems like Alex did not want to take Thunder Wave here, as with the Fake Out and Thunder Wave, with the Pokemon that Alex chose in the lead, there wasn't really any way for him to stop it. So instead, he's saying, okay, well, something has to take this paralysis. I don't want it to be my Urshifu. It's going to be the kind of the damage dealer of this team, of course. So instead, bringing in Dragonite seems like a great way to absorb the Thunder Wave, while also just pivoting into a Pokemon that has naturally a good typing to stare down Thundurus and Rillaboom. And maybe can just go for a Scale Shot the next turn. Maybe you're not going too fast, Dragonite, with that paralysis, even with some speed boosts. But there is no immunities or resistances over on Kinugawa's side against Dragon-type attacks.
Yeah, that's true. The Scale Shot is going to be able to connect down as long as it's able to break through that paralysis. But you then have a Pokemon like, we know, the Iron Bundles in the back, that's going to be a big threat to the opposing Dragonite once it's able to get into play, particularly with the multi-scale broken. The Wild Bolt Storm has done significant damage to both the opposing sides. Incineroar just removing that item, but the item's kind of null and void in the safety goggles in this particular match. And here's the Scale Shot that you mentioned. It's able to break through, is going to be able to get all the hits needed in order to guarantee that knockout, and it's going to start counteracting the speed drop from the paralysis a little bit. I think it's going to need a couple more of those, though, to be monumental in the match.
That certainly helps, though. I mean, Dragonite, a Pokemon that has done so well in Regulation Set H, and now the Scale Shot set in particular is not really something we have seen too much in Regulation Set F the first time it was around. But Alex, one of the players that also has popularized it in Regulation Set H. I think, in fact, he brought 4 out of the same 6 Pokemon to his top 8 performance in LAIC in Reg H like a year ago. But just keeping true to the Dragonite. But now with Iron Bundle over on Kinugawa's side, maybe not the best matchup for Dragonite right now.
Yeah, Dragonite definitely has to watch out from a potential freeze dry here, but at the same time, if that bundle is only going towards the Dragonite, then it leaves itself open to maybe a potential Flare Blitz coming through, just taking some unnecessary damage. Knockoff isn't going to be really relevant here, Booster Energy's gone, but even so, some damage down onto that opposing Iron Bundle can start setting up to be able to remove it from play a little bit later on, and Dragonite does have the capability to go for a Protect. So whether or not Dragonite's going to successfully be able to play defensively here is going to be up to Alex.
Yeah, and even the Terra Steel wouldn't really save Alex here, since, of course, with Earth Power on Landorus, there is a threat of being just pinned down in that slot, but let's see, it's not going to be the Dragonite going for the Terra, but instead Incineroar here with the Terra Grass. Trying to take Earth Power.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, particularly if there's an Icy Wind coming through or something, but instead just to protect from the Iron Bundle, just looking at a little bit of what Alex is doing here and leaving the show for the Landorus. So I was going to say, but instead it's just like, I can do it too, we're a team, we're both just going for the Protect here. Dragonite, not too sure what it's doing, but it most likely was going to be a Scale Shot, I would anticipate, and the Incineroar, again, not able to do anything, but critically the double target was into the Landorus, so Alex there, I think, identifying, hey, this is the Pokemon that's the biggest threat right now, I need to remove it from the field. The Sludge Bomb would have definitely hurt that Incineroar if Kinugawa has made the call correct.
Yeah, I like the play from Kinugawa, because he's saying, well, both my Pokemon are faster, I threaten a lot of damage, like, you gotta do something about this, right? And this could either be, like, protecting, or this could be going for a terrestrialization. And now that he has gone for this double protect, now he has information that, okay, well, Incineroar went for the Terra. Another option for Alex might have been to maybe protect the Dragonite, and this would have been even better than for Kinugawa, knowing that protect was already committed the previous turn. But yeah, really like this play, and now it once again kind of forces Alex to make a risk, because, well, you cannot just go for Protect on this Dragonite, because then, well, there could be a double up into Incineroar. At the same time, though, if you attack with Dragonite, then you could just be targeted down by a Freeze Dry. So yeah, switching it into Flutter Mane is Alex saying, okay, I think you will go after my Incineroar. Now, let's see if this is what Kinugawa decided to do.
Yeah, another challenger joins the match in the form of that Flutter Mane, and that's always a Pokemon you've got to contend with, but one Pokemon that Flutter Mane doesn't want to see is anything carrying poison, and that's exactly what this Landorus can do now. It's also gone for that poison Terra type, so it's not going to take too much damage from something like a Moonblast coming through. Dragonite finally does go for this Protect, wisely in the face of this Iron Bundle. So Iron Bundle not going to be able to get what I believe was the Freeze Dry off there. However, the Sludge Bomb that comes through does a huge amount of damage there.
Yeah, thanks to that extra boost, of course, from the Terra Poison as well, dealing a lot of damage to Flutter Mane, but somehow Alex has found a way to make it through that previous turn without losing a Pokemon. However, yeah, the question is at what cost? Well, he lost a lot of health on Flutter Mane and just used Protect on Dragonite, so going for a Freeze Dry into this Dragonite seems pretty safe for Kinugawa. And then also we know that Flutter Mane does not carry Protect, so yeah, once again, Kinugawa just threatening a double knockout potentially. This Dragonite has extreme speed, so that could be one way for Alex to just deal a little bit of damage before it goes down. But no, it seems like that was not the case.
Oh, it looks like there was a miss.
Yeah, maybe the Thunder Wave miss over from Alex's Flutter Mane, but Freeze Dry just gets the KO, and it's not into the Dragonite. Oh, and Dragonite... Ooh. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure how much damage the Sludge Bomb will do, but Dragonite, being the powerful dragon that it is, can take that hit, and with, well, there was one critical hit. It might need another one, and only gets the 4 hits.
Only
so,
4.
Iron Bundle lives to tell the tale.
It definitely does, and I mean, a lot went on in that turn. You know, Flutter Mane getting the miss, that was unfortunate, into, I think it was targeting down into the Landorus.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm not too sure, but it's still getting that miss is always unfortunate. You're trying to slow down these two very fast defensive Pokemon on the opposing side. Iron Bundle then able to get that big damage down, and now you're forcing this Urshifu in. And Iron Bundle again still in a position where the Freeze Dry is going to be able to hurt into the opposing Urshifu. Dragonite on its very last legs here. I'm not too sure what else it can do.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure. Well, maybe if we had seen just another Scale Shot hit, then Iron Bundle would have been in extreme speed KO range, because I think we have already seen that this Urshifu can take an Earth Power. And if that was the case, then yeah, let's say extreme speed knocks out Iron Bundle, and then Urshifu takes the Earth Power, fires back with Searching Strikes. That would be amazing for Alex. But yeah, it only got the 4 hits. Iron Bundle can take it. Oh, but the double up with the Aqua Jet. Nice play by Alex.
Yeah, just banking on that priority to get the job done, and that's exactly what happened. Iron Bundle goes down, as you said, wasn't able to get knocked out by the 5 hit, and the Earth Power is able to get the damage. That's a 1-hit knockout. Urshifu absolutely drops.
Yeah, that is huge for Kinugawa, who also, of course, could have used this Rillaboom to inflict that last bit of damage needed on Urshifu, but had Urshifu made it through the turn, then yeah, this gives Alex another chance to position around potentially with the Incineroar, and with Assault Vest, maybe Incineroar could take a Sludge Bomb, and then it could have been this deadly pin by Fake Out and Searching Strikes that Alex could have tried and set up, but now it's, I think, even more in Kinugawa's favor than the match already was, because well, Dragonite now, I guess, back to neutral speed after the second Scale Shot. But yeah, this Landorus just... yeah, Alex didn't really find a way to target down Landorus, and then the turn where Thunder Wave missed, I think, yeah, that definitely set him back quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure. And I think taking a look at the way this Landorus is just in such a dominating position, it does make things very difficult for Alex to get back into this game. Landorus once again free to use its Poison Terrestrialization to boost up the Sludge Bomb into the now Grass Incineroar. It is able to hang on though, and this is something we're seeing time and time again in this match. These Pokemon really trying to hang on to their undefeated record in this Winter Invitational. Incineroar is able to hang on, but now there's just probably single digits level of HP combined amongst these Pokemon that Kinugawa has to get through.
Yeah, you said it. Alex's Pokemon just making it through these turns with just a couple of HP left, but even though Alex now has the 3 Pokemon still remaining against Kinugawa's here, yeah, the fact that Landorus is still the fastest, yeah, just makes it very, very difficult, and should be a double knockout here for Kinugawa this turn. Yeah, I like the attempt there with the extreme speed, but yeah, Grassy Glide to follow things up, and now the Sludge Bomb will knock out Incineroar.
Yeah, just a little bit detriment to the, you know, the fact that the Incineroar went into that grass typing, left itself really, really vulnerable. But I mean, what an incredible match from these two trainers, and Kinugawa is now going to be our undefeated trainer, advancing into our grand finals. Marcus, we have our very first finalist.
Yeah, congratulations to Kinugawa, coming out on top, not only against Alex, but also against Marco the round before, means that he is now waiting in the grand final. And yeah, I mean, he played so well, even though I think in that first game, it looked like Alex with his strategy and team was ready to take down the reigning LAIC champion. But yeah, in the end, Kinugawa found a way back. I think the Thunder Wave giveth, Thunder Wave taketh away, something like that, where Fluttermane over on Alex's side wasn't quite able to land that crucial Thunder Wave in the third game. Yeah, but Kinugawa played down to his outs, and I think really, really showing why a lot of players are calling this Landorus to be just one of the best Pokemon right now when facing down against those balancey type of teams.
mean, there were a lot of different kind of facets we got to see in that particular match of his team. You know, seeing the double genies come out, I think it was in game 2 with Thunderous and Landorus side by side was always a really nice throwback, but also you could see the potential in it. There was a lot of offensive pressure coming through from Landorus. Thunderous was there to kind of tempt a potential fake out so it couldn't go for those Thunder Waves, but also the Wild Bolt Storms, even though they weren't doing a huge amount of damage, they were stacking up in little places, and you could see how well trained Alex's Pokemon were in the terms of their bulk balancing out with their brawn. They were able to hang on very well, so the Wild Bolt Storms were still chipping away. And then you've got Pokemon like the Iron Bundle that I really wanted to see, and I'm so glad I got to see it in this particular way. It was so fast, it was offensive, it also managed to hang on very critically, you know, thanks to, I guess it was Dragonite's fault more, but it still was able to hang on. And it's nice to be able to see all those different modes and different Pokemon being able to shine in this particular set.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't wait to see if this team from Kinugawa, can do it again in the Grand Finals. I mean, we already now know that the Grand Finals is going to be a rematch with Kinugawa.
Oh, true.
Going to face either Alex or Marco for a second time. Yeah, and then, of course, if Kinugawa wins this tournament, again, beating a balanced team, then how often are we going to see this Iron Bundle and the Thunderous running around? That's going to be amazing to see as well. But, yeah, we're not that far yet. Before then, we have a couple more rounds coming up. And next up, we will have the losers finals. Marco defeated Wolfey and made it into that finals. And then Alex is, now dropping down to the losers bracket after losing to Kinugawa. And that is going to be our next match of the day. Only 2 more sets left. We'll take a quick break again, and then we will be back with marcofiero against PokeAlex.
Hey, welcome back everybody for the penultimate round of the Winter Invitational here at the Summit of Champions. Aaron, welcome back to the desk once again. I mean, this tournament's been incredible so far. Have you got a highlight moment, anything that stood out amongst the amazing Pokemon play we've seen so far?
I feel like Marco going for Surging Strikes in front of an Ogre Pond, which switched out, was definitely one of the key highlights for me.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of like these trainers make really incredible reads and like, you know, being able to identify every possible option and going for the right moment. I think for me, it was the bait of the Rillaboom. Oh, so I think it was the Incineroar that then switched out and became a Rillaboom. I believe it was in Alex's game, his opening game against Wolfe, I think. Maybe. I keep getting confused who's played who in the order, but just seeing that one kind of feint of a fake out completely take the whole game and being such a pivotal moment, I think for me was a really awesome memory.
Yeah, it's funny because I'm like, who's Incineroar, who's Rillaboom, who's Urshifu? Because we've seen so many of that.
And they're all playing so well, like, you know, that
absolutely.
It's just been such high caliber play, and there's very little details in terms of the differences. Like, we were able to at least this time see, I think, a Rillaboom with the clear amulet, so that was a little bit different to maybe the more traditional Assault Vest. But yeah, telling them apart has been hard.
Absolutely, yeah. It is cool though, because I think it's like a lot of traditional Pokemon with some new takes on it, whether it be the Flutter Mane, you know, both players using like really interesting Flutter Manes. We haven't seen, I think, like the bulky Flutter Manes be a super big part of our game so far, but yeah, it's just like the fact that Flutter Mane, which is like historically known as a very frail Pokemon, is now being used so defensively is so fascinating to me. Kind of reminds me of Thunderous, you know, and how it evolved when it was first introduced to competitive Pokemon. And hilariously enough, like the fact that Thunderous is sitting in the Grand Finals is also quite awesome.
Yeah, really nice to see the genies kind of back out on top. And in this, you know, format at the minute where there's a lot of very tried and tested favorites, I think it's interesting seeing maybe some newer Pokemon come forward. But our next matchup is going to be between Marco and Alex. Now, these are both trainers that have only had one loss, so they're going to be battling out 4 grand finals. Both of them have been knocked down to this kind of loser's side, as it were, by Kinugawa. So the fact that they are now battling out to try and get redemption and the championship title is, I think, a really intense match. Absolutely, yeah. It's been fun to watch both of these players. I think from
Alex's end, like his match against Wolfe in particular, like the way he utilized Golden Go in particular was really impressive, and he just felt like he was really playing his A game. Of course, his team unique because he's actually running Dragonite and the Golden Go, which was of course a duel we saw in the previous regulation. Not as common these days, but he's made Golden Go look really, really good.
Yeah, Golden Go's been great, and the fact that the Make It Rain can not only hit both targets but do a significant amount and can be backed up by a nasty plot just gives it a lot of flexibility on the field, and particularly the way Alex is such a master at supporting it effectively with Incineroar and Rillaboom switching in and in and in has been really, really nice. The one Pokemon I want to see shine a bit more on Alex's side is that Dragonite. I feel like it's often just come in, taken attacks, kind of been used to kind of protect another Pokemon, as it were, you know, take the damage, be a shield, and I want to see it kind of be the sword a little bit more, be able to come out and do damage of its own right.
Definitely. I think Dragonite probably not as easy to use in this format, which is why you don't see it as much, right? Flutter Mane being everywhere, Incineroar being everywhere, just makes it really struggle. I think Alex in particular, of course, obviously has the Steel Terra plus Iron Head, and so you're able to actually threaten the opposing Flutter Mane for damage, but the combination of Intimidate plus Pokemon that can just threaten you with knockouts and Pokemon that can be immune to your damage make it a little bit tricky. Of course, Alex also running the classic Incineroar Urshifu core, but having the Assault Vest on the Incineroar, the Clear Amulet on the Rillaboom, and then the Choice Band on the Urshifu.
Yeah, and that Urshifu has been incredibly strong. We've seen it absolutely tear through Rillabooms, for example. The Choice Band just giving so much extra damage to the Surging Strikes. It does make it a Pokemon that, even defensively, you don't really have safe switch-ins, you know, particularly to that Surging Strikes. There's very little that isn't going to take any damage from that.
And yeah, we, think about Marco's team. Raging Bolt, yeah, he is running the Calm Mind Raging Bolt. We haven't really seen it come out too much, but if you're thinking about things that can be good into Urshifu, well, this is something that can certainly tank a Surging Strikes. Of course, he's also got some really solid defensive Terras. The Steel Terra on his Urshifu was absolutely huge in his matchup against Wolfe, protecting the Urshifu from otherwise getting knocked out by things like Landorus, for example, as well as Flutter Mane. And then, of course, he's also running the super bulky Flutter Mane set.
Yeah, the Flutter Mane's always interesting. Being able to have that Moonblast coverage for the fighting types and, being able to apply pressure to the Dragonite, particularly in this matchup, I think is really nice and might indeed encourage that Dragonite to stay at home. Another Pokemon that, has been really interesting to see is the Chi-Pao, because it's a Pokemon that works so well with those physical attackers, using that Sword of Ruin ability to really help them deal that extra damage. But again, in a meta where there's so many other physical opponents as well, it can be almost detrimental to your own team because you're boosting them up at the same time.
Absolutely, yeah. I think one of the interesting things about this matchup is also how both players don't have crazy speed control. Like, it's mainly the opposing Flutter Manes. Of course, from Marco's end, you've got the Thunder Wave, no Icy Wind, and then Alex has both Icy Wind and Thunder Wave, but both running the no Protect Flutter Mane, super bulky variants. And so if either player wants to get a speed advantage, like, you're gonna have to look towards that Flutter Mane. I think the main thing here is that Marco does have Chi-Pao, which is naturally already a very fast Pokemon, and Chi-Pao of course can do a lot of damage into Rillaboom, into Dragonite. If you bait out the Flying Terra from Golden Go, also deals super effective damage into that. Crucially though, the Chi-Pao does not have a dark type attack, and so you actually don't threaten Golden Go at all until you force the Terra out.
That's a great observation, actually, about the speed control. Flutter Mane's not even running Icy Wind, it's just that Thunder Wave, so it can only really target one opponent at a time. Interestingly, maybe that's why Chi-Pao does have that Ice Shard, to have that extra priority, and into Pokemon like Rillaboom and Dragonite, just being able to chip away at them can do some good damage, or maybe if there's a potential Focus Sash out there, obviously in this matchup that's not too relevant, but just being able to have multiple options of priority, Aqua Jet, Glassy Guide, the Ice Shard, as we mentioned, Thunderclap even, maybe is a nice way to bypass that lack of dominant speed control.
Yeah, I think one of the big questions I have is, fundamentally, both of these trainers have 4 of the 6 Pokemon, right? The Incin, the Rilla, the Ursh, the Flutter Mane. And are the key differences enough to make enough of a difference, right? So I think like Golden Go is something that Alex has used really effectively. Might not be the easiest Pokemon to pull off in this matchup because, of course, Incineroar can switch in really nicely into it. Urshifu can, Raging Bolt's in as well, right? You've got 3 things that just resist Steel-type damage. But Golden Go is so good into Flutter Mane, can be very good into Chi-Pao as well. Like, it actually just completely walls both of those, right? And so it's like, if you think that Marco's going to lead into those, Golden Go can just apply so much pressure. And then if you're Marco, like, you really want to bring Chi-Pao and Flutter Mane, knowing that Golden Go defeats those so easily.
That's true. Golden Goat applies so much pressure, and you need to then find a way to be able to work around it. So you've got your Incineroar, for example. You can go for some Flare Blitzes at the same time as you mentioned. If you can bait out that flying typing, then that maybe does give you a few more options, particularly with the Raging Bolt. Being able to hit it with a Thunderclap will be fantastic. I want to maybe see if Raging Bolt can get that Calm Mind set up as well, because not only is that going to help it out against other special attackers like Fluttermane, Golden Go, but being able to boost up your own special attack to be more formidable in your own right could put Raging Bolt into a fantastic position.
Definitely, yeah. I think a Pokemon that has the ability to set up, but it's not always going to be easy when you're staring down a Fluttermane with Taunt on the opposing side. Raging Bolt is also one of those Pokemon where it is threatened immensely actually by the Dragonite from Alex's end, right? Like the Scale Shot is quite scary. So of course you can get around that by going for a Terra with your Raging Bolt, but then once you're Fairy Terra, it does open you up to weaknesses from the Golden Go as well as the Iron Head from Dragonite. So I think this Dragonite is something that is really intriguing to me because, like we've talked about, it's not the easiest to pull off in this format, but the combination of Scale Shot plus Steel Terra Iron Head actually makes it very, very formidable into the classic Fairy Terra Raging Bolt.
Yeah, true. If you're able to be in a position to utilize that terrestrialization of the steel type, I think it puts you into a great spot. And it'd be nice to see Iron Head kind of get a little bit of usage out there in this particular tournament as well. But I think, Aaron, the trainers are ready. This is their kind of elimination match. One will become a finalist knockout competition. So let's see who they're bringing. Really interested to see who's going to come out on top of the team. We've got Fluttermane and the Golden Go, and Rillaboom and Urshifu.
So Alex's Fluttermane, of course, hits the field immediately, and it does have a pretty decent defensive Terra in Grass Terra, which actually does allow you to survive most of these big attacks, right? Wood Hammer, Surging Strikes, these are normally attacks you'd want to go for. Golden goes in this weird position, right? I think like it feels very good in this matchup in a particular Pokemon, specifically the Fluttermane and Genpao, but feels quite bad into a lot of the other Pokemon, right? Like right now, even a Make It Rain is not going to do a ton of damage into the Rillaboom or Urshifu. But then it's like, do you really want to take the turn to set up a Nasty Plot as well? Because if you Nasty Plot, well, then Marco can just knock you out fairly quickly, right? The Golden Go is also, I think, quite slow. We've seen it being slower than Alex's Incineroar, actually, in one of the previous sets. And so it's an awkward position, I think, for Alex, because it's like, okay, Fluttermane, you do apply pressure with the Moonblast. You can maybe Taunt. Taunt doesn't really get you very far into these Pokemon. You could Icy Wind for some speed control, but I think Alex recognizes, hey, Golden Go wants to be out against certain Pokemon. This is not the time for it, and he's actually going to reveal the Dragonite here in the back.
Yeah, switching out one of our ghosts, bringing the Dragon in instead. So Dragonite going to be able to, have its bulk out on the field as Fluttermane utilizes that terrestrialization. So it's going to be becoming the grass type. This is going to help it out against those potential Surging Strikes coming through from the Urshifu, changing its typing to resist those, puts it into a great position. It is going to go for that Thunder Wave, however, so slowing down the Urshifu, and maybe is not going to have to take any Surging Strikes at all if the paralysis does come through. Rillaboom, however, does not utilize Fake Out, considering it was against two ghosts, and can apply good pressure with that Wood Hammer, using that grassy terrain to do a significant amount of damage. No follow-up, however, so Fluttermane stays on the field, but Dragonite will have its multi-scale broken here. So interesting targeting, being able to get some good damage apiece on Alex's side.
There is some humor in seeing a Fluttermane go for a defensive Terra and then still lose 70% of its health. But crucially, like I said, the Grass Terra at least ensuring that you will likely survive the turn with Fluttermane. Maybe a Surging plus Wood Hammer double up would have gotten the knockout onto that, but Alex does manage to get the Dragonite in. We were talking about the difficulty of speed control coming into this, and so one interesting solution is to actually go for Grass Terra on the Fluttermane, right? Now you are potentially vulnerable to like an Aqua Jet plus Grassy Glide double up. Marco looks like he's content just bringing in Incineroar. This is one of the main liabilities of Dragonite, right? Because it's the multi-skill set. Intimidate just goes such a long way. And so I think this turn Marco won't threaten with a ton of damage. You could just Wood Hammer Fluttermane again once, obviously, but I think Incin is super safe switching right now.
But I think as well, critically, it was keeping that Golden Go nice and safe in the back for later. So Dragonite can just kind of see what it can get done on the field here. The Scale Shot will come through, so the double up focusing into that Rillaboom. Alex really just trying to remove that from play. I mean, even if it gets the 5, it's not going to be able to get the KO. But even, I think, maybe a Moonblast would be able to put it into... I can't remember how much it did at the beginning, but it could put Rillaboom into a bit of a difficult spot, as well as Dragonite gaining this critical speed boost.
And Fluttermane will go down, right? So Wood Hammer is still so powerful into this Pokemon. I mean, at the end of the day, Fluttermane's base HP and defense are just not very powerful. So even when players using it as a defensive tool in this format, Rillaboom is just so powerful. And so the question I have is is that paralysis on the Urshifu worth the trade-off for committing your Terra, right? Like one of the things we were talking about was hey, like the Dragon Knight is a threat to this Raging Bolt. We actually saw Marco has Raging Bolt as his final option. But if you can't steal Terra, that Iron Head becomes a lot less effective, and the Intimidate from Incineroar is really going a long way as well. So I think Alex right now in a good position to put on some offense, but Marco, of course, still has all of his Pokemon, and Dragon Knight already being intimidated, eating up a defense drop puts it in a fairly tricky spot.
And I think as well, the Incineroar, you know, it's in a position where it can do some good damage into the Rillaboom, but Rillaboom, unless it's able to connect that high horsepower, isn't in a position to retaliate effectively at all. Possibly on Marco's side, you're wanting to try and get a position where that Raging Bolt can come in nice and safe, maybe try and get a Calm Mind up. If Incineroar is able to create a window of opportunity for that to happen. Rillaboom, however, is just going to go for the fake out into the opposing Incineroar here, just slowing down the pace of play. As the Dragonite, once again, Alex going in for these double ups. So Dragonite going for the scale shot once again, obviously not getting a KO, but critically just chipping away constantly to maybe enable the Golden Go in the back to just be in a fine position to make it rain and get knockouts.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think one of the other things here is even though you're eating up these defense drops, it's not like Rillaboom really poses a huge offensive threat to Dragonite, right? At the end of the day, the Rillaboom set is double grass type attack and high horsepower. Dragonite obviously can resist those super nicely. And so I think it makes a lot of sense from Alex's end because one, the Rillaboom's already like one attack away from getting knocked out. You deny giving him a free switch in. So Dragonite, despite being intimidated, despite being at -2, is actually not in a terrible spot right now. And the main thing here is Incineroar likely won't be able to survive a double up. And so you can see Marco going for a switch. I think if you're Marco, you really want to knock out the Dragonite, especially with that being at -2 defense, but harder to actually pull that off when your Incineroar is slower and facing damage from the opposing side.
Yeah, I mean, neither Incineroar or Rillaboom are kind of known as the counters to Dragonite necessarily. So I think Dragonite's able to just sit here and kind of keep going for these scale shots, just try and get damage on the board to open up a KO opportunity for a partner Pokemon. Of course, as well, you know, both these trainers have the options to start maybe switching in their fake outs to be able to slow pace a play down and also open up windows of opportunity for the partner Pokemon here. Incineroar's going to leave on Marco's side and obviously bringing back in that Urshifu. It is paralyzed, it is going to be a little bit slower, but it allows that Intimidate and Fake Out to come back later on, which I think is the critical moment. And considering Rillaboom's just gone down here, Aaron, you can bring Incineroar right back in.
Yeah, I like how much mileage Alex has gotten out of Dragonite, though, I have to say, right? Like, you can just switch it out potentially the next turn, and it also is now just so speedy. And it's actually going to be the Wood Hammer here. Oh my goodness, predicting the Incineroar switch out there. Of course, if you're Marco, you're probably thinking, if I just stayed in with Incineroar, there could have been a knockoff, but Marco was likely expecting a double up onto the Incineroar slot, like a scale shot plus high horsepower combination. And instead, Alex gets 2 knockouts, and getting a one-hit knockout onto a Urshifu is always so satisfying.
Oh, definitely. Just completely removing that Pokemon from play. Even though it's paralyzed, it's still going to be able to hit hard, so it was nice to remove it. And now you're forcing Marco, you know, down 2 Pokemon to bring in these last 2. You know, this is going to be the last Intimidate, the last Fake Out of this particular game. Raging Bolt, however, is it in a position to maybe start getting some good damage off? It's going to need to, I think, get a Calm Mind up to be able to apply pressure to that Rillaboom because things like the Thunderclap aren't going to be doing too much. Dragon Pulse can be decent, obviously, and particularly into Dragonite, but then you have to contend with potential Protects.
Yeah, I think one of the key dilemmas for Marco is like, when do you commit that Terra, right? Because if you go for that Terra, sure, it gives you immunity into the scale shot, but then the steel type attacks become super effective, whether it be Iron Head or potentially Golden Goal in the back. And so Marco's like, I don't need to go for it right now. I've already gotten 2 Intimidates onto your Dragonite. Also, there's like leftovers and grassy terrain, so even a 5-hit skill shot, not the biggest threat. I think from Alex's end, it makes a ton of sense to switch out right now. You want to reset those Intimidates, reset that defense drop. It is going to be Golden Go as the final Pokemon, so feels like Alex is actually really pinned Marco in a tough spot because you have to deal with a combination of Scale Shot plus Make It Rain, which covers for, Raging Bolt going for Terra or not Terraing.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to commit to a Fairy Terrestrialization when there's a Golden Go on the field. And as you mentioned, Dragonite does have the utility to go for the Iron Head. The Dragon Pulse does get the knockout, so the Grassy Terrain leaves with Rillaboom, as it seems. And now, you know, if you're Alex, you're forced to bring back in this Dragonite. But you've reset that Intimidate, like you said, so Iron Head potentially can do some good damage, or Scale Shot. If you don't commit to that Terrestrialization, is also going to be significant. So there's going to be a lot of reads and, you know, decisions to make here on Alex's side in order to gain full momentum in this match.
Yeah, and you can see Marco actually just going for Flare Blitz and the Dragon Pulse here, right? Saying, I will be able to get a knockout and you also have to play around me potentially protecting my Dragonite. So like if you're on Alex's end, you could go for something like Scale Shot plus a Make It Rain onto the Incineroar slot to try to get the knockout onto that. But the scary thing is like Golden Go might not win against the Calm Mind Raging Bolt, right? So even though Alex has like a really strong offensive positioning, like he still has to get the turn right. We saw the Flare Blitz lock into Golden Go. So if it ends up being like Scale Shot into the Raging Bolt and a Protect from Golden Go, Alex will likely win the game. It's actually just going to be a Make It Rain here. But I think Make It Rain and Scale Shot into Raging Bolt would knock it out. Flare Blitz goes into Golden Go. And then if Alex just Scale Shots Incineroar, he likely wins. So let's see.
Yeah, Make It Rain, just that kind of fast attack out here on the field. Citrus Berry is going to be eaten up by the Incineroar. Oh, it's going down into the Incineroar as well. That Scale Shot, so not targeting down into the Raging Bolt. And I think that Citrus Berry has kept Incineroar in the game.
Oh, I love this play by Marco, right? Like, yes, you risk eating up a Skill Shot on the Raging Bolt, but decides not to go for the Fairy Terra, so you don't take the super effective damage, and straight up just Dragon Pulses. Marco's saying, if you want to call me out, you're going to have to Scale Shot and Make It Rain into the Raging Bolt slot. If you do that, then I get the Flare Blitz off into the Golden Go, and then Incin can like knock off into Dragonite. And so sometimes, like, yeah, even though you have the threat of Terra, knowing that your opponent has to respect it means that Marco ends up actually just taking this first game, which is really masterfully done. Like, just going for, Dragon Pulse onto a Dragonite with the threat of Skill Shot, not the easiest play necessarily to make.
Yeah, I feel like this particular game was like a tale of two halves, depending on which Dragon Pokemon was in play. You know, the Dragonite did so well for Alex and he was able to consistently play really well, being able to get those Scale Shots down. Dragonite was, utilized much better in this game than I think we've seen him use previously in this particular tournament. And then suddenly, as soon as Raging Ball comes out, Marco making the right reads on where their Dragon Pulses was going to go, getting those knockouts, and then that very bold play at the end obviously really paid off.
Yeah, it was one of those things that I was thinking about where even if Alex made the right play, which was probably Scale Shot into Raging Bolt, like Scale Shot into Raging Bolt plus Make It Rain kind of covers for Raging Bolt attacking. But then if Raging Bolt just protects, you're at risk of eating a Flare Blitz and then you lose the game immediately. So that turn kind of felt like a mind game. It's like, one, do you predict Raging Bolt to protect? And two, if it protects, then you would double up onto the Incineroar, right? But it's a question of like, yeah, does it protect? If it doesn't protect, does it Terra? And then, I think Alex ended up, hoping that it would Terra and not protect, and did not end up getting it right there. But there's a world in which maybe Marco does go for the Fairy Terra, the Skill Shot goes into like Dragonite, and then it's like a very different outcome, right? So that turn just really feeling like it kind of, determined the entire game. And I think Alex not being able to leverage Terra super effectively probably was a little bit difficult, right? Like he use Grass Terra on Flutter Mane to get a Thunder Wave off, but I'm not sure that Thunder Wave, like trading your Terra to get a Thunder Wave on Urshifu, is necessarily super worth it.
I think as well, Marco didn't use Terrestrialization in this game, right?
That's correct. Yeah, he had the ability to on that last turn, but crucially decided to hold on to it because he's like, I don't want to get pinned by the Skill Shot Make It Rain combo.
This is exactly how we played at the very beginning of the tournament, no Terrestrialization in that opening game. And, Marcus and I were kind of talking about how in his team, there are opportunities where he doesn't necessarily need to use the Terrestrialization. Whereas I think in this particular game, it was almost the reverse for Alex. You kind of had an opportunity where you maybe needed to use it, but it just didn't pay off. And it maybe wasn't the correct usage of it in the particular, looking back at the game. But we're jumping into game two. Remember, this is the elimination match. So Marco just needs one more game in order to try and get revenge against Kinugawa. And Alex is fighting for the tournament life here.
Yeah, and you can see an adaptation here. No more Golden Go as the lead. I think Golden Go is just really awkward in the sense that, once again, if you're staring down a Flutter Mane or a Chien-Pao, you're like, all right, I'm very happy I brought Golden Go. But without it, Golden Go just is threatened by a lot of damage and doesn't do enough damage in return.
Yeah.
Urshifu being the adjustment, of course, this is the Ghost Terra Choice Band set, so it could go for Ghost Terra turn 1, get around a potential fake out from either Pokemon, and then just do a ton of damage with a Choice Band close combat. Could even Ghost Terra U-turn out, for example. But yeah, I think right now Marco does threaten with so much offense, right? You have the Surging Strikes pressure into Flutter Mane, the Wood Hammer pressure into Urshifu. Alice can Terra one Pokemon, but certainly not both.
That's the thing, where do you call that Terrestrialization, and is it going to give you the benefits for the end game of the situation? Terrestrialization does indeed come through very early doors here in this game too, and it's going to be onto that Flutter Mane. So Flutter Mane, once again, bringing out the Bouquet and turning into a Grass type, going to give it a little bit more defensive coverage against something like a Surging Strikes, but we know that the physical defenses of this... there's so much. I was about to say, physically defensive, Flutter Mane is not, but especially attack offensive, it definitely is.
The Moonblast gets the knockout there, and it's Choice Band U-turn, no fake out, no Grassy Glide. It is the dream turn for Alex here. Despite this being, yeah, like the Fluttermane with Moonblast, Taunt, Icy Wind, and Thunder Wave, it's still offensive enough to get the knockout onto Urshifu, which I honestly was not expecting there. And so Rillaboom comes in, and now you have two Pokemon to take the Wood Hammer, and wow, what a turn one for Alex there.
Yeah, that was such a commanding start. So much damage on the board. A fantastic defensive terrestrialization here, keeping it in the game with the Rillaboom, but obviously we'll have to see if that is going to stand the test of time. Marco does have the opportunity to bring in a Pokemon from the back. Something like an Incineroar is just going to be able to wipe away with that opposing Fluttermane, and you have the Rillaboom on the opposing side as well.
That was just a lights out turn one, right? I feel like this entire time I've been baited into thinking, oh, Fluttermane, it's so bulky. Like, yeah, you've got Moonblast and Icy Wind, but it's probably a 2-hit knockout onto most Pokemon. But just one-shotting Urshifu immediately gives a huge advantage to Alex there. And this time, yeah, I mean, I think worth it to Grass Terra Fluttermane. You know, the other thing about the Fluttermane right now is that you have the taunt, so you can theoretically taunt into the opposing Raging Bolt, preventing it from being able to Calm Mind freely, right? So from Alex's end, you could go for kind of like the safe play of Fake Out plus Taunt. You could also predict a Protect and then like do the classic, let me cycle my Fake Out user into my other Fake Out user. Either way, though, really strong turn one by Alex. And like the Fluttermane is pretty clearly an offensive threat here with Moonblast into either slot as well.
Yeah, true. Moonblast can do a lot of damage. I like the idea of Taunt on there, not only you know, shutting down Calm Mind, but also shutting Protect, leaving it a little bit more vulnerable to that Moonblast, maybe if Fluttermane is able to make it out through the turn. Rillaboom decided to leave the field. At the end of the day, Marco now has the potential to Intimidate and most critically Fake Out into this opposing Fluttermane because it no longer is a Ghost type. So that's something that you can do to help protect this Raging Bolt a little bit more if it is able to Protect, and that's exactly what it's gone for.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense because then you can just Fake Out Calm Mind potentially next turn. Fluttermane does end up targeting into the Raging Bolt slot. Crucially, the Rillaboom not going for a Fake Out as we see an Icy Wind come out. So will Rillaboom here go for a high horsepower, potentially into the Incineroar switch, and it is going to be the high horsepower. I think this play is actually quite safe at the end of the day, right? Because if Marco stays in with his Rillaboom, you just eat up a super effective Icy Wind. And if you switch into the Incineroar, you get eat up a high horsepower. But Alex has been in full control of this game. Like, it honestly feels quite difficult for Marco to come back from this one. Now, you do have Fake Out plus a potential Calm Mind available, or you could just Fake Out Dragon Pulse. But I think this clear Amulet Rillaboom is such a huge threat, right? High horsepower does so much damage across the board.
And you've got no way to neutralize it. As you said, Clear Amulet stopping that Intimidate from coming through. And the fact that you've got your choice of targets, you can do damage into the Raging Bolt, into the Incineroar, does make Rillaboom a really good threat. The Fake Out does, however, go down into the Fluttermane. I think maybe wanting to stop that potential Taunt coming through if a Calm Mind does want to rise up onto that Raging Bolt. Once again, high horsepower finds its mark, does do damage down into the Incineroar, but this is critical, I think, for this Raging Bolt to set it up for success. It needed to get this Calm Mind off.
Absolutely, yeah. The question is, how much can it get from this, right? Because if you're Alex, you can just taunt into the Raging Bolt and prevent any future Calm Minds. And so you can see Marco is trying to circumvent that by switching in the Rillaboom and going for Dragon Pulse, saying, look, I don't care if you taunt me here, I'm going to just go for the knockout. And then the switching into Rillaboom also covers for the high horsepower. If you're on Alex's end, you could choose to not taunt and just go for damage. I think taunt is probably pretty safe because it just means like Marco guaranteed won't be able to get any more Calm Minds off, at least for the next couple of turns. And Alex already has a big enough lead in this game where I feel like playing safe probably is okay, but you also could just send it and say, you know what, I'm going to Moonblast and high horsepower slash Wood Hammer your Raging Bolt.
Yeah, and just getting that Dragon Pulse damage off as well, as you said, you will be able to get the knockout. You can remove that threat of the Fluttermane from play. You don't have to worry about potential Moonblast coming back through your team. Incineroar actually just straight on leaving the field here on Marco's side, wanting to maybe bring that temptation in a little bit later. We're seeing once again that kind of feint come through as the Rillaboom joins the field. So not Icy Wind, however, no Taunt. Rillaboom is going to have to take that, but it is able to hang on, and Raging Bolt taking it respectively as well.
Yeah, the Icy Wind here just to make sure that you'll be faster, and then ends up being Wood Hammer into that slot, just guaranteeing a knockout onto the Rillaboom. I actually think if the Incineroar had just stayed in there, likely would have been able to survive that double up, and so Alex ends up calling it right again, opening himself to a slight risk, ends up, fainting with the Fluttermane, but the trade feels certainly worth it. So the main question right now is, like, what does Alex have in the back? Because a Dragonite in the late game obviously can feel really, really scary. I think Alex ended up, not leading the Golden Go because he realized, hey, it's kind of awkward as a lead, but it could still be very good in the end game if you've like fully knocked out everything next to the Raging Bolt. We saw how good like the instant Raging Bolt combo is here, but Alex also prioritizing getting these speed drops just to make sure that his Pokemon will outspeed in the end game.
Well, we've got the Urshifu coming front and center here. This is going to be a great Pokemon to try and deal with that Incineroar. You can just go through with those Surging Strikes and get some good damage on the board, but it does leave you in a vulnerable position against this Raging Bolt. Something like a Thunderclap is going to be able to do a lot of damage into the Urshifu.
Yeah, this turn is really scary if you're Alex, right? It's like you are facing down a ton of offensive pressure and you've Terra'd, right? Like you can Flare Blitz into the Rillaboom slot, get Thunderclap into Urshifu. Alex may have brought in out the Urshifu to try to bait out a Thunderclap and then like hard switch Urshifu immediately out. But yeah, I think like this dynamic is a little bit awkward right now. And the Urshifu, of course, does have Aqua Jet as well. So you could Aqua Jet to get around Thunderclap, knock out the Incineroar, and then win the game from there.
That would be a really nice chain of events, actually, and it would keep Alex certainly in the driving seat here, being able to, circumnavigate taking damage and being able to deal some damage out. But Fake Out comes through, first of all, from this Incineroar. It looks like it's the Surging Strikes coming through, just the one hit. One hit and it's down, but no Thunderclap.
It was Surging Strikes there, so Alex taking another big risk, but pays off heavily there. I was wondering if Aqua Jet there would do enough damage, because that would get around the Thunderclap potentially. As Dragon Pulse comes out, it's still not enough to knock out the Rillaboom, though. And so it's all down to Marco's Raging Bolt. Of course, Urshifu locked into Surging Strikes, not going to be the strongest damage dealer into Raging Bolt. And so if there's any Pokemon that can pull off a comeback, it is going to be Raging Bolt. It's committing to the Thunderclap there, does not want to eat up a high horsepower. So if you're Alex, the question is, do you switch out the Urshifu here, right? I was kind of surprised to see Urshifu come in first. And now that it's locked into Surging, like it's just not very powerful into Raging Bolt. And like you said, Lou, getting that Calm Mind up earlier was such a big deal in being able to just further like amplify your damage output. And so last turn, I think, ends up working out okay for Alex. You get the knockout. The big question I have is what's remaining in the back, right? Is it that Dragonite?
Oh, well, the Thunderclap did come through, but it went into the Rillaboom here instead of that Urshifu, leaving it completely unchecked. Thunderclap gets the knockout on the Rillaboom. You're now facing down against this Choice Band Urshifu, but that is pitiful damage from a Choice Band Pokemon. Raging Bolt is able to just absolutely eat this up.
I think the tough thing here for Marco, though, is like Alex does finally get the free switch in that he's looking for, right? And so my guess is it would be the Dragonite here. If it's Dragonite, then it's like, okay, you can force the Terra out. You kind of have to Terra. It is going to be Dragonite. Yeah, so exactly. Like, basically, it's like, okay, I can Scale Shot and Surging Strikes here. But yeah, you can just go for Fairy Terra and then Thunderclap into Urshifu. This is why I thought like Urshifu coming out first on the field was kind of surprising to me, rather than Dragonite just hitting the field immediately. Because I think if Dragonite hit the field, it would have been able to potentially Scale Shot into the Incineroar. So now I actually think, Raging Bolt is in quite a good spot, right? Like, yes, there is Iron Head from the Dragonite on the opposing side, but it can't Terra. And then because this is Choice Band Urshifu and Terra was already committed, like Thunderclap's a guaranteed knockout onto it. So then we're just going to end up in a Raging Bolt versus Dragonite match. And it's like, if you don't get crit or flinched by Iron Head, you might be good. So the first question I have here is, does Alex predict the Terra immediately and go for Iron Head here?
The Urshifu is just so vulnerable, as you mentioned, being locked in. So the Thunderclap comes through, gets the easy knockout, and now you're just facing down against this Dragonite. And the Terrestrialization being conserved so well for Marco does mean that this Dragonite cannot hit you with that Scale Shot. As you can see, does no damage. It's a Fairy type now. Iron Head can come out, but this recovery as well, the Raging Bolt has access to, thanks to the leftovers, particularly considering it can also keep going for the Protect. That's something you have to work around the Iron Head with, because yes, Iron Head does damage, but there's no Terrestrialization, it doesn't get that same type of attack bonus. It's not going to be dealing huge amounts. I would say. We'll have to see. It is going to connect eventually.
Yeah, I thought it was over, honestly. But the Raging Bolt with Calm Mind proving why it can be one of the most effective Pokemon in the format, right? So I certainly would expect it to survive an Iron Head. Does it crit? Does it flinch? Yeah. It is going to survive. Let's see. No crit or flinch. Dragon Pulse comes out. But it's not enough to get the knockout. And so, Lou, the key thing here is Dragonite does have Extreme Speed. So you can keep clicking Extreme Speed to get around a Thunderclap.
Yeah, that's so true. Oh, we're going to be in that little mind game towards the end here. It did more than I thought it was going to do, to be fair. I'm sorry, Dragonite. I kind of underestimated the power there of the Iron Head. And as you mentioned as well, there's the potential for those secondary effects to come through, and that could be detrimental. But the Extreme Speed coming through to stop the Thunderclap, this could be very dicey.
Yeah, the thing here is you can see Marco's like, okay, I can at least get my safe protects off, right? Because maybe as you weave the protects in, like you could go protect, thunderclap, and like keep clicking thunderclap. Like it's, I think, tough for Alex because you have to get every turn right? Like extreme speed will do decent damage, but then the leftovers plus protect just heals it back pretty substantially. So like Alex is hoping to eventually get Marco into a position where he gets scared and then you're able to just click Iron Head once more. But I'm pretty sure a +1 thunderclap will knock out Dragonite from the range that it's at. So this feels really tense.
It's nice to
And
see
it is
Dragonite.
Iron Head.
Oh, okay. It was Iron Head, not the extreme speed, so you still got one of those banked for later on as well. But I was just saying, it's really nice to see both these dragons in this kind of end game situation, trying to duke it out for who's going to come out on top. And Raging Bolt, again, now has a choice to make. Do you go for the Thunderclap, or do you go for that Dragon Balls?
It is the Thunderclap lock-in. Let's see, does Alex go for extreme speed to get around it? If not, Thunderclap, I think, will just knock out Dragonite. He revealed Iron Head, I believe, in the previous turn, so it is so tense. Raging Bolt looking to pull off a comeback of a century. It is so close. Was able to knock out Rillaboom, was able to knock out Urshifu, and all of it hinges on this Dragonite's move decision right now. Dragonite, of course, could go for a protect, but then you're just letting Raging Bolt get more recovery off with the leftovers, and which I don't think you want.
No, definitely.
Oh, it is extreme speed. Oh my goodness.
Raging Bolt was able to hang on, and Raging Bolt was going for the Thunderclap, so it completely fails. Oh, if that had been a Dragon Pulse, this would have been over.
Yep, exactly. But Marco says, I don't want to take that risk. He's still, okay, he's going to go for Thunderclap once more here. Oh my goodness. Just locking it in. And he was like, well, last time I protected you, Iron-Headed.
Yeah.
The extreme speed actually also did more damage than expected, and it is
Oh,
extreme speed.
it comes through.
Not against the knockout.
Oh my goodness, Aaron, we're going to a game 3.
Oh, I knew like this endgame would be so dicey. I thought Marco would at least weave in a protect there though to get one more turn of recovery. I'm kind of surprised to not see the protect. And yeah, it was actually low enough that an extreme speed just got the knockout.
Honestly, that Iron Head, I have to hold my hands up. I didn't think it was going to do as much as it did outside of Terrestrialization, but it just enabled such a fantastic endgame win con for those extreme speeds to come through. And I think you said it multiple times in that match, Alex was just constantly like in command of knowing the right Pokemon to target, the right double target, the right protect, and right through to the end, he was still holding up that same level of mental play.
Yeah, I thought what the game would boil down to was whether or not Alex would get the extreme speed call right twice, but because Marco didn't protect there, like, even if he had gone for Dragon Pulse, he would have fainted to extreme speed, so I thought weaving in a protect to get one more turn of leftovers recovery could have been helpful, because then you could potentially survive the extreme speed, so then it's the mind game of, okay, I got it wrong the first time, let me go for it again, but Alex, yeah, pulling it out, and I'm pretty sure it was him locking Iron Head on the first protect, and I think that conditioned Marco into being quite scared. But then Alex just decides to click extreme speed for the rest of the game, and what a back and forth game 2 that was.
Yeah, Raging Bolt really coming so close towards the end there. You know, that Calm Mind really helping out earlier on, but wow, what a way for Dragonite to come back in. You know, we were kind of saying how Dragonite is difficult to play in this format, and being able to see the way Alex is piloting, you almost ask why. And that's why it is such a... This Invitational is full of champions for a reason, because not everybody can pilot Dragonite so effectively in this particular regulation, but Alex Gomez can.
I think the lead was really strong for Alex, but Marco actually still brought it back, and it was off the work of Raging Bolt. Like Raging Bolt felt really good in that one, and it shows kind of this awkward dynamic, right? Like Alex was trying to pin the Raging Bolt in game 1 with Dragonite Golden Go, but there was still the Incineroar to deal with from the opposing end. And in that previous game, with no Golden Go, is actually a little bit harder to pin Raging Bolt. And so, yeah, I think, like, Marco probably recognizes, well, Bolt is really good in this matchup if I am able to find the right position for it. But here we are, going into game 3, and it's going to be Flutter Mane and Urshifu against Urshifu and Rillaboom. And we saw how this played out in the first turn of the last game, right, where Moonblast just knocked out Urshifu immediately. Yeah. So if you're Marco, you can, of course, consider going for a defensive Terra with your Urshifu and that Steel Terra, or you could just detect immediately on turn 1.
Yeah, Alex really was not messing around in that game too, and this Flutter Mane, like you said, is in the potential to deal a huge amount of damage with that Moonblast. Alternatively, you could always try and go for something like that Thunder Wave, start slowing down things again, paralyzing Pokemon on the opposing side, just limiting the pressure that they're going to be able to exert throughout the rest of the game.
Marco made his moves really quickly there. I don't think we saw the Terra commit. I think he was just, aggressively targeting into a Flutter Mane. So, yeah, it is interesting because I think in game 1, Flutter Mane felt kind of underwhelming, but in game 2 actually looked really good because of the ability to just Moonblast into the opposing Urshifu. One of the awkward things about these Flutter Mane sets is, like, not having Protect or and running the booster energy means that like if you switch it in, you probably just like want to like commit to it instead of like switching it out and then back in. And so once again, we're gonna see the Grass Terror on Flutter main.
Yep, I mean, this has been really consistent for the Flutter main. It gives you the flexibility against the Wood Hammer, the Surging Strikes. It just allows it to be able to hang on through this turn.
My goodness.
Moonblast once again, but it goes into the Rillaboom. Very, very interesting choice here. Not targeting down into that Urshifu. With the follow-up of the close combat coming through, that's a knockout on the Rillaboom. Marco's down a Pokemon already.
Yeah, so this time opting to target Rillaboom rather than Urshifu, saying, Marco, you saw me Moonblast you previously. You have to Terra. You have to switch. Ends up actually being neither, but I think Alex is still happy with this trade because it's a Surging Strikes coming out, but that's not enough to get the knockout with the Grass Terra. And so really, really nice play. I like it from both players' ends. I think Marco taking a pretty big risk, and Alex was probably quite confident the Urshifu would Terra or Switch or Protector. Like just going for a Surging once again, probably not the expected outcome.
I like the way Alex is so cognizant of how he played previously and is very self-aware of like, oh, Marco will think this because I did this, so I'm now going to do this. And that's kind of what we saw in the previous end game, you know, with the extreme speeds coming through, but also now again here, it's like Fluttermane went for the Moonblast. I'm not going to go for this time. I'm going to target down the Rillaboom. He won't see this coming. He thinks I'm going to do this.
Exactly, yeah. I feel like if you are trying to learn best of 3 play, like you should watch how Alex has played this tournament, because like the way like he adapts his plays, expecting a response from his opponent, has been really impressive. And even though Marco maybe didn't fully respond the way Alex expected him to, like it still ends up being a fairly favorable trade-off. This turn, however, I think is very awkward for Alex, where you know that the Thunderclap is pressuring Urshifu, right? So if you're Marco, do you go for the obvious Thunderclap? Do you go for a read and say the switch is so obvious, I'm gonna actually capitalize and go for a potential Calm Mind, as you can see, and he is gonna go for the Calm Mind. So with no Terra committed, Alex could rip it here. He could theoretically Moonblast and Close Combat, double up into Raging Bolt, knock it out, knock the biggest threat, the MVP from the previous game, and potentially just move on to the finals. But it would have to be a really bold call.
I think the Raging Bolt is such a key component for Marco. It has to be the thing that you target down. But as you said, you know, it can even go for something like a Protective, and then you're just leaving yourself open to the other Urshifu to be able to get some damage on the board. Urshifu on Alex's side is going to switch out. It did do the close combat before, so its defenses were a little bit weaker. Maybe wants to get that nicely reset as Rillaboom comes in. Instead of any Moonblast coming through, once again, Thunder Wave will connect down into an Urshifu. This is going to leave it nice and slow on the field, potentially not even going to be able to damage, and Raging Bolt is free to just go straight for this Calm Mind.
So yeah, it ends up not being the crazy prediction, but I think it makes sense because Alex is probably feeling like he has the lead and ends up paralyzing the Urshifu here. And the Urshifu does not actually get an attack off. Alex could have launched Moonblast into that slot, but he was probably thinking, hey, well, if you go for Steel Terra, Moonblast doesn't do enough, and then paralyzing you means I get the speed advantage. It also means you roll for the para, and Urshifu not getting the Surging Strikes off there is a disaster. It means Fluttermane will hang around for a little bit longer. And the key thing is Alex's clear Amulet Rillaboom is looking really scary from a damage perspective right now. You threaten with Wood Hammer onto Urshifu and High Horsepower onto Raging Bolt and Incineroar. So you can see what Marco's game plan is now. He's like, look, I know that you'll do a ton of damage with this, but if I switch in the right Pokemon at the right time, namely Incineroar into a Wood Hammer, I don't take that much damage, and then it means my Raging Bolt will get a big attack off.
I mean, this also isn't the traditional Rillaboom. On Alex's side, it's clear Amulet, so not running that Assault Vest, it is going to leave it more vulnerable to something like a Dragon Pulse coming through. So you do have utility ways to deal with it. Incineroar's another great option just by using that Flare Blitz. Yes, you can't intimidate it, but still getting damage to remove it from play is going to be important. Moonblast will come through into the Incineroar, does about a third of damage, very respectable, but the follow-up from the High Horsepower, again, putting it into a dangerous position, into that red zone. Incineroar is thankfully going to be able to munch onto its Sinus Berry to be able to regain a little bit of HP, because it's going to need it if another double-up comes its way. Oh, this is not something you see every day, a Dragon-type move going down into a Fluttermane, but the Terrestrialization leaves it exposed.
Yeah, I like Alex's play there because it covers for the switch it into Incineroar and the Steel Terra on Urshifu. Marco, to his credit, I think has done a really good job of holding on to his Terra for the entirety of the game. Like, and recognizing he has faced situations where if he, by not Terraing, can just like risk a one-hit KO, right? Fluttermane Moonblast into the Urshifu slot. We saw how that played out in game 2. I think Alex was like, you have to Terra, dude. Certainly it's going to come out. And Marco's like, nope, I'm not going to Terra. I'm not going to Protect. But yeah, Alex still, of course, does get a lot of damage off. And as you mentioned, Lou, the clear Amulet is such a big item here because it means Intimidate is just so much less effective. But for Alex, I think, you know, he's also probably thinking about how the end of game 1 played out and end of game 2 played out, and how he like brought Urshifu out first in front of a Raging Bolt. So like this time around, for example, if you've got that Dragonite in the back, maybe you just bring it out now first instead of bringing your Urshifu out and playing that Thunderclap mind game. And it indeed is going to be Dragonite.
Yeah, Dragonite being revealed here is another piece in the puzzle here for Marco, because as you mentioned, the Terrestrialization is being very calmly used. It's being kept towards the end, but this is something that Raging Bolt might need to utilize later on to be able to get around something like the scale shots coming through.
Crucially, though, I could still see like Raging Bolt once again is in this end game where it is very scary, and with no Golden Go, it means that it's actually not the easiest Pokemon to deal with, right? And so I think the main tension I'm watching out for right now is, will Dragonite be able to call what Raging Bolt goes for, right? If Raging Bolt doesn't Terra and you just Scale Shot into it, you probably just win the game. But that's such a difficult play to cover for, especially when you're staring down an Incineroar, because like, let's say you attack into Raging Bolt. Oh my goodness, it's just Fake Out into Dragonite, no Protect. What?
Just goes straight into Dragonite, breaks that multi-scale, leaves it so vulnerable in these next couple of turns. Rillaboom's able to clean up the opposing Incineroar. This gives Marco the utility to bring something in from the back, as it just goes straight out for this Dragon Pulse. Dragonite drops thanks to the double up. There was absolutely no fear on Alex's side here, and Marco capitalized on it so beautifully.
Oh, that is such a heavy punish, Lou. I was like, well, what this boils down to is like, is Dragonite able to target Raging Bolt at the right time? But instead, it just attempts to attack. Completely fails. Yeah, gets flinched by the Fake Out, maybe predicting the Incineroar to like pivot back out into Urshifu there. And now it's the classic dilemma of like, well, Urshifu's out. It has to lock into... I mean, if you lock into anything that's not Aqua Jet, you just feint to a Thunderclap, right? And crucially, Marco still has his Terra available. So the fact that he was able to get around Dragonite without even committing Terra is unbelievable.
I mean, I'm just shocked Dragonite went away so quickly. As you said, it was
Likewise,
in a position
yeah.
where it could be so defining in this game, and now it's been completely removed from play. Raging Bolt, I think, generally in a really fantastic position. You've got that Thunderclap priority that you can go down into. You do have to contend with, you know, the high horsepower coming from Rillaboom, but if you go for the Terrestrialization as well, then it puts you into maybe a safer spot there. I don't know how Raging Bolt doesn't dominate now.
Absolutely, yeah. It felt like Raging Bolt is such a big threat, and like Dragonite was the answer to it. So now that it's been eliminated, I think Marco should have a really advantageous position. Alex buys himself some time though. It's the Aqua Jet, so that does get around Thunderclap. That's the one move you can click to make sure you don't get Thunderclapped. But it's just going to be the Wood Hammer into the Urshifu slot. So now it is a 2v1. I think Alex making the completely correct play to keep himself in this one. Marco had the ability to potentially commit Terra on his Urshifu there. Doesn't go for it. But effectively, this is now a 1v1, right? By forcing the Urshifu to lock into Aqua Jet, it is not going to deal meaningful damage. Grassy Terrain is slowly expiring as well. 2 Dragon Pulses likely will knock out Rillaboom. And so, I think the advantage is still heavily in Marco's favor. If you're Alex, you're probably hoping for a critical hit with your high horsepower.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I understand, obviously, the Aqua Jet play, but you see how minimal damage it deals, and considering you've got the leftovers, you can go for Protects, and you're locked into the Aqua Jet, you can't change your mind on it. You're really free as the Raging Bolt to just deal with this Rillaboom, and then you can turn your attention down into the opposing Urshifu, because it's really not threatening you in any way, shape, or form. It's completely locked in, and even if, you know, it does get a cheeky critical hit, well, I can always just Protect and regain that HP and act like it never happened.
Yeah, I think if you're to review this game, the key turn is really just the Fake Out Dragon Pulse onto the Dragonite, taking out what was, you know, the #1 threat to Raging Bolt, gave Marco such a big advantage. Marco just saying, you know what, I'm going to make the obvious play here, gets it right, but it's high horsepower coming out. That's really good damage. I mean, another one will get the knockout, but will Rillaboom survive Dragon Pulse into... Oh, yeah. I was going to say Dragon Pulse into the Thunderclap is not going to... yeah, Rillaboom won't be able to survive that, so Rillaboom at least hangs around for another turn. But
yeah, no
you are in
coming
potential
through.
KO range. Yep.
Yeah, going to be that Dragon Pulse coming through. But I mean, the high horsepower did a lot.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
The Rillaboom. This was such a crazy play. So the Rillaboom was trying to get around Thunderclap, and Marco, and you get the crit with the Aqua Jet, but Marco just calls it and just Dragon Pulses. That wasn't like the Rillaboom tried to Fake Out specifically so that Thunderclap would fail. So Urshifu would go for the Aqua Jet, and so you probably were like, Marco, why in the world would you lock into a Dragon Pulse there instead of Thunderclap? But it was specifically because he knew Alex could Fake Out there, and Alex actually went for it, and Marco called it. Like, that was insane.
And he locked that in so quickly as well, because although we were saying, Like, sure, this Acrojet does barely anything. Thanks to the high horsepower, it actually was in a position where if it gets a critical hit like it just did, and hey, if it gets another one, then that one fake out bait around the thunderclap could have been so devastating. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out. You know, Marco one step ahead, able to go for that Dragon Pulse, and
oh my goodness!
It's able to hang on a critical hit. It was a critical hit.
Two
my
crits.
Goodness. Aaron, this is literally what could have happened if that fake out bait had worked.
That was unreal. Like you said, Luke, Marco made the move so quickly. Like we didn't even have time to react to it because I was like, wait, did he lock Dragon Pulse? Like I'm pretty sure he did, but like I didn't even see it. But like the fact that he literally clicked that without thinking at all, like that was such high level. The fact that he knew Alex was going to go for the fake out to get around Thunderclap and got it right was unbelievable. I mean, what a set we had between Titans here.
And once again, he didn't even terrestrialize, right?
Yes, yeah, never clicked it once.
Maybe he doesn't have his Terror Orb. Like, I don't know. Like, he's just not using it. It's wild.
The end game was just absolutely insane. I mean, like both of those end games for Alex to have gotten the like double extreme speed, right? And then for Marco to have called that you are specifically going to fake out with Rillaboom and I'm not going to Thunderclap when another high horsepower would have just gotten the knockout was absolutely nuts. Like that's like the highest level of play, right? Because it's like most players would not predict Rillaboom to go for fake out there, so they would Thunderclap. But Alex is a high enough player to recognize, hey, I can actually win this because the Aqua Jet damage is adding up and high horsepower is doing enough. And then Marco's even one step ahead and calls it. Like, for that to have been the end game was absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, I think you're right. It is just that higher tier of cognitive function when it comes to the game, because you might kind of think, well, the fake out obviously is going to fail. Like, why would you do that? What benefit is that giving you? But what it's giving you is time, giving you time for that Urshifu to be able to get that damage stacking up, because the only way to get around that priority was that fake out. And it does, I think, take a lot of guts to be able to not only identify those plays, but to still actually click the buttons.
Totally. Like Marco just loses there if Alex gets high horsepower, right? Which is kind of like the seemingly obvious play. And so I think like that end game perfectly encapsulates what high level VGC is all about. Like to make the absolute correct read and make a play that seems so crazy was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and that's why these guys are indeed champions. And we actually have our two finalists now locked in to find out who is going to become this Summit of Champions champion. It's going to be either Kinugawa or marcofiero. I mean, you couldn't. It doesn't matter who it was always going to be phenomenal. But just by watching the journey that these two have gone on today, I am so excited to see this grand final.
Yeah, and I believe we started the day with these two going off against each other, and so for Marco to have a chance at redemption, yeah, I think must be exciting for him. And if he wins this one, he will have defeated all three players in the tournament. And like, what better way to an event like this, there's not really high stakes. It's more about like the bragging rights, but to be able to say you beat three of the best players, of the world and of all time is so great for bragging rights. And yeah, I've just been so impressed by Marco's play and his willingness to like lean into taking crazy risks when it seems like it's crazy, but like getting it right so frequently.
Yeah, and I think that's a great observation, actually, that it has come full circle. This is how we started our tournament today and how we're going to end it. And it's going to be so exciting to see whether, Kinugawa can take the same learnings and, dominate again, or is Marco going to be able to, have studied up and have a prepared, response to that. So only one more match left, which is absolutely wild. It's been such an incredible tournament so far. I know our finalists want to get ready. So I know from my side, I just want to say a big thanks to Marcus, my fellow casters, the players, and production as well, just for everything they've done. But there's still one more game left. So we're going to run it to a really quick 5-minute break, and then Marcus and Aaron will take you through the grand finals.
All right, and back again. And we have something special ahead of the grand finals. I am joined by one of our finalists, Yuma Kinugawa. How are you feeling? How are you feeling now that you are in the finals?
I'm happy. And I'll win grand final.
Okay, so you are confident. Nice. You played against Marco in the first round. So
Yes.
how do you think about a rematch with Marco?
It's hard match because Marco's Urshifu is so bulky. Life of Earth power
Yes. Survive. Yes.
too bulky.
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be one key mechanic or one key interaction that we will look out for. Now, of course, you have to prepare for your final match, but finally, is there anything you want to say to your friends maybe or your fans outside of Japan who are watching? Do you have any words for your foreigner fans?
Fan?
Your maybe someone is watching from outside of Japan and rooting for you. Or any thank you want to say?
Thank you. Thank you. I'll do my best.
Okay. All right. And then, well, you already said you are confident to take the title, and best of luck in the finals. Thank you for joining for this short pre-final interview.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we heard it here from Kinugawa, who said that he is confident to take on Marco in the grand finals after he has already beaten him, of course, in round 1. One thing that he called out was the fact that Urshifu over on Marco's side was so bulky and, with Earth Power, not getting that knockout. So that is something that we will have to watch out. Whew. Okay. Now
Ready?
the finals is set. Yes. Hi, Aaron. Are you ready? I'm definitely ready.
Let's do it.
I'm definitely ready. Well, I still need to set up some stuff here just to make sure that we also get to see the right game. But I think this looks all good. Yeah, it's been a bit of a day. We've had quite a lot of exciting matches, a lot of Incineroar, Urshifu, Rillaboom, but one more set to close out this Winter Invitational, and I can't wait to jump into it.
The level of play has been awesome. Like, it's so cool to see how the best players in the world approach playing this game, and I feel like there's a lot to learn from how, Marco played the end game of Game 3 against Alex, and how Alex played the opening turns against Wolfe, for example. It's been such a treat to watch, and for us to end the day with the matchup that we started with, I think is also so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, that is, of course, quite the story, and of course, that is what can happen with this, double elimination that we're using here for, I think, the first time ever, at least in, like, an online tournament like this. So we'll actually, get to go back to the matchup that started the day. One thing that is important to note is that there will not be any bracket reset possible. So it's just going to be one best of 3. Even though, of course, Kinugawa coming in from the winner's side, this was decided in advance, and all players agreed to it in advance, just so we get one best of 3 as the final. And that is what we will have. Marco against Kinugawa. I don't know, were you even awake for that very first game? You said you saw Thunderous and left. Was that true?
Yeah, I was awake. I was watching it, and so I'm excited to see how Marco has thought about the matchup, because I often feel like when rematches happen, I favored the person that lost, because I think high-level VGC players, the best of the best, are obsessive with figuring out why they lost, and then also figuring out how to prevent it from happening in the future. And so I'm sure Marco's given it some thought. I'm sure right after the game he was oh man, these were the things that I should have done. And then the onus is then on Kinugawa to maybe figure out some new game plans, because it's hard to kind of execute the same game plan over and over again against someone that surely has thought about how to adapt.
Absolutely. And then for one last time, let's have a quick look at the teams that we will get to feature in this grand finals. Of course, Marco, I think he has had the most battles out of anyone, losing in the first round, but then not only overcoming Wolfe, but also beating Alex in that nail-biting game we just saw. Yeah, very, very powerful team. Pretty standard, and then also in the set against Alex, got to use that Raging Bolt to quite a lot of success. Yeah, and then over on Kinugawa's side, we've also seen this team now a bunch of times before. It is that Iron Bundle and Thundurus, 2 Pokemon we don't get to see that often in this format, but they provided excellent support for Landorus and Urshifu and this team, who are, yeah, the damage dealers, I would say. And yeah, now it's just down to 1 best of 3. Yeah, it's already quite late in Japan, so I hope Kinugawa can keep the energy up. But I'm sure, yeah, a matchup like this against one of the best players in the world is definitely something that will keep him awake.
I think one thing that's also been fascinating is, you know, Marco's team, like the 6 Pokemon are not surprises by any means. You know, these Pokemon have existed in combination with each other for quite a while. In the previous run of the regulation, we saw Landorus being used over the Fluttermane slot, but there aren't any like crazy surprises, but he's just like used it so effectively. He of course has the unique Fluttermane set, which has been taking over the regulation. And then I think like the defensive Terras on Pokemon like Urshifu and Chien-Pao have been absolutely huge as well. But overall, it really feels like Marco, like his play specifically, is carrying the team. Like he's willing to take huge risks, right? We saw him surging strikes in front of an Ogerpon previously that had, of course, Follow Me. We also saw him going for a Dragon Pulse into Alex's super low HP Rillaboom when he could have Thunderclap, predicting Alex to go for Fake Out.
Yeah.
And so it's just the level of play that's coming from Marco. Like there's a reason why he's able to pilot this like seemingly standard team and just do like make it look so good.
Yeah, and well, he has shown it so far in this tournament. Now it is time again to show it in the grand finals up against Kinugawa. Definitely, yeah, his biggest challenge yet. Can Marco overcome Kinugawa, who dropped him down to the losers bracket, or will Kinugawa, yeah, finalize and sweep the tournament undefeated? Well, we will find out about that now. A very unconventional lead coming out from Kinugawa here. It's Rillaboom and Incineroar. Usually I always say, well, players like to try and avoid this positioning because of how passive it is, but it seems like Kinugawa goes into it very, very willingly as the lead. Have you seen that before, Aaron?
No, definitely not. Yeah, I mean, like the double Fake Out is always valuable, and you of course get the Intimidate off immediately as well. But it's certainly like his team just has so many offensive options, so it's interesting to see him lean into it. But not a terrible lead, I think.
Yeah, and well, it seems like Marco definitely feeling the pressure and goes for a very unconventional play as well, going for the Protect and a Fake Out himself just to neuter that threat of Fake Out over on Kinugawa's side.
So 3 Fake Out users hit the field to start the game. In the end, it ends up being a fairly neutral turn, right? I think this next turn, the Urshifu on Marco's end certainly faces some pressure from the Rillaboom, but you're also pressuring with Surging Strikes. Marco has loved going for the defensive Steel Terra with his Urshifu, but you know, one of the things you have to watch out for is if you commit that Terra, well, we know like Kinugawa has Landorus and Urshifu in the back. Both of those can really take advantage of a potential Steel Terra from Marco's end.
Yeah, and I mean, with that Terra Steel, Marco has shown a couple of times how valuable that is just to get those resistances. And yeah, Incineroar over on Kinugawa's side under a lot of pressure by this Urshifu, and well, Kinugawa, no Fake Out active, has to do something about this positioning. Makes a good call though, switching out Incineroar into Urshifu to potentially take that Surging Strikes, and also of course to reset Intimidate, to reset Fake Out. A wise man once said, the most valuable position for Incineroar is when it's off the board and in the back.
Crucially, baiting out the Steel Terra here, though, right? It is Surging Strike, so I think Kinugawa probably very happy with this turn. Marco was hoping to bring in the Incineroar, reduce the damage output from the opposing side, going for that Steel Terra to cover for a Woodhammer. But I think Kinugawa has now forced the Terra out. And even though Woodhammer here is not going to do the most amount of damage, now you are, of course, immensely threatened by close combat as well as attacks from the Landorus in the back.
Yeah, I like the Woodhammer just to ensure that, yeah, the Terra has to be committed if Marco wants to go on the offensive here. And yeah, considering the fact that there is no close combat over on Kinugawa's Urshifu, it really kind of likes when the opponent terrestrializes their Urshifu, so you can hit it for just a little bit more damage. Now, of course, Terra Steel would not have really helped against close combat either. But now, yeah, Searching Strikes definitely are a threat for Kinugawa. But yeah, it's always just so awkward when the Incineroar, Rillaboom, Urshifu cycle plays out, just because it's so tough to just break through it. Yeah, like Marco could now swap their Incineroar into Rillaboom. But yeah, because he terrestrialized, I guess, yeah, Marco has to be a little bit more careful because he broke his own kind of core there a little bit defensively.
It's quite interesting to actually see Fake Out plus Surging Strikes here into the Urshifu rather than something like a Fake Out plus a Close Combat, maybe predicting a switch on that Urshifu slot. And so the high horsepower here also doing pretty decent damage into Incineroar. I think Marco probably would have been happier maybe getting the knockout here onto the Urshifu. I'm trying to think if it would have been good if, Urshifu... Like, if it was intentional to keep Urshifu around, but now, of course, you still... well, actually, yeah, the crucial thing here is no close combat on this Urshifu, right? That's, yeah, so that actually makes that Steel Terror just so much safer.
Yes, yeah, and I think you didn't want to go for close combat yourself from Marco's side, just so you don't drop your defense, and so high horsepower maybe, like, doesn't, I don't know, get the KO on Urshifu, just because, yeah, Urshifu is just naturally, like, such a nice Pokemon into Kinugawa's team, as we also saw in some of the previous sets that Kinugawa has played. But, yeah, it seems like, once more, Urshifu will just both stay on the field and no switches. Searching Strikes comes out first from Kinugawa, doing a decent chunk to this Urshifu, now that it's terrestrialized to Steel.
So trade-offs in the Surging Strikes, but yeah, the lack of close combat meant that Marco could play this like a little bit safer. He is still playing down his Terra crucially, and of course his Urshifu is quite low. I think Kinugawa having the Landorus is also quite a big deal, because like Landorus being able to just clicker with Power Sensor Storm is looking so good from this position, but we'll have to see first what the Rillaboom decides to do. It is going to target down that Urshifu, get the knockout. One of the things I'm thinking about, though, is Marco's got that Chien-Pao on his team. If you bring Chien-Pao out, that is quite a scary Pokemon for Landorus to stare down.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, Landorus has proven to be so strong on Kinugawa's team in some of the previous sets. Now, of course, having played against each other before in the same tournament, and also maybe they were able to study these games against Alex, who, yeah, is also using, or who was also using an Incineroar Rillaboom-based team. So you can definitely get like some information as to how both of them like to approach these type of matchups. But yeah, now with that parting shot, getting to reposition, yeah, I think Rillaboom plus Chien-Pao coming in is definitely a strong spot now for Marco. And yeah, I mean, Urshifu is already down. That's always great for Chien-Pao. And there is Landorus coming in. Wow, it's not the Incineroar for Kinugawa.
Yeah, I think one thing that's interesting is the Poison Terra on the Landorus feels relatively safe at this point, right? It does mean that you open up a weakness to the high horsepower from the opposing side, so it's not just like guaranteed, like I can go for this Terra and not get punished at all. To me, it's like Kinugawa's played this game in a way to try to like sweep with the Landorus, but couple things to watch out for, right? Like, will Poison Terra, Sludge Bomb get the knockout onto Rillaboom? Chien-Pao also has its Focus Sash, so effectively, like, both of these Pokemon kind of feel like they have, like, 2 lives in front of them. And so, the ability to switch into Incineroar means like not only do you get an Intimidate off against both of these, but then Fake Out can give you the chip damage to either put Rillaboom in KO range or break the Focus Sash from Chien-Pao. So I think this play is really safe. It makes a lot of sense, but Marco could try to go for advanced prediction and like Sacred Sword, high horsepower to switch in.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit telegraphed. Like bringing in Landorus kind of tells me that that was the plan all along. But there it comes. Yeah, Marco seeing right through it. Wow, and it is the double up as
so
well.
So much damage. Yeah.
Yeah, like
a beautiful, beautiful play.
Yeah, it's just the game, right? Like, yeah, sure, you bring in Rillaboom and Landorus, like you're anticipating that Chien-Pao would be in the back. Like I was thinking the same thing. Like switching in Landorus like already tells me like Kinugawa planned this protect and switch play, and Marco being a player of his caliber, yeah, just anticipates this, goes for the double target into Rillaboom, hits Incineroar on the switch in, but thanks to Intimidate and the Shuka Berry, it actually manages to survive and make it through the turn.
Yeah, the crucial thing here is, like, it feels like most of the damage output now is coming from Landorus. Instant taking so much damage is quite bad. It's one Sacred Sword away from getting knocked out. I think if you are Kinugawa, like, you definitely want to commit the Terra on the Landorus, right? Because if not, then you will just get one-hit KO'd by Chien-Pao. This turn you were threatening with something like Fake Out, so might not necessarily have needed to Terra, but it's going to be the swaps coming around from both players this time around.
Yeah, now I think after getting all the damage down, now Marco is feeling like much more happy with where he is in this game currently, because yeah, with Chien-Pao, now everything would be in KO range, so you can kind of anticipate this Landorus is going for a Terra at one point or the other. And yeah, if you can manage to get Chien-Pao back to neutral attack stat maybe at some point, and get just a little bit of damage into this Landorus, then yeah, you might be looking for a win still in the game. Oh wow, but well, Kinugawa is saying, well,
what?
You know what? I can predict as well. It goes for the Sludge Bomb and hits Incineroar for the knockout as Chien-Pao just protects.
The fact that it got the knockout there, honestly, I was expecting it to survive there.
Yeah,
it's a testament to how powerful Landorus is. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, with the
crazy.
Yeah, with the Terra boost as well. Like, yeah, we're not used to that damage, I guess, from other formats because of how sheer force and the Terra boost. It's just absurd. But
and
now
that's such a big knockout to get, right? And, like, the key thing is, once again, you still kind of like. Yeah, my question is whether or not Sludge Bomb KOs the Rillaboom here. With Fake Out plus Sludge Bomb, actually, it definitely should. And so Rillaboom is going to end up flinching. And it's just Sacred Sword, actually, into the Rillaboom slot. So maybe trying to fish once again. But Kinugawa's Landorus is just ripping through Marco right now. 2 knockouts back-to-back. And it is a critical hit there. I'm not sure how much that mattered, though.
Yeah, I think, even with that Assault Vest, the Landorus just being so offensive. And, then with the way that Marco approached this, going for that Sacred Sword, like, there was, it didn't really matter, I guess, whether that KO'd or not, since it just meant that, it was just over from there. And, with that, Kinugawa goes up 1-0 in the grand finals here. Yeah, well, just one game away from taking home the title, from becoming the first Summit of Champions champion. Need to work on that one a little bit. Becoming the Winter Invitational champion. Now it's once again on Marco to come up with a plan of how to come back against this team that has already beaten him in the very first round of the event. It cannot be Raging Bolt, can it?
No, I was going to say, it's just this Landorus is a menace, right? Like, the fact that it was able to just, like, come out and be able to potentially threaten one-hit KOs onto things, like, can definitely understand why Kinugawa was prioritizing knocking out Urshifu, because, like, Surging Strikes is just annoying for Landorus, both obviously before Terra and after Terra. You got to find a better path to Landorus, right? I'm trying to figure out what the game plan is, though, because, like you said, I don't think Raging Bolt is the solution unless you somehow get, like, 2 Calm Minds off before Landorus even hits the field.
Yeah, but even then, that's hard to do. And even then, I had a game like using this team where like I was at +2 and I was like, haha, I'm gonna go Terra Fairy, and then the Landorus went Terra Poison Sludge Bomb and still like KO'd me from, I don't know, 70% or something. So yeah, like even then, it's really really tough to face Landorus with a Raging Bolt based team. So I think it's probably going to be the same 4 again for Marco, but has to come up with a way to maybe use Urshifu better. I guess trading Urshifu for Landorus, that would be the dream scenario for Marco in this game 2 that he has to win, or else Kinugawa would be the champion, and Kinugawa going back to what he liked to do in some of the other matches as well, just going for Rillaboom and Thunderous, just spreading some paralysis, and I think getting a Thunder Wave off on Urshifu, that would be the dream for Kinugawa right now.
Yeah, you definitely threaten with Fake Out and the Thunder Wave immediately. On Marco's end, you could just like protect on the first turn, bypass the Fake Out, and then go from there. There's no Ghost Terra, crucially, here on the Chien-Pao or the Urshifu. Both are Pokemon that sometimes like carrying it. So the Chien-Pao right now is exerting a ton of offensive pressure, but because of the threat of Fake Out on turn 1, like, I think Kinugawa probably feels decently okay here, knowing that Marco has to respect it. And as he is going to respect it, it's going to be Protect from Chien-Pao.
Yeah, I think taking it slow makes a lot of sense here, and just going for that double Protect. But that, of course, then gives Kinugawa the option to, go for a Thunder Wave next turn. Now, something that Marco liked to do in their previous set was to switch Urshifu into Incineroar. And then he would actually have 2 Dark types on the field and can take Thunder Wave and just, absorb that. So I think that is the play that is in the air right now, I would say. Switching Urshifu into Incineroar and then going for Icicle Crash into either Rillaboom or Thundurus. But knowing that, of course, Marco then could use this pressure that he has to maybe come up with a different play. Maybe anticipating an Incineroar switch in, for example, from Kinugawa, which would make a lot of sense to counter this the play that I was just describing.
Exactly, and the Incineroar switch-in does end up coming out, but there's always a risk in making the switch because you open yourself to eating up a Surging Strikes, and it's no switch on the Urshifu end, so the Chien-Pao will do a lot of damage, get a critical hit there with the Icicle Crash. And Thundurus here is going to double miss? Oh, man.
Wow, again. Oh, we've seen this before. So, yeah, I think, well, Kinugawa made the kind of right call, I guess. Not going for the Thunder Wave, going for the Wild Bolt Storm, but it's just being knocked out. This has happened before. Kinugawa double missed before. Thunder is really not missing its marks these days.
And that's, of course, one of the most inconsistent things about using Thundurus, right? In a format like this, where Wild Bolt Storm is so good, it's hard to not want to run it. It's just like so much better than Thunderbolt, but you do open yourself up to big misses. And I mean, that miss was absolutely huge, right? Because it may have just gotten the knockdown onto Urshifu, would break the Focus Sash on Chien-Pao. Complete disaster there. And like you said, the Incineroar did kind of get what it wanted to, but crit plus double miss puts Kinugawa definitely in a much tougher position now. But it was all about Landorus in the previous game. We'll see what Landorus can do now this time around.
Marco definitely wants to kind of ride this advantage that he has right now. And I think, bringing in Fake Out and just really using Urshifu to the max is the plan now for Marco. As with that Thundurus out of the picture, Urshifu being so powerful against this type of team, definitely makes a lot of sense. But once again, Landorus going for this Terra Poison that I think it really has to in this matchup against Urshifu and Chien-Pao. Both defensively is great, and also then, of course, getting this extra boost there. Just playing it defensively with this Detect, but it seems like the switch was called once more. Sludge Bomb just one-hitting that Rillaboom. Really, really nice play once more by Kinugawa.
And it just gets the one-hit KO, right? This set, in my opinion, has like showcased how good Landorus is as a Pokemon. And we already knew this like the last time we played this format, but the fact that you have one-hit KO potential onto basically like everything on Marco's team just makes it so scary. And for it to be able to one-shot an Assault Vest Pokemon feels kind of nasty.
And I mean, having the I guess type advantage against both Incineroar and Rillaboom has really come up many times now in these games, and every time you need to make the decision, okay, is it going to be a switch or not? Are you going for the Earth Power and Sludge Bomb? And it just seems like Kinugawa just gets it right every single time. And now this double miss in the first turn definitely was bad, but now if he can get this right again with a Fake Out Earth Power, but it's just the trade of Fake Outs. Also, Landorus won't be able to move this turn.
I think the crucial thing here, though, is that Kinugawa's Landorus is just faster than everything, right? And so, like, the Landorus, like, not only is faster, but also can pressure with the one-hit knockout, making it so scary here. And so, like, it feels like Landorus is still in full control of this game. And it, like, being able to just get knockout after knockout without facing a threat of, like, too much damage on the opposing side is, I think, what's made this really tricky, right? So, like, the current board state is, how do you get around this, right? You could always Earth Power into Urshifu. Urshifu could obviously then protect, but then if Urshifu protects, then Incineroar is vulnerable to just eating up damage from Landorus and Rillaboom.
Yeah, now it's another one of those turns where like Earth Power is threatening a KO on either target. So yeah, where are you targeting? Incineroar, of course, cannot go for the protect. Marco thinks that, well, he cannot risk losing Incineroar just to an Earth Power, so goes for the Terra Ghost. But of course, yeah, there's always the chance of a double up.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see though, Urshifu going for the detect there. He's just too good at it, is he?
He's goated. He's goated. Like.
Well, Citrus Berry healing up Incineroar just a little bit more, but there it is, the Woodhammer follow-up. And just barely. Wow. So, yeah, once again, it's one of those cases where Kinugawa gets the turn absolutely right, but thanks to clever investment and the Citrus Berry, the Incineroar of Marco actually gets that parting shot down onto Landorus. And, well, I mean, you get to go into Tianpao. There's still always I guess the threat of an Icicle Crash flinch lingering around. But I don't know if you can play around that in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, the other question I have is you could just switch into Incineroar, right? And go for an Earth Power onto Urshifu. So my question then is there any chance Urshifu is bulky enough to survive? Because if not, then that feels relatively safe. The Intimidate just stacks up on Tianpao so quickly as well. But, ooh, okay, we're actually seeing a potential different switch into the Incineroar here. Interesting. It's the Landers pivoting out into Incin.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you gotta get ahead wherever you can, and maybe mixing it up like this sometimes can be a good idea. Getting Intimidate on Tianpao, absolutely crucial.
Oh!
And...
oh my goodness!
Wow. What a read now. So these players are just like taking turns here, just like going all out. And just like that, well, Marco now is saying, well, you wanna hard read with a double up, I can do the same thing. I guess like your play of switching an Incin for Rilla and then just going for the attack, like this Landorus has Sense Your Storm as well, so you don't have to go for Earth Powers as well. But now maybe is this game back into Marco's favor?
It feels like it, right? Like it feels like this tug of war that's gone back and forth. The key thing here is Marco being able to switch out of this Intimidate now, right? And Tianpao being able to reset. But Icicle Crush still won't one-shot Landers, and so yeah, I think Kinugawa trying to take a risk there, but it does not pay off at all. Even if Landers gets the knockout here, Tianpao now will be able to reset. Targets into the Urshifu, knockoff into Incin. So we're down to a 2v2 now. And with Urshifu having protected, you could always just go for Earth Power into it, right? And so my key question still remains, like, does Landers one-shot the Urshifu, or did Marco train his Urshifu to survive either an Earth Power or Poison Terra Sludge Bomb?
Yeah, well, we saw in the previous set that it did indeed survive the Earth Power. Now, of course, we have a little bit of chip on it. Might not be enough. But I wonder, like... no, there's no way that Aqua Jet Icicle Crash gets this Landorus. So...
oh, and then the other question is, does Sacred Sword KO Incin from this range?
Yeah, I think Marco is not convinced.
Yeah.
I think did he double it up with Aqua Jet Sacred Sword? I think he might have.
Yeah. Not confident on getting the knockout, so Aqua Jet comes out, Sacred Sword comes out, Incineroar now has fainted.
And now it comes down to this. I mean, are you going for Earth Power to probably get the KO on Urshifu, or are you just hoping for Sense Your Storm rolls? But no, it's going to be the Earth Power, gets the KO, and now it's a true 1v1. Well, if Icicle Crash hits, then we know how this one goes, but there's always the chance, of course, of it missing.
Oh, that was so dicey. Yeah, the fact that Earth Power was a knockout onto the Urshifu made me think Kinugawa maybe should have just stayed in with Landorus like previously and then switched out the other way. But now it should be Tianpao advantage if it connects. Icicle Crash comes out and it does connect.
Okay, well, you need one more of those because Landorus can take it, will bring the Tianpao down to its Focus Sash. Unless you think Ice Shard gets it from here.
I feel like it's just out of range.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's see. Oh, it's enough. Wow.
Wow, he must have been really confident.
Yeah.
I was not confident that I was going to get the knockout. I thought he had to Ice Cold Crash again.
Wow. And like that, well, we are going to a Game 3, the final decisive game of this tournament between Marco and Kinugawa. I guess finally, after Kinugawa won the first 3 games that they played, now Marco takes one, and yeah, wow, in what a fashion. Positioning this Jianpao nicely until the very end, and then also knowing these damage calculations. I mean, wow. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for this. I wanted to see the Game 3 in the Grand Finals. Sure, why not? But with all the back and forth as well there, with the hard reads, the double targets, yeah, this previous game definitely had a lot. But now our players will have to do it one more time. The last and final game of the Summit of Champions Winter Invitational between marcofiero and Kinugawa is coming up. Any last predictions, Aaron?
Oh my goodness. I mean, the fact it was that close despite the double miss from Wild Bolt Storm, like, I feel like the matchup should be favored for Kinugawa, specifically because I think Landorus is just such a good Pokemon. And that game probably would have looked quite different if even one of the 2 Wild Bolt Storms connected. So I'm probably still favoring Kinugawa coming into this, but Marco is a player that can clearly outplay everyone in the world. And so I'm really excited to see how he tries to maneuver through this final game. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, wow, some really high class gameplay coming out from both our players, but in the end, as always, only one can be the champion. Is it going to be Marco? Is it going to be Kinugawa? It seems like for the last time, Kinugawa switching things up once more. Incineroar and Thundurus up against Incineroar, and once more, of course, Urshifu's got to be there for Marco.
So Thundurus, once again, putting on pressure with those Wild Bolt Storms immediately. It's just so crucial whether or not you connect on the Urshifu. It really makes all the difference. And if, like, the difference between hitting and missing is the difference between Urshifu getting attacks off, right? Because it feels like Urshifu is such a key Pokemon. I think for Kinugawa, you probably consistently try to play around the Poison Terra Landorus. Like, it just feels like a really, good win condition overall. So it makes sense to, once again, try to, like, whittle away and then bring it out later on in the battle.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, this time around, Kinugawa does not want Incineroar, of course, to take any Surging Strikes. We'll swap out into Rillaboom. Now let's see if Marco has called this with the Fake Out and with the attack. Okay. Terra coming out on Incineroar.
Oh, wow.
Just to ensure, I guess, that there is no Fake Out going into it and that you can stop Thundurus. Maybe this is a double up into the Thundurus? No. Alright, maybe. Then this is Marco saying, okay, well, I need to Terra my Incineroar in this matchup anyway. As it's another miss there by the Wild Bolt Storm. And just saying that, okay, I need Incineroar to Terra anyway against this Landorus later on. So I might just do it now. Maybe if like you misplay, I'll get the like you will like Fake Out into it, and then I have a great spot into Incineroar next turn by bringing in Rillaboom. And yeah, if you switch in Rillaboom, then I can Parting Shot out and bring in Jianpao and have yeah, an offensive threat like that.
It is interesting because I think, like, the Steel Terra we've seen committed on Urshifu previously, it's not the most important Terra here, especially because it actually opens up more weaknesses. The main thing that the Steel Terra helps again is both Rillaboom as well as Thundurus. But by going for Protect here, you ensure you're not going to take damage from it initially. But yeah, it's still to me about, like, how much damage can Jianpao and the Urshifu do. And
oh wow, and this time it hits. Not quite any KO, but that is a lot of chip damage. Yeah, that will definitely guarantee like Sandsear Storm getting a double knockout. So yeah, if Kinugawa can set that up somehow, then yeah, this is huge. Basically, after how we saw game 2, how close it was, even after the double miss. Now getting both hits in against Jianpao and Urshifu.
the thing that gives me pause, Marcus, is you said Sandsteer, and Sandsteer, you know, it's just as inaccurate as Wild Bolt.
Oh yeah.
And so
well,
one of the key questions is, do you want to commit to that, or would you rather go for the Earth Power? Because the downside of going for Earth Power is if you target into a Protect, and then the other Pokemon gets a free attack into you, that can be a complete disaster. And I mean, Champow's damage output was actually quite significant, right? As we saw in the end of Game 2, where Ice Skull Crash into Ice Shard was actually enough to knock out even Poison Terra Landorus. And so, like, one of the things for Kinugawa was figuring out how to weave in Intimidate from Incineroar along the way. But in order to do that, you also have to be careful, of course, about Rillaboom, Urshifu being able to Surging Strike your Incineroar. That being said, I think the Ghost Terra commit from earlier on Marco's end now means that the Urshifu is threatened just so much more because you can't defensively Terra at any point.
yeah, but you can switch in Incineroar much easier into this Landorus, and I think, yeah, I guess Marco has identified that you need to have both fake out Pokemon. Like, you need to be able to swap in Rillaboom, and then even if Kinugawa goes for the hard read again and gets the knockout, you still have another Pokemon that you can swap into these ground type moves. And I think, yeah, it's once more, it's one of those turns where you would want to go for a Protect, switch into one of your fake outers, but let's see if Kinugawa called it once more.
Poison Terra, so consistent on this Landorus, so few ways, of course, to get punished from the opposing side. Really only that Rillaboom with high horsepower that threatens it. And we've seen, you know, how much Sludge Bomb has done from this Pokemon throughout the course of the set. Grassy Glide ends up going out into the Rillaboom, and it feels like Kinugawa's gotten every turn correctly. He decides to actually just play it safe here, go for the Sandseer Storm plus the Grassy Glide. And so it actually works out quite well for Marco, where now he's gotten his Rillaboom in safely and can fake out this next turn.
Yeah, I think this was really important here for Marco to get this positioning, because now, yeah, we can see all of his Pokemon are slowly, getting lower and lower, whereas over on Kinugawa's side, well, Thundurus is already down, but both Landorus and Rillaboom are still healthy. And having a Pokemon like Landorus that has a move that is powerful and hits both targets, like, that can very, very quickly just like wipe your board if your Pokemon get lower. So getting this positional switch in and now threatening the Fake Out plus Surging Strikes, yeah, definitely something that Marco needed here. But
kind of baiting out, yeah.
You don't have to commit.
Exactly. I think the threat of Grassy Glide, you know, KOing Urshifu was really scary here, and so ends up being the Incineroar to pivot in. But it's the Wood Hammer coming out, and it does pretty meaningful damage. Like you said, like, nothing's getting knocked out right now, but everything is around, hovering between like the 50-60% range. And crucially, like, the Landorus still has not really taken that much damage. It is vulnerable to like another Fake Out this next turn, and so if you wanted to circumvent that, you could actually switch the Landorus out potentially into Incineroar, but looks like Kinugawa, of course, could consider switching the other way around as well.
And this is, yeah, really coming closer and closer, coming down to the wire here. Marco has the Pokemon advantage, but Kinugawa still has this powerful Landorus that helped him to overcome many, many balanced teams before this one. Switching in Incineroar, very, very safe thing to do against Rillaboom and Incineroar. And yeah, the question though, again, did Marco call this? And can he use this for repositioning? It's a high horsepower aimed at that Terra Poison Landorus. And then Incineroar, yep, going for the parting shot. Makes a lot of sense. No matter kind of what happens, you will be able to kind of reposition. And then thanks to the Terra Ghost, you have a switch in to Landorus this next turn.
It feels so tense, right? Like, I feel like Landorus is just waiting to start getting the knockouts, but it hasn't accomplished that yet. But we've seen just how quickly it can snowball in the previous games. And so I think Marco's doing a good job of trying to combine the fake outs and stop like the bleeding a little bit. But you also need to get damage off at some point. And it feels like the current board states haven't led to, say, a huge Surging Strikes getting off, right? Or a huge Ice Skull Crash or Sacred Sword, for example. So I think Marco's continuously hunting for an angle where he can finally get some damage off. But once again, I do think like Landorus being the naturally faster Pokemon among most of these makes it slightly tricky.
Yeah, what is very tricky as well, the fact that grassy terrain now is gone. Marco was at least enjoying a little bit of health recovery each turn. Now we'll have to potentially pivot out, and I mean it is just so telegraphed once more. Like you can detect Urshifu and switch Rillaboom into Incineroar, but then once more we've seen Kinugawa time and time again just call out these swaps, and so it seems like Marco's thinking about doing something differently this time. But it is the Sensor Storm and gets the knockout on Urshifu. That is very, very big.
Yeah, absolutely huge. And one of the things as high horsepower, I mean, it does good damage, but I'm not sure that's in KO range from, I mean, definitely not a Ice Shard.
No.
His Parting Shot comes out as well. Like, one of the key things is with Landers, you could lock into Earth Power, you could lock into Sludge Bomb, but Sensor Storm is kind of like a, hey, I can click this, and no matter what, I'm guaranteed to get damage off.
Yeah.
The main thing there is, like, you have the ability to maybe knock out the Rillaboom, but, you know, knocking out an Urshifu is always a pretty big deal when you have an Incineroar in the back, because at this point, if you look at the Pokemon that Marco has, none of them actually deal with Incineroar super well.
Yeah, and this Urshifu, Kinugawa said it in the short interview before the finals, that is the one Pokemon that he was worried about. Now that is out of the picture. Now Tianpao, it's so low, but it should be out of range of a Grassy Glide, especially with a switch in of Intimidate. And yeah, this game, if Marco wants to win this, it has to be carried by Tianpao at this point.
Absolutely. Rillaboom here actually going to make the pivot out, but feels like Kinugawa has gotten the chip damage that he's needed on everything to clean this one up. We'll see, as Intimidate not super impactful, of course, on the Landers, but relevant for the Rillaboom. Tianpao going for the Protect, making sure it doesn't faint to potential double up this turn like Fake Out, plus the Earth Power. Rillaboom ends up just targeting into the Tianpao, trying to make sure it doesn't get an attack off here. And it is going to be the Poison Terra Sludge Bomb onto the Incineroar. So, of course, it does resist that, but still takes a hefty amount. Crucially, though, I think the Citrus Berry actually has been such a big item for the Incineroar throughout this run. Like, it continuously gets Incineroar back into a healthier range. And so I think absolutely making the right play here. But this next turn, of course, you could just protect Landers and then pivot Rillaboom out.
Yeah, that is one of those positions where had Incineroar not gone for the Terra Ghost, then it might have just gone down to the Sludge Bomb on the switch in. So, well, we're back into this now. It's Marco that has the Fake Out active. Is this the moment where you make a read and just go after Rillaboom and just like Parting Shot and Icicle Crash?
It feels like it, right? It's giving me a little bit of deja vu. So we'll see. Because the obvious play, once again, is you just protect Landers, switch it Incineroar. So Kinugawa going for it again. It's going to be Fake Out this time onto the Rillaboom.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, Icicle Crash into Rillaboom as well. So once again, Landers, had it just gone for a Sandstone Storm there or Protect Switch into Instant, I think both would have worked out well. But this ends up being the best possible outcome for Marco. Like, super hard read, right?
Yeah, but it works out once again. And now... once again, we got the Terra Ghost on Instant. You can maybe use that, swap out Tianpao and go for Parting Shot. Or you can hard switch into Rillaboom and Protect. I guess either of those options, you will have Fake Out plus Tianpao next turn and can go after the Rillaboom slot. And, I mean, maybe Kinugawa needs like another round of Intimidate on this Tianpao, so that Landorus can take Icicle Crash. But yeah, Marco is making this so difficult.
Yeah, it felt like Kinugawa had such a big advantage, but that turn kind of brings Marco back into it. And the other thing is, like, Kinugawa theoretically could be attacking offensively with the Incineroar, right? It has Flare Blitz, it has Knockoff, but he's opted not to do that. And what another play by Marco. It feels like he is clinging on for tournament life. He wants to be the champion so bad, and he is fighting his heart out right now. A double up into the Tianpao. And Tianpao protects. Wow.
Yeah, once again, Marco getting those turns right. And now Kinugawa is stuck with Instant and Rillaboom on the field. So this can be Fake Out into Instant and Icicle Crash into Rillaboom. And there's not a lot that Kinugawa can do about this. Now, I guess the threat, though, would be for Instant to switch out into Landorus to reposition and to get in that another crucial round of Intimidate. So, yeah, Marco can think about if he wants to kind of punish that switch or if he wants to go for the safe play of going for Fake Out and Icicle Crash into Rillaboom. And no switch from Incineroar.
Wow. No switch, able to eliminate the Rillaboom as well. I don't know. Like, you know, Marcus, if you asked me a few turns ago, I would say that the game was over and I thought Kinugawa had it. But I feel like Marco has made kind of the exact right play, kind of 3 turns in a row. And now is in this position where you could also pivot out the Chien-Pao. Oh, it's so close.
Yeah, and Kinugawa down.
It's still scary. Yeah. You still have to deal with Incineroar, though, right? Like, Incineroar's damage is so big as well with Flare Blitz and Knockoff.
Yeah, and we could be in the kind of exact same spot, but with another round of Intimidate on Marco's Mons, had Kinugawa swapped out Incineroar into Landorus. Now, though, now that I see the HP again on the Landorus, I think it should survive Icicle Crash. So, yeah, you still need to find a little bit of extra chip, but yeah, if you can swap out Chien-Pao, reset the attack stat, and kind of make it through this turn without losing too much, I guess you could be double knocked out, though, by Earth Power Flare Blitz. Let's see, though.
Oh, let's see. It's so tense.
Okay, Sludge Bomb getting the knockout on Rillaboom. Now let's see, what did Incineroar decide to do? Okay, this time it is the Flare Blitz. Well, a little bit of recoil, but even though Chien-Pao now at neutral, does it come down to like a call this turn where you target? Like you can fake out the Incineroar and then it's either Sacred Sword or Icicle Crash?
Yep, exactly. I'm trying to think, like, if it's like a true 50-50, if there's a reason to, go for something else.
I mean, if you Icicle Crash, if you Icicle Crash into the Protect, like, do you, like, you can still go for it.
It might still be okay.
Next turn.
Well, the problem is, how do you do enough damage to Incineroar?
Yeah, then it's Flare Blitz and Knockoff, I guess. Oh, but Knockoff is not gonna KO Marco's Incin, but yeah. Okay, it's gonna be Fake Out into Incin, and then one move from Chien-Pao. Is it going to be Sacred Sword into Incineroar? What will Kinugawa do? Protect or attack with this Landorus? This is what it is coming down to here in Game 3 of the Grand Finals.
This is so tense. And then the other thing is, if you attack with Landorus, do you just click Sandseer Storm, being like, I can win the game on the spot?
Yeah.
You know, and open yourself up to
I think you... I don't know.
Oh my goodness, it all comes down to it. Let's see what happens.
Okay, it's Protect. It's gonna be the Fake Out into the Incin. And, well, if you paid attention, you already know it. But it is the Icicle Crash into Landorus. So, well, what we're saying is Icicle Crash into Landorus, knock it out, then Flare Blitz knocks out Chien-Pao, and then it's a 1v1 Incineroar versus Incineroar. And because Marco has terrestrialized into Ghost, Kinugawa can get super effective hits in. I guess that's it, though. The other option, though, the Sacred Sword? No, Incin is not going to knock out Landorus.
Yeah, I think you have to Icicle Crash here.
Oh, it seems like maybe Marco has other plans.
Wow.
And he calls it again. Earth Power knocking out Incineroar, I guess covering for the Icicle Crash miss. And then there should be Flare Blitz into the Chien-Pao. Wow. Yeah, it seems like Marco was like, okay, well, I got the 50-50 wrong. Now I gotta hope for like a misplay from my opponent, because even if I land this Icicle Crash, I will lose the 1v1 with Incin against Incin in the long run. But wow, time and time again, Kinugawa, just continues to amaze us with their predictions here. And yeah, this battle has been going on for so long. The timer now coming out. What a finish to this tournament. But it seems like Kinugawa has just done it. Incineroar goes down, and the star of the show, very fittingly, this Terra Poison Landorus can deliver the final blow. There it is, Earth Power, Chien-Pao goes down, and Kinugawa is the Venture Invitational champion.
What a run too, right? Like he ended up coming from the winner side, so he didn't drop a single set throughout the course of this, and it was just absolutely dominant. He made Landers look really incredible, but then also had these unique elements in Thunderous and Iron Bundle as well. And I think Landers to me just felt like the clear MVP of his composition. It was doing so much damage and also surviving attacks, and just what spectacular play by him. And I think in this final game, the decision to commit Ghost Terra to Incineroar, it made sense in trying to have a switch it into the Landorus, but then it made the end game much harder for Marco because both the Chien-Pao as well as the Incineroar kind of pinned by the Landorus and the Incineroar from the opposing side.
Yeah, what a match. I think there's so much in there to like go back and rewatch in terms of like, okay, positioning, but also then when these players like strike, when they see, okay, now my opponent is going for this protect and switch play. And it happened for both of them relatively often, but somehow Kinugawa was coming out on top there time and time again. This Lander is just proving to be too powerful. And yeah, very, very deservingly, you mentioned it, without dropping a set, Kinugawa taking home the title and winning the event.
It's just so impressive. Like, if his run in VGC in the last, like, 6 months alone has been absolutely insane, right? It was, like, top 8 at NAIC, and then 1 LAIC, 1 Japanese Nationals, and then, you know, an event like this, obviously, 4 players, not the highest of stakes, but it's truly proving why he is, you know, one of the best players in the world, if not the best, right? Like, just such impressive play by him throughout this event.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you mentioned it. We had a look at his accomplishments before the tournament started. And, well, he can add another one to that. They're winning the Winter Invitational. Yeah, I mean, like, who's stopping this guy? Like, very recently, really on a tear through events. And, yeah, innovating as well while he does it. Whether it was with that Typhlosion team at LAIC or now it's the Iron Bundle and Thunderous. Who would have thought that that is maybe the answer or one way to answer the balance of teams? And, well, he had some, I think there was a little bit of fortune, like luck that he had here and there. But, yeah, let's not forget in the second game against Marco, he actually double missed the Wild Bolt Storm, which definitely put him on the back foot, ended up losing that game. But yeah, kept cool and takes home the set and the championship.
Such a fun event to watch, and I feel like the level of play was just so high, which is exactly what you hope for when you bring all the best players in the world together, right? So congratulations to Kinugawa, and also, yeah, I think just awesome to both see the level of play and then also see players bring their twists on what they think can be good in the format, especially with Regev having returned, but, you know, no majors really having taken place yet. I think Kinugawa's team is definitely one to watch out for because I don't think Iron Bundle and Thunderous, like you mentioned, were on a lot of people's radars coming into this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like that, we have crowned our champion. And this is it from the Winter Invitational. Thank you so much for tuning in and for watching. It's been something that I've wanted to do for a while. Having like high-level events with just a couple of players. Like I know we have many great tournaments out there, but it's always like so many players and so many rounds, and then you only get to feature one. Yeah, I hope you had a great time watching this, and yeah, definitely leave some feedback on our socials at Summit VGC and also myself at 13Yoshi37. Also want to give a big shout out to my co-casters. Thank you, Aaron, for getting up early. Thank you so much, Lou. I know you're probably lurking in the call. I don't know if you're still around, but yeah, it was a lot of fun covering these high-level games together with you. Thanks a lot also to our players who took this really seriously, I thought, committing their day and also preparation time to come up with very good teams to give us a show. And I also want to give a special shout out to the German VGC Gemeinde and especially Daniel Swiftesy, who helped a lot with the graphics and putting everything together. So thank you a lot for that. Last but not least, thanks also to Billa for running some of the tournament operations in the shadows. And then also to you, the viewers. The VOD is going up on YouTube soon. TM. But yeah, if you follow us on socials, then you will figure out about that. If you have any feedback, any comments for this format, anything else you want to see in the future, again, reach out to me. And yeah, I think that's it. I don't know. Aaron, any final words from your side? Now I cannot hear you, unfortunately. I don't know if...
Yes, I was going to say thank you very much for organizing and for having me. Super fun to be a part of.
All right. And yeah, with that, thank you so much. And I will look for a raid target. Until then, have a great rest of your weekend. Happy New Year. And yeah, see you soon.
This team, like you've said, is so well synergized with Wolfe, very well known for being a perish trap user. However, taking a look at this matchup, I feel like it's a little bit risky to bring that combination. It may not be coming to this final.
It's very difficult, especially that Perish song and Perish trap, because you've got the Urshifu on the opposite side of the field. That dog Urshifu is going to cause a lot of problems for that Gothitelle. The Scream's hill, if it comes, it can't really do too much to it.
There were 1,400 players who signed up for this tournament, who entered this tournament, the biggest official Pokemon tournament of all time. 1,400 players